And a very good morning to all of you, Cisco Nation. So glad to have all of you with us here on the live stream. It is Thursday morning, final event day of Cisco Live 2025 Amsterdam. Can't even believe that. I'm Steve Moulter. We are streaming to you in real time from the RAI. An incredible week for Cisco and almost 18,000 of our partners and our customers here in Amsterdam all ready to go beyond. I hope all of you have been having a brilliant week with us, tuning in from work, from home, from anywhere, everywhere in the world that you happen to be. Literally millions of you joining us for the keynotes, for our center stage sessions, for our demos from the Cisco Showcase, setting the stage for digital resilience, for the future-proof data center, for the network of the future, AI first applications, AI, all week long. We have been loving your posts, your comments, all of your photos, your inspirations on social media. Don't stop. Now, we've got a great day ahead. Keep on checking in with us using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA and at Cisco Live EMEA, whatever your platform of choice is. Terrific, great. Our social media team is here. They are ready to respond to every single hit. So as we move into the morning, I will introduce you to your other three hosts, Alpa Tankaria, Rob Boyd, Cedric DeValder. But here to kick off this exciting and important broadcast day, I've got Mohammed Imam here in the studio with me. Good morning, Mohammed.
Good morning, Steve.
So glad to have you with us. Mohammed is Senior Director of Product Management here at Cisco, and we're going to dive straight into a conversation around future-proof switching infrastructure for Wi-Fi 7. So, Mohammed, let's kind of start with the basics. What is the user experience that is expected from Wi-Fi 7, and how is the underlying switching infrastructure so important, so relevant for us?
Great question. Wi-Fi 7 is a game changer in some ways. And the technology that's behind it is making it possible. And that's 6 gigahertz, clean band. Then we have 16 spatial streams, a lot of technology that's embedded in this standard, and Cisco brings technologies on top of that. And that enables new set of use cases and new set of visions for the application developers. In this AI world, people will use the capabilities of Wi-Fi 7 to its limits. And so today, when we go to the restaurants, for example, we go and look at the QR code. In future, with Wi-Fi 7, you will be able to have a presentation that's showing you the dish and is showing you the ingredients. Or a hologram meeting from WebEx meetings, video meetings to hologram meetings. How about that? That is only going to be possible because of the Wi-Fi 7 capabilities and the bandwidth, the traffic sensitivity that it enables. It's just amazing.
Creating experiences, memorable experiences for people. We always like to talk about how technology makes things easier, makes people's lives, makes things move faster, allows people to work better. Sometimes creating the most memorable, the most impactful experience is the thing that people remember and stick with them. I kind of love that. What about the switches themselves? What do they have to do to provide, to deliver that full Wi-Fi 7 experience that you're talking about?
Yeah, Wi-Fi 7, although it's wireless, every wireless access point has to have a wired infrastructure behind it. And so the wired infrastructure needs to be ready to receive the Wi-Fi 7 traffic. The important things, there are two critically important things that's really needed for Wi-Fi 7. Number one is the power. The Wi-Fi 7 is pushing the boundaries, and so it needs a little bit more power.
Okay.
Those access points that used to work on 30 watts or less cannot work anymore in an enterprise environment at 30 watts. So you are looking for a UPoE, which is 60 watts or more if you want to go with Wi-Fi 7. So that's the very first thing. On the switching infrastructure, you are looking for a UPoE port.
Okay.
The second part is the bandwidth that you are receiving from the wireless access point because of the 16 spatial streams and the multi-link operations that we have and the MU-MIMO standards that we got, we are getting more than a gig on the wire easily.
Wow.
This is real. And so if your wired port is 1 gig, you are actually limiting your traffic on the switching port. You don't want to do that. Which means that you want to go with a multi-gigabit port. At the minimum, you want to have a 2.5 gig And I'm seeing customers moving towards 5 and 10 gig
Wow.
on the access switch so that they are not limited by the bandwidth and future-proofed for these applications that we talked about.
Amazing. We continue to talk power over Ethernet, and it's amazing what PoE has become in terms of the bandwidth that can provide, the power that can provide. So, Mohammed, is it possible then to use the existing switching infrastructure for certain customers, or does every customer really have to consider an upgrade to their infrastructure to get where we need to go?
That's a very important question, and I think it depends on what you have. There are certain customers I know who have future-proofed their networks for the future. And so if you are having a Catalyst 9000 with multi-gigabit ports, you have future-proofed yourself for Wi-Fi 7. And so you should be good. But if you don't have enough ports of multi-gigabit, which in a lot of cases I'm seeing that today, you want to have the multi-gigabit port as well as the UPoE port on the Catalyst 9000 family. And the Catalyst 9000 family gives you all these options on the Catalyst 9300 and 9400. But the more important thing that you want to consider as you go higher on the bandwidth and better on the latency at the access switch, your other parts of the network, which is the aggregation and core parts of the network, that also needs to be ready, which means your aggregation and core needs to be working at 25 gig and 100 gig. And we are starting to see customers going towards 400 gig in campus. And that's the accumulated bandwidth that you're receiving from the endpoints, from the Wi-Fi 7 endpoints at the access layer. And so it's very important to look at the overall network, and if that is actually ready for Wi-Fi 7, and the two most important things that I mentioned, I'll repeat that, is the UPoE and multi-gigabit.
Indeed. And a very important thing that I want to bring up, people don't have to do this alone. That's why we're here. We're ready to support them. So reach out to your Cisco team and say, okay, well, what do I need? What is the power that I'm going to need for my particular capabilities? Allow us to custom fit it directly out to the partner. They don't have to do it on their own. What value does the Cisco campus switching portfolio that you just mentioned, that portfolio, what does that bring to the wired plus wireless experience for a user?
Yeah, so when we develop these products, and I'm part of the product team, when we are working on these products, we make sure that Cisco products work together better. And so when we build the switches and the access point, we test it together. We validate the different use cases. And so when you are going with Cisco wired and wireless, you are getting additional benefits with that from interoperability perspective. But that's not the only thing. You are also getting a unified management along with it. Whether you are going on-prem with Catalyst Center or Meraki Dashboard, you are getting a unified management. It's the same screen where you'll be able to manage your entire wired and wireless. And most importantly, the security piece. You know, the policies that our customers make and deploy, if you are going with multiple different types of wired and wireless networks, you might have to do it actually multiple times.
Sure.
You can cut that time into half by doing Cisco wired and wireless and have just one policy applied, especially if you are going with an architecture like software-defined access, a fabric-based architecture. You can just go with a single policy that is available for wired and wireless users.
Fantastic. And again, making sure that security is native from the start. Mohammed, I'm so glad that you had time for us here this morning. Thank you for coming by before things got too chaotic out here on the show floor. Please keep visiting us. We always appreciate your insights and your expertise.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mohammed. So at this point, we are going to head out to Rob on the show floor. Rob, I think you're at the networking wall in the world of solutions. Is that right?
Yeah. So funny story. Funny you should bring that up.
Okay.
We were wandering around and I was like, surely we have wireless access points that we can see, right? I just need to see the wireless, which felt inane in its own. And then, so I put out a message on WebEx to all the Cisco champions, and they came through for me, and they told me where I needed to go. They also told me where we're using Wi-Fi 7, but I said, no, I want the APs. I want to see the new stuff here, and what are we doing with it? Not all this stuff is necessarily Wi-Fi 7, but we do have the new APs. We have a lot of the infrastructure over near the industrial area, which I'd written off as being, oh, there's no more wireless here. But Steve, thank you for interviewing Mohammed. I was a little bit bummed that I couldn't be there in the studio because he's my favorite go-to guy when it comes to catalyst switching, and having him speak to the wireless and why we need to make sure that that's not the choke point with all of our new wireless capabilities. You were thinking you were just going to hand this off and I would take over, but I thought we should talk.
Absolutely, we
You
should
still
talk.
there?
Yeah, I am still here. Sorry, I'm still here with you. I thought there was more to that. We should talk. That shows you that it's first thing in the morning, right? We're not fully revved up. I agree. I was just saying to Mohammed before, I love having his expertise here, and this is such an important point. You've been talking PoE all week. The amount of power that we can actually get behind it now, which has changed so dramatically, even in the last, what, 3 years, 2-3 years or so. But getting the insights here and then being able to see it directly behind you on the show floor, I think that is such a big part of what Cisco Live is all about. We talk about the capability, we show the capability, we get hands on the capability, the story comes together.
Well, I thought I'd give you a little bit. So one reason, Wi-Fi 7 is a big deal. We had, and we always say that, granted, let's acknowledge that at least, because we went from 6 to 6E to 7. 6 to 6E was really about adding some extra spectrum, which gave us new capabilities. But Wi-Fi 7 is about everything we added in Wi-Fi 6 plus 6E, so the additional spectrum, plus a whole lot of things to handle density better, to handle the ability to control the clients better. So we're using the spectrum in a much, much more efficient manner when it comes to 7. And for anyone that's curious about, well, should I go to 7 if all of our clients aren't necessarily connecting at 7? Is there still a benefit if I've got old clients connecting in? And absolutely yes. Because as you start adding that in, that's going to help you deal with especially the unknown density that may be required for return to work. So when you come back into work and you're like, I don't know how many people are going to show up, and I don't know where they're going to congregate per se. As we're still going to be dealing with that probably for the foreseeable future, you need the flexibility that technologies like this offer. And then if you ignore the infrastructure behind it, as Mohammed was saying, then you run the risk of that creating a bottleneck, and maybe it's wasted there. But the nice thing is, I think all of these point to, yes, you should upgrade, but you don't have to do it all at once. Let's take advantage of these things as they come along, but it's going to be to your best interest to go ahead and do that.
That's absolutely right, Rob. And again, the power. The power is so important, and we have to keep thinking about this, right? We heard about this in the opening keynote. If every new application is going to be an AI-first application, we start to look at the new technologies and capabilities. What is it going to take to power them? We can't just plug them in, switch them on. And as I also said with Mohammed, I don't know if you heard in on that, people are not alone. Anybody who's watching it on the broadcast right now, anybody who's here at the show, part of the reason that we all come together is to say, you don't have to figure this stuff out on your own. You've got experts in your corner, you've got friends, you've got the partnership of the people here at Cisco who can take a look at exactly what your needs are and custom tailor that power solution to be able to drive capabilities like switches that can handle Wi-Fi 7 capability into your arena, and then whatever you need, you don't overspend, you don't underspend, you get it exactly right. One of the beauties of partnering and working with Cisco.
Absolutely. And Steve, I didn't know how much time we had left for this segment at this point, but if you've got any timing signals, y'all have any for me? We're checking in on them. But if you need to take away from me at any point in time, please do. Because the other thing I was just going to mention on the wireless side, so Wi-Fi 7 brings us the ability to use these extra channels, not when the system kind of feels like it, but literally simultaneously you can use the spectrum that is needed. And the way 7 is now working, it's so beautiful. It'll choose what parts of an application stream. So maybe video benefits more from the short range, tighter waveforms of 6 gigahertz, but at the same time, there's some other data that's going to travel better and further, of course, at 2.4, but you've got that clean spectrum you can take advantage of, and the other one, and it's not either or, it's all at the same time. The system is dynamically figuring that out when it's got Wi-Fi 7 supported on both the head end as well as on the client end. So it really is a beautiful technology. From everything the engineers have told me, because I'll admit, I'm not the hands-on guy, I just talked to a lot of people who are hands-on with it, and they've been suitably impressed. I thought there'd be some lag with kind of handoffs when you start talking about roaming, but that kind of stuff has gotten infinitely better with these new APs and these new standards now from the Wi-Fi Alliance. So I think there's a lot to take advantage of here, Steve, and I hope everybody will have a chance to come by here. We're in the campus branch in Industrial IoT. Big shout out to Cisco Champions. I should call out the gentleman's name that actually gave me what I needed. Derek McCurdy. He's probably not watching right now, because I hope he's still getting ready, didn't have to get over here this early. But there's a lot of people here, so who knows. Thank you so much for helping me out, because I was lost, even though I was only 10 feet away. But let's just say there's a lot of stimulation in this environment, Steve. There's a lot of things that can distract a guy like me.
Absolutely, but you're so brilliant at it. Again, Rob, you always talk about how you really don't know all the stuff, that the engineers are the ones. The difference is you don't build the stuff, but you're the storyteller around the stuff. And frankly, I always say you can build the greatest widget in the world here at Cisco, but if nobody knows what that widget is, how to access or what it means to them, doesn't matter. It's not going to move, and that's why we are always grateful for you and your voice out there.
Judge me by the friends I keep, Steve. That's what I say.
Amen. I'm one of them. I'm judging you, buddy. Thank you so much for being the eyes and ears out there on the show floor. I will keep coming back out to you, Rob. Truly appreciate it. Thank you, pal. Make good things happen. All right, so one of the reasons to be here at the show, we talked about it in the opening video that you may have seen if you've been in on the broadcast, but one of the greatest reasons to be in the room is the sense of community that Cisco is able to create. As I said earlier at the top of the broadcast today, we've got about 18,000 customers, partners, dedicated Cisco folks here in the room, but more than that, we view these people as friends, and they view each other as friends. 37% of the people here at the show, it is their first time at a Cisco Live, and if you've never been to one before, we hope you will join your regional Cisco Live wherever it happens to show up. Whatever's close by, we want to see you there in the room. And once you're in the room, we're going to get people like Cedric who are going to walk up to you and ask you some of your comments, your thoughts on the conference, on being here, on being part of the community. Let's hear what some of you had to say.
An incredible questions. The possibilities on it are kind of endless, but the increased capability and speed at which we can learn new things, see patterns in information and make decisions based on that data, I think is going to be empowering.
I do think we have to embrace it, but I also have to make sure it's secure. But it will definitely augment our business in the future.
Using the data given to us through AI, I think it will enable much greater digital resilience and allow employees to have a much more simpler and easier way of working.
AI will be everywhere. We will have definitely a lot of penetration on the infrastructure as well as APIs with third-party products on our AI journey.
I'm a computer manufacturer. We choose the right semiconductors, the right motherboards. What AI will do is help me design those motherboards, choose the right processors, so I can get the best bang for buck model, the best processing for the lowest power consumption.
I work for a cybersecurity software vendor, so AI will essentially help us to use the data that we capture about our customers and how they're using our products to make it more efficient and create better features to improve our customers' journey.
Fundamentally, I think it's going to change everything about the business across security, across the network. I think it's going to enable customers that have a lot less resources to do a lot more with what they have.
We are going to have lots of benefits from AI. It might help us troubleshoot customer issues, and it will help generate more business because we will still be building data centers. We will still be using networks. We will still be using more compute, and I think Cisco can cover all of that.
I love that. These are people walking around the show, coming in and out of the keynotes, out of our center stage sessions, telling us about their organizations, about their demands within their industries, how they can serve their customers best, why they come to Cisco Live, why they trust Cisco, and why they love to be here and a part of this event, because this is where they get the learning, the education, the information, the technology that they need to be able to create the organization of the future, the organization that supports not only their people, but their customers and their customers' customers. So thanks so much to all of them, and hopefully you'll join us on a future show, and you can be one of those voices to tell us about your organization and your individual needs. Right now, we're going to head to the other side of the Cisco TV broadcast studio, where Alpa is sitting down with Elnar Azadov for a conversation. Alpa, let's send it over to you. Good morning, my friend.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. It's so great to be back here, and I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Elnar Azadov, head of ICT COP29. Hello and welcome, Elnar.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you today?
Fine, thank you. Very good. Everything is fine.
Good.
Thank you so much.
It's a privilege to meet you and to be here with you, and we have a lot of questions for you.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you our first one, okay? So please, could you tell us about the significance of COP29 for Azerbaijan and the obstacles COP29 needed to overcome to prepare for this?
Thanks so much for your question. COP29 is a landmark event for Azerbaijan. It was in history first time for our country. It was visibility for our president and full support from government. Failure was not an option, but we have so many challenges.
Yes.
Like this event need around minimum, I think, 1 year to preparation. For COP29, we had time 3-4 months for planning, implementation, finalize everything, and temporary venue. Our temporary venue size more than 100,000 square meters.
Wow.
Had to integrate to existing stadium, and we have some another challenge also, logistic. Also this problem because of supply chain. How you say is too many challenges we have it.
Wow, and it sounds like you have managed to overcome those very well as well at the same time. So I'd like to know a bit more about that. So can you tell us about Cisco CX and how they worked with COP29 to provide the technology required to run such a large-scale event that you've just described? I mean, that's a huge event, right? So
Yeah, this big event and short time, limited time. That's why we also understood we need some very good technology
Yes.
partner for like this event. We research market and we understand Cisco is the right partner for us. Why? Because of they know like how we need to work for like this big event. He had very good experience for previous COPs also, and we discuss and we decide work together. They easily understood requirement for UNFCCCs. They easily planning for short time. They easily start to integrate to our team. By the way, I would say is that Cisco also gives separate educated team
yeah.
only for COP29. Which one we are, I won't say for Cisco CX. Thanks so much.
Oh, that's wonderful. And, you know, having the...
But for last, I won't say
Yeah.
Cisco technology, everyone is knows the technology is the best, but people even more.
Absolutely. The people are so important, and we're happy that we could support, you know, COP29 in this way. So that's really great to hear. So moving on to the outcomes of the event, would you like to share with us some of your key successes and what made this event successful that you have to have metrics-wise to ensure success, and how you work with CX to do that?
I would say for such statistics.
Yes,
I would
please,
take,
yes.
For network performance was 5 nines at uptime, and for connecting device for our Wi-Fi's more than 78,000.
Wow.
And for peak users, for parallel peak users more than 28,000.
Wow.
And key, what I would say is that this for like this event we need to choose right partners like Cisco, because of this, he helped to us very well, and how I say everything understood easily, fast, and he very easily integrate to our team, and we work like one team and one family and one goal.
I love that. Such a brilliant way to summarize your experience. Thank you so much,
Thanks so
Elna.
much.
Thank you for your time. Steve, on that note, I am going to head on over back to you.
Well, thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. I was in totally the wrong spot when you said that. I was over talking to our floor manager here, to Ali. So appreciate Elnar being here in the studio with us this morning. Alpa, great job, as you always do. We've got a special surprise coming up for you in just a couple of minutes. I'm not going to spoil that surprise. Make sure you stay with us here on the live broadcast. We'll be back in studio very shortly. Before we do that, though, good morning, Cedric DeValder, who, by the way, is out in one of the most jealous-making spots, certainly for me, out here on the show floor. This is the well-being zone. You are way too relaxed, my friend.
I know. Like, you hit us by surprise, actually, Steve. But as Rob said, it's quite stimulating in the showcase. So I thought, what's better than hang out in the well-being zone? And I was looking in the wrong camera. So yeah, it's very relaxing over here, so I'm just taking it easy. But yeah, so we've learned a lot this week. It's the last day of our broadcast, unfortunately. It's been really great fun, but it's also a lot of walking for me and for the crew. So I thought, let's just go and get a good massage. As you can see, it's hard to chat again. So not in a race car, not in a massage chair. So let's cancel this thing. But I thought it's probably a good idea, Steve, right now to... Oh, what's this cancel? Yeah. It's a good idea, once this thing is back in normal position, to look at some social media hits that we had this week. So if my iPad wants to unlock, I'm going to have a look at what hashtag Cisco Live EMEA, everything that we've been saying, is promoting right now. I see a lot of people that are really excited, a lot of pictures of meeting old friends, of meeting old colleagues. I see a lot about DevNet, which we visited extensively yesterday. I see that somebody won a prize of Darth Vader. I see also our analysts and our press is tweeting away and using the hashtag quite a lot. I see people catching beers in Amsterdam, which is interesting. I mean, I'm not promoting anything, just saying. I see guys with capes on, which is also quite cool. It's really busy. It was really busy here at Cisco Live in Amsterdam. People are excited about the labs that they walked into. They love posting a picture, what they've learned. They like taking pictures even with the presenters, so they're all becoming celebrities. What else is going on here? Oh, somebody... Oh, no, wait. Oh, the Cisco store as well is quite important here, with some merchandise. Steve, maybe we go there next time or after this segment to do some shopping.
Over to the Cisco store?
Yeah, I love the Cisco store.
I'm going to send you to the Cisco store. I'm going to take over the chair from you right now. I've been standing behind this podium. This podium and I have gotten to be exceptionally good friends over the course of the last few days, but all of a sudden you're just lounging back. Well, yes, absolutely, but you're the one who gets to lounge and relax over there. Are there massage features on the chair, Cedric?
Well, I'll give you a demo. We'll just going back down again.
Massage demo. Not that isn't thrilling for the people watching from all over the world. I'm going to let you get the massage. We're going to take it over back here in the studio. Thanks, my friend. I appreciate it.
Over to you.
Look forward to seeing you back here later.
Bye-bye.
Look at it, just drifting off away from us. All right, I promised you a special surprise a couple of minutes ago, and I've been waiting for this a long time. I'm going to look over here to my right, and there I find Bonnie Shapira. All right, so for those of you that do not know Bonnie, I'm going to join you over here on this side for just a minute. Everything that's happening around us right now does not take place without the man standing over here with me on the set. So Bonnie is responsible. I don't know. I mean, it's not just you. You don't build all of it exactly yourself. But when we look at all the people who are here in this room together, 18,000 plus folks all gathering together, you brought us all together. And I'm going to explain to everybody here who's watching exactly why and how that occurs. So Bonnie is in charge of Cisco Live EMEA. We've got phenomenal people in each region of the world that put together our Cisco Lives here, but Bonnie is the one who collects everything, produces, gets everybody on the same page, in the same room, around the themes that leadership creates, and we couldn't do this without you. So I'll just start off by saying thank you before I say anything else.
Thank you, Steve. I've been waiting 10 years for this moment, so I'm really excited.
I just can't believe it took us all this time to get here. Actually, that was the first thing I was going to ask you. How many years have you been at the helm of all of this?
This is actually my 10th year. I started back in Milan, 2015, did Berlin, did Barcelona, and now I've been doing 3 years here in Amsterdam, and I still get the kick out of it.
I love that. And I can tell that, and I think it's all right. So Bonnie just told me something interesting. I'm going to share a little behind the scenes. You see the beard going on right now? He grows that especially for this particular event because everybody has gotten so used to seeing Bonnie in the beard. And I watch you whenever you're out and about because you don't travel with an entourage, but you always have people coming up to you constantly throughout the course of the show because they're grateful for what it is that you've put together for all of us. How does it feel to kind of be in that position? You're a humble guy, so...
It feels great. This week is a celebration for me and for my team. I mean, we work hard all year long. We plan this event literally 52 weeks. So when one event ends, we start planning for the next event.
Into the next one.
We're already planning for next year's event.
Yeah.
And actually coming on site with all the pressure, it's a lot of excitement. It's a big celebration from the first moment until the end.
It really is. You. What do you think makes this so special? I mean, trade events are trade events, right? I mean, there's a trade show for everything, whatever it happens to be. Why is Cisco Live something unique and special?
I think from my perspective and how we as a team, our philosophy is all about putting our customers first. and we try to copy what Cisco is offering in terms of solutions and technology, also in the terms of the experience at Cisco Live. So even though the food is not prepared by Cisco or the security guards are not working for Cisco, we make sure that they understand the impact that they have on our customers and partners. So we closely focus on each and every bit of the experience. So the food hopefully is great enough, is great. We have coffee everywhere. We try to make our customers and partners that are attending the event feel at ease as possible as we could, so that when they go to their sessions or to their meetings, they feel comfortable and they can focus on what they come here for. And I think that's what puts Cisco Live on a different level than most events in the industry.
Let me bring up one more initiative that has been brilliant, wayfinding, wherever you go. Meaning people don't just have to wander around aimlessly, blindly trying to find what it is that they're looking for. Everywhere they go, there's an opportunity for wayfinding. Like you said, the food is right there, the coffee is right there, it's always at arm's reach, but also, what are you here to learn? What are you here to do? Let's get you there, right?
No. The focus of the event has always been around education. So I have this basic formula, which is this event is all about E plus A plus E. Education, experience, and engagement. All of them are important. With no education, there will be no event. But we need to make sure that the experience is great as well, right? And the experience is what, let's say, comes around the education. Once they have a great experience, they can get better education. They learn more from our engineers. They're sitting in those meetings, engage with our customers, with our partners, with our product managers, with whomever it is. And you can see people here from when we open the event on Sunday until tomorrow, midday after the party. We will have thousands of people sitting, meeting everywhere, which is great.
And I do love that about every Cisco Live. A lot of events that I attend, that I go to, people check out early. They come in for a day. They come in for a day and a half. That does not happen with the Cisco Live. This is community. This is family so much more than it is just a chance to get together, poke around at technology, and then jump back on the airplane.
Yeah, and these are really passionate individuals and a huge community. I know a lot of the customers attending because I just see people that need some help or direction. I reach out to them, I speak with them, I get to know who they are, and then they give me feedback. And one of the focus we have is also listen and learn to our customers. We always strive to get feedback, even if sometimes it's uncomfortable, but without that feedback, we will not be able to improve. And I think our customers notice that from year 1 to year 2 to year 3, they always see improvement in the experience at Cisco Live. And this is thanks to their feedback and to us listening to them.
It's true, and it changes every year. This is a thing that I think a lot of people who don't attend the conference, they just think, well, it's a conference like anything else. It'll be the same this year, next year, next year. It doesn't change by the year. It changes by the region. Even as we jump from here in EMEA, we'll then go to San Diego in June, then we'll be back in Melbourne in November, and it's always something very, very different. There's not a lot of repetition here.
So the format is pretty much the same, but as I said earlier, a lot of the experiences are different. The floor plan always has to change. If your floor plan doesn't change, you have a problem. But to me, it reminds me of something that a lot of people tell me, great, they come to Cisco Live, they see the event, especially Cisco people, and they tell me, Bonnie, you and your team did a great job, as always. And this, as always, is something that is a bit bothering me, because it's not as always. Every year is different. Every year is a new challenge. We cannot do exactly the same. Some people, would like it to be exactly the same, but every time, and what we change is what we hear that did not work well. So if something did not work well, like, for example, the TV studio, you were having quite a lot of challenges with the weather here. It was too cold here, so probably next year we'll fix it. Just one example.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Look, creating the experience, I mean, this is what Cisco does as well. So much of it is, yes, there's technology is there, but we're trying to build better experiences, better outcomes, not only for the people who use Cisco capabilities, but for the customers who are the beneficiaries of that, right? So I know that building out an experience is hardly a one-man operation. How many people do you have on your team?
Well, I have a paper for this, so that I don't
you brought cheat sheets to make sure. Okay, this is good.
But actually, just to be clear, this is an effort of thousands of people. We have a couple of thousands of Cisco employees on site. Most of them have a role on site, whether these are our amazing speakers, the people manning the Cisco booth, people hosting the customers. So we have a couple of thousand employees, and they're all part of the effort to make this event come to life. We have more than 2,000 crew members, whether it's from George P. Johnson and other agencies, that are building this event and making it possible. So it takes an army for that. And then we have our core team, my core team, which I'm so proud to work with for the last 10 years. I love you all. Just going to read the names so I don't forget.
Please,
so
no, that's great. Let's celebrate them. They don't get celebration. They're always in the background. Let's celebrate them.
So we have the amazing Joe, which is the ops lead, and my right hand, and we couldn't have done this event without her and without anyone on the list, with Trish doing sustainability and more, Jane, She's responsible for a lot of the holes in the world of solutions. Catherine or Keith doing the additional events and the meeting village, the amazing meeting village. And Emma, which is responsible for the F&B. So if you had a good experience here, unfortunately, those who are watching us online cannot experience the hospitality here, but it's great, and hopefully you'll come next year to see it, to experience it yourself. We have our amazing Reg team, registration with Heidi, the amazing Heidi, and Laura and Jamel. We have Stina and Sharif. Stina is our lead for everything social media and marketing, website, and everything around that, with Sharif, that is here behind the scene, watching my badge and my mobile phone. And then we have Gunai, that is responsible for all the lead management and the mobile app. So if you play the games on the mobile app, if you experience that, that's thanks to Gunai. And last but not least, Remco and the amazing NOC team. So the network operation team that is responsible for building the network on site and keeping us all connected.
And I love that, and I'll just give an extra shout out to them. What it takes to put the NOC together at each one of these events, this gets built from scratch. It brings together our Net Academy folks as well, who are working their way up through the ranks, and they start from nothing. Yes. They build out the entire network for the conference. I'll just go ahead and I'll thank all of those folks as well, because we feel it. Those of us who are out here working the event, who are helping to tell the stories about what's taking place, we see it all in action, and these folks they're remarkable. They're brilliant at what they do. I'm going to add a couple of people to your list, and that is the other Bonnies, the people who are out there, the Nezes of the world, and Kathy and Heather, and the people who are running the other Cisco Lives as well, because this is a family effort. Yes. We take the strengths of what we do at one event, we pass them along to the next event and the next, and that makes all of us so much better and makes a better experience for all of our attendees.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more.
Let's talk about you when you are here at the show. Once this is all up and running, the doors open, everybody floods in. Yeah. What do you do? What is your role here at the show once it's off and underway? After all a year's worth of work, 52 weeks of work, and all of a sudden you're here. What's your role?
So firstly, I put on a nice show for myself. I'm only wearing this once a year, one week here.
Grow the beard?
Yeah, the beard I grow for a couple of months, but I'm putting on the jackets and the relatively nice clothes once a year, because I work from home almost all year long.
Sure.
And as I said before, for me, the big kick that I get out of the event is just walking around. I walk all the time. My team always tell me, you're always in the wrong place in the wrong time.
Okay.
So if something goes wrong, if something breaks, if there's food missing somewhere, I happen to be there. Again, it's not intentional. It always happens, which is fine. They get it, and that's part of the job. I just want to make sure that everyone is happy and seeing people, hugging people, high fives with everyone. So I definitely don't sit in the back of house, in the back office. I just want to experience it as much as possible, see everyone is happy, just to get the feeling, because that's how you really realize that the event is successful. So it's a big celebration.
I'm going to applaud you for that as well. I think a lot of people who lead large events like this, they stay nervous from show open to show close, and they're buried away back in a war room, and they don't get a chance to talk with people, and you do the exact opposite. You get out there on the show floor, you experience the event the way all of the other 18,000 people here are ready to experience the event, and I think that's brilliant. Bonnie, this is great. Please continue to do this with us. I know it took a while. I truly appreciate you, my friend. I'm giving you a hug because, again, very, very grateful for everything that you do. Thank you, my friend.
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, so we're going to take a very brief break. We're about 6 minutes and 45 seconds out from our first center stage session of the day. We're going to head out to Rob Boyd at this point. 40 years of innovation. What a perfect spot to be in. As soon as I'm done talking with Bonnie. Rob, let's send it out to you.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. There's nothing better than being in a spot where you can say, hey, let me date myself with this next piece we're about to do. But that's exactly what I'm going to do. But before I do that, I just want to tease. We're going to be talking Country Digital Acceleration, CDA, 10 years in Italy. There's going to be some interesting conversations. At least I know I'm talking to Fabio. I think we're talking to some other really smart people about that, but hang in for that one. So I'm here at 40 years of innovation, as you can see here, something I prefer to call, watch your step, good job. 30 years of struggle is really more my linkage to this terminology. But if you look at this section, and it's not all in complete order, but when you talk about Cisco getting started, and I think 1984 is what they're asking everybody to look back at and say, what were you doing in 1984? I was a junior in high school, no idea what Cisco was doing, really didn't even know much about computers. I think I did have one, and it had a modem, and that was about it. And I just used it to type papers and print on my dot matrix printer. But I was studying these things because I had a chance. Someone had said, hey, you should go get a job at Cisco. And I go, I don't really know what they do. But I had time at that point to figure it out. So I studied. It was all the data sheets of the devices that you see here, because all this stuff came out before 2000. 2000 is when I started for Cisco in sales. And so when I got to Cisco, we were talking about IP telephony. And and a lot of our time was just spent educating customers on the difference between IP telephony and voice over IP. And at the time, I think you can still kind of use some things interchangeably, but it was all about cutting your long distance bills back in that day. If you can remember, those of us old enough to remember that was an issue. And I came from hotel management before this career, and we loved long distance bills because that's how we made a lot of our extra money. As you probably knew, we'd jack up those rates based on the CDR stream that came out of the back of the PBX before we got rid of PBXs. See, I can make everything full circle. All right, so we had some wireless here. So we talk a lot about this week about how cool is it that until Cisco came along, we didn't even have networking as an industry. Well, you know what else we didn't have? We got up to 1999 and we bought Aeronet. We didn't have Wi-Fi. It wasn't called Wi-Fi then. We, of course, used the 802.11, which is the Wi-Fi. We use versions of 802.11 as those began released. We now know as, of course, this week we're talking about 6E, and of course 7. But we had to start somewhere, and these are some good examples of that. I think there's something else on the wall here. What is this? I should have prepared a little bit better. Okay, so this is just an integrated services router, the ISR. Biggest problem with selling these when I got them was that we would sell some amazing software-based innovation in these boxes, but then forget to remind the customer how much they could do with it, and that left us ripe for competitors to come in with extra devices. And so there was a, how do you sell that integrated approach that becomes easily delivered, but yet still make a difference in the market? It was a fun problem to try and solve. Let's walk around this way. So as we come here, so we've got, what are we talking about? Oh, these are just ruggedized IoT. I'm going to stay away from that for the moment, because come around here, and we've got, this was the first, I think it was the first, yeah, the B200 blade server. So when we came out with UCS, that was a big deal. By this point, I was already at TechWise TV trying to figure out what I was doing, scared to heck of data center, and all of a sudden, not only was I not really sure about data center, God forbid storage, but when it came to these technologies, it was like, well, Cisco's doing something completely different than what the server vendors are doing. We're just going to go get all up in their business and change how it's done with the way we access memory and everything else. It was such exciting times with UCS. Still is. UCS is still making some great inroads and doing things differently. But as you come through here, we begin getting into Meraki. We're fully embracing cloud. All of that now, I'm fully inside Cisco, pretending full time that I know what I'm talking about at any given moment. And that's what we were doing with Meraki. I think the only thing we have left here is we start coming here. Of course, Silicon One is a huge focus this week. They never get this kind of freedom and this much air to breathe. Heat would never be a problem if you could have this much space around them, but this makes for a nice display. It's just how do you show the incredible years of sweat and toil that goes into something that comes out so small and that we never see, but we definitely depend on and have to interact with. So as I mentioned earlier, we're going to talk country digital acceleration and what's been happening in Italy and how that's affected things there. Exciting conversation, because I actually remember talking to these guys, if not last year, it was the year before. Either way, lots of big changes to talk about. Such exciting times. With that, we'll go back over to the studio. Steve?
Thank you, Rob. And I'm actually going to keep you here with me a little bit because you're right. We're about to head into our center stage conversation on CDA. I wanted to ask, when you're out in the area, as you're touring around, as you're taking a look, you just mentioned the amount of effort that goes into Silicon One. How often do you get a chance to talk with the engineers that build things out and ask them the questions of why that? How did we get to this particular point? Or what gave you the impetus to drive forward on that particular capability as opposed to a competing capability? Do you get to have those conversations with people?
Yes, probably not as much here. I tend to find that the engineering talent we have here is, of course, focused on that public side of how are we marketing these technologies. And I love those guys because they bridge that knowledge gap that I really love, helping me understand, okay, how do we take this from engineering superpower into something digestible, approachable, and usable for customers? And so a lot of times the engineers we're talking about there, but we have quite a few distinguished engineers that I'd worked with. I did a Silicon One breakdown. And the hard part about saying all that is that I studied it really hard and promptly forgot a lot of those details. But let me just say, in general, I was fascinated. It was really interesting stuff. And a lot of it, though, had to do with me learning more about the fact that we're a fabless semiconductor company, which means we don't actually do the extremely hard work, as we're learning now with geopolitics and worldwide changes. You know, where do you make these things? Well, there's only a few places that even have the technology and the capability to do this. But we put our focus from the Cisco perspective into the smarts. How do we design the layout on these chips? How do we do absolutely everything right up to the point of actually physically manufacturing them? Somewhere in that, and I forget what the terminology is called, but that's where we hand it off. And so I am fascinated by those people, but it gets so deep,
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's hard to come back from sometimes.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Rob, as always. Truly appreciate it. We are going to head into our first Center Stage session of the day right now. First of many great Center Stage sessions in about 15 minutes. We want you here for all of them. We are going to join Guy Dietrich, Senior VP and Global Innovation Officer, looking back at a decade of the CDA program. Let's head out and join Guy Dietrich in Center Stage right now.
Well, good morning. Thank you all very much for being the early risers and joining us. I think you're going to be absolutely fascinated by what we're going to be discussing today. It's wonderful to see our Neticat instructors here as well. Thank you for joining us. The Country Digital Acceleration Program was started 10 years ago, which is just a staggering thing for me to think about. 10 years ago, we were doing our very best to respond to the needs of world leaders. They all had these new national digital agendas that had been released, and they didn't know what to do with them. And so we helped them pull together different projects, execution plans, budgets, to help them take the first steps into the digital age. But you know what? I'm going to go ahead and show a video to celebrate our 10th anniversary, and it will go into more detail on what the CDA program is all about. So if you would, please roll the video.
Happy anniversary, CDA.
Cheers to 10 years.
Congratulations on a decade of impact.
Happy anniversary, CDA.
I am so excited to celebrate the 10th anniversary of CDA. I have the benefit of having been involved when this program was created, and it's just been an amazing, amazing program for Cisco and frankly for the countries where we operate. It's so logical. If we're going to invest in a country, let's align those investments with the priorities of the head of state in the country. It makes us a better citizen in that country. It makes us more impactful, and it really makes the heads of state really appreciate what we do there.
Around the world, leaders were releasing these national digital agendas. The problem was that they didn't have execution plans. And so Cisco stepped in and said, listen, if we can help you by reviewing this national digital agenda, turn it into an architecture, create individual projects and execution plans and budgets, would that be helpful? And there was a resounding yes from these world leaders. We took their national digital agenda, created that architecture, created those individual projects, and today we operate in 50 countries around the world. In those 50 countries, we have created 1,600 individual digitization projects in every vertical imaginable.
That's 1,600 customers, 1,600 partners, representing 1,600 stories of co-innovation, co-investment, and human impact.
I've worked with the CDA to put patient and staff voices at the very heart of designing the hospital of tomorrow.
Thanks to the CDA program, Cisco was very important for us to develop our digital platform.
With your support, we created a blended training room that bridges distances and brings people together from all corners of the world.
We are so glad to be part of the CDA program here in the Nordics.
Thanks to CDA and Cisco's initiatives, Ukrainian students gain access to top-tier educational resources. Schools are receiving modern equipment. Government benefits from powerful digital solutions.
You have built trust with people around the world. That is not easy to do. And your impact is not only good for Cisco from a business perspective, it's amazing for the world.
When the CDA program was live in Italy, we were, as Cisco, front page of the main newspapers. We completely changed the posture of Cisco Italy because of CDA.
Digital Skills for Mexican Women of the 21st Century is a program in which we have certified nearly 2,000 women in specialized courses, representing over 600,000 training hours. Congratulations, Cisco, on the first 10 years of this program.
The Cisco CDA program has been enriching our GovTech community here in Germany and abroad for well over a year now.
And thank you for the last years where you, together with us, made the port of Rotterdam a little bit smarter.
The pressure on digitization is increasing every day. The disruptive technologies are there and they're changing faster than ever before. And no matter in which country we are, they're all looking for help from a reliable partner like Cisco.
Nós equipamos a balsa escola, com tecnologia para que essas populações com as quais o Senac trabalha, as quais o Senac atende, possa acessar a internet e possam acessar os cursos da Cisco. E isso transforma vidas.
The CDA program enables, through partnership of industry, academia and public service in the digital health sphere to create solutions for real patient problems.
Over the past decade, CDA has made a remarkable contribution to driving innovation and digital transformation in our city.
Over those 10 years, it's remained true to the original concept, which is to use technology to deliver better outcomes for communities, economic growth, and also potentially growth for Cisco as well.
For me, CDA is all about unlocking opportunities to demonstrate to nations, industries, and communities what's truly possible through technology innovation.
CDA, the power of it is not just in keeping you at the cutting edge and the innovation edge of digitization, but it also allows us to lift up communities, to connect the unconnected, to serve the underserved, and to do so many things for countries they couldn't do by themselves. That's the beauty of this program. It is Cisco's purpose manifested on the ground to power an inclusive future for all.
Congratulations to the CDA team on their 10th anniversary.
Happy anniversary, CDA.
Happy 10th anniversary.
祝福 CDA Country Digital Acceleration Program 10周年快乐.
Congrats to the 10th anniversary.
On behalf of all your friends at Intel, happy 10th birthday, CDA.
Happy 10th anniversary, CDA.
Chúc mừng chương trình Cisco CDA 10 năm thành công.
Happy anniversary, CDA.
Happy 10th anniversary, CDA.
And here's to 10 more.
Happy anniversary, CDA.
That is just amazing to see. I haven't been able to see the whole thing all the way through, so that was my first time as well. Extraordinary. Those are all of the people, or many of the people, that have made CDA successful, partners all over the world. As the innovation officer at Cisco, I'm responsible for two things. One is the CDA program, which we're celebrating today. The other is the Networking Academy and all skilling. And the reason that we've combined those two is so that we can skill at the speed of innovation. So as we're learning, as we're innovating, we are doing everything together with a single purpose to make sure that we have the most skilled, most advanced workforce in the world. Now, one of our partners that's not here today is Mikhaila Fedorov. Minister Fedorov keeps Ukraine connected amidst the war, amidst all of the turmoil. He and Valeria have stood steadfast and kept the drones flying, kept people talking to each other, kept communications open. I know he wanted to be here today, but in lieu of his being able to be present, he has made a video for us to send greetings. So if you would, please roll that video. Thank you.
Greetings from Kyiv. Thank you for inviting me to join the conference, and my sincere apologies for not attending in person. I'm excited to have an opportunity to speak today and express my gratitude to Cisco team for the consistent support and trust, as well as to talk briefly on results we've already achieved. It's quite an honor for our team to cooperate with you and become part of the country digital acceleration program. Together, we're working on advancing digital education, supporting young talent, and implementing cutting-edge technologies across the public and private sectors. Providing efficient and modern education during the full-fledged war is indeed a challenge for the government. I'm grateful for the support we've received under the CDA program. Almost 2,000 Wi-Fi routers and 1,000 web cameras have been received by Ukrainian schools. This is a valuable contribution for ensuring uninterrupted education in shelters, as well as supporting teachers in opportunities to give online lectures. Another joint big track on education is CDTO Campus. This is a special free educational platform for future innovation and digital leaders who will join government and regional institutions. So we make sure digital reforms will be continuing and fully implemented. Beyond education, Cisco has played a key role in supporting Ukraine's first sectoral innovation strategy, Win-Win, which focuses on cutting-edge digital transformation initiatives. One of the first strategies under this framework is the development of autonomous technologies and UAVs, helping to drive progress in agriculture, logistics, defense, and infrastructure. Thanks to collaborations like CDA, Ukraine is positioning itself as a leader in the future of autonomous systems. One more success story, the first augmented reality hub in Ternopil City. This state-of-the-art space is equipped with tablets, AR headsets, and hologram creation devices. And the best part, anyone can use them for free. The last but not least case of our cooperation is the launching of a full cycle of online marriage. Approach of our team in terms of digitalization is not to digitize the bureaucracy, but to do re-engineering of service. Thank you once again for your support and belief in a digital Ukraine. We have many exciting projects ahead, and we're confident the best is yet to come. I wish you productive conference and new milestones in 2025.
Yes. Minister Fedorov, imagine we think of ourselves as innovators. But we get to innovate in a very safe space. We get to innovate freely in laboratories, in centers of innovation around the world. He's innovating in the middle of a war and doing so at a pace that would make anybody jealous. Absolutely remarkable what he's been able to do. And he's done it all together with his partner, the deputy minister, who actually makes things run. He gets all the credit. Valeria actually keeps things going. And we're going to hear her story. And what's compelling here is that I can't think of a better example of CDA and its impact than what Valeria is going to be talking about today. It is the seminal example of CDA's impact in a changing and often violent world. So with that, I'd like to introduce Valeria. There you go.
Thank you. War. Its system will collapse. Well, world, let us prove you wrong, because it works. Ukrainian GovTech powers millions of citizens with state digital services. Its tech capabilities fuel civil and defense innovations, and its IT talents help global businesses solve their most challenging problems. Ukraine ranks 5th globally in terms of digitalization. Day by day, we advance our digital potential, so that one day you would say, Ukraine is definitely doing things right. Digital State UA, because it works.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be here today and have the opportunity to share the story of Digital Ukraine and the remarkable partnership which we have with Cisco within the Country Digital Acceleration Program. So first of all, I represent the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, which is the newest ministry in the Ukrainian government. We are only 5 years old, and we have a big vision. We want to build the most convenient digital state in the world. And over the past 5 years, we have conducted a huge number of digital reforms and digital products. I will show you the status quo for now. This is the latest e-government development index by UN, and today Ukraine is ranking 5th in the world in terms of digital services. For instance, in actually 2018, Ukraine was on 97th position. So quite a good progress, 97 positions in almost 6 years. So speaking about the biggest reforms and biggest, I would say, biggest impact, I can't but mention the extraordinary organizational structure which we now have in the Ukrainian government for digital transformation. In 2020, we have created a new position which is called Chief Digital Transformation Officer. Those people operate on the level of deputy ministers or deputy governors, and they are working in every ministry, in every agency, and in, of course, regional councils. Our minister, Mikhailo Fedorov, is also the deputy prime minister, so he can coordinate all of the reforms on national and regional level, and that helps us to really move fast with digital transformation on all of the levels. As I've said, we have really created lots of different products and I would say services for these past 5 years. But because we don't have too much time today, I would like to make an emphasis on DIA ecosystem. So DIA ecosystem is a governmental ecosystem which consists of 6 different products. The first and the core product is our state super app DIA, which is used by 22 million of Ukrainians, which is half of the population of Ukraine. And I would say that DIA today is installed on 70% of smartphones in Ukraine. So we have 28 digital documents available in smartphone. And by the way, Ukraine is the first country in the world where digital passports are totally equivalent to paper or plastic ones. We have more than 30 digital services available in DIA app, including DIA signature, which helps to open bank accounts online or to sign documents online. And of course, Ukrainians have been able to pay fines or to pay taxes through DIA just in 2 clicks, even before the full-scale Russian invasion. But when the invasion started, we had to shift our strategy, and we have created a lot of other services which we never thought about. Like, for example, when Russian missiles started to hit residential areas, people went to the shelters, and we understood that they don't have an access to news, so we have embedded TV and radio into DIA app. We have created a special service which gives an opportunity to Ukrainian people who had to relocate because of Russian aggression to receive an internally displaced person status and then to receive social financial assistance through DIA app. E-recovery, the service which helps to receive the compensation for destroyed or damaged property, and many, many other services which are available via DIA. We also have a state portal of public services, DIA, with more than 130 services available, including the fastest business registration in the world. So if you would like to open your business in Ukraine, you could do it online and just in 10 minutes or even faster. Apart from that, we are constantly innovating. And one of the biggest innovations of the last year is our service e-marriage, which we have developed together within the CDA program. By the way, this service was featured as a Time 100 Best Inventions of the Year. So speaking about digital transformation, it is really important that digital transformation kills corruption. We are always joking inside that Ministry of Digital Transformation is probably one of the best anti-corruption state institutions because we're digitalizing everything. We are trying to measure this anti-corruption effect. So these figures that you could see on the slide, they are related to a particular services which are already available through DIA portal. So it's not about the whole digital transformation, but we will continue to measure this, and with our progress, I think these figures will just grow. We have a lot of great experience, we have a lot of lessons learned, and we are ready to share this experience with the world. So I would say that we have opened the code of DIA. Right now it's just one document and one service, but we will continue to open more and more code so other governments could use our experience and digitize faster. We also are learning a lot from Estonia, who is our digital mentor, digital teacher, and we are very proud that Estonia also have learned from us in terms of the mobile application, and together we have developed a great pilot in 2023, which showed 85% of satisfaction rate of users, and just recently Estonia has launched their own app for digital services. We also have finalized discovery phases for several countries, which consists of a good report with explanation about digital infrastructure of these countries and whether the approach of state super app might be useful for these governments. When we are talking about DIA ecosystem, we also have DIA Engine. It is a low-code open source solution which helps to create state registries fast. So if you're a ministry and you want to digitize services, you need data. And of course, if you don't have the registry or the registry contains not qualitative data, then that's a problem. So this tool helps to create registries really fast. Another project of our DIA ecosystem is DIA City, which is the best tax regime for IT companies. We have launched this project 2 weeks prior to the full-scale Russian invasion. Today, we have more than 1,500 residents, and these quantity is just growing. Another great project is DIA Business, where we help to increase the level of digital maturity for small and medium enterprises. So there is a one-stop shop where SMEs could receive free consultations, information about experts, about digitalization. They can make networking. So you name it, and you will find anything you need to start or to grow your business in Ukraine. Apart from that, we have the network of offline hubs in 15 cities, including one in Warsaw, where Ukrainian entrepreneurs could come, could network, could actually share their products, could find partners, could find clients, and can make new connections. If we are building the most convenient digital state in the world, it's important that people have at least basic level of digital literacy. So that's why we really pay a lot of attention on the national level to that question. We have the national strategy for the development of digital literacy. We have a national edutainment platform for digital literacy and reskilling, which has more than 75% success rate. So this is a platform which contains content in edutainment format, in micro-learning format, in byte learnings, with personalized learning trajectories, with interactive simulators that actually motivates people to study and to learn more about digital skills. CDTO Campus, it's a great project where we prepare the next generation of digital leaders specifically for public sector. So ministers, deputy ministers, their teams, all of those people and those who would like to join the teams, they are studying in CDTO Campus and receiving the information, the knowledge, the expertise that they need basically to drive policies in their ministries. Just recently, the government of Ukraine has adopted the win-win innovation strategy, which contains of 3 pillars: strengthening innovation ecosystem, deregulation and opening markets, and prioritizing several directions. So we believe that investing in those directions and paying a lot of attention to these directions could help Ukraine to make the next digital and economic leap. So you could see all of them here on the screen. It's AI, secure cyberspace, defense tech, med tech, ed tech, and others. And already this year, we plan to launch centers of excellence for several of these directions, as well as we plan to start our operational work and build partnerships in order to boost these businesses. Just recently, Ukraine has opened an AI Center of Excellence. To be very honest, it was opened 2 weeks ago. We have really great plans for this year. So we make a big emphasis on AI for government efficiency and for ed tech. So I hope next time when we will meet, we can already show you some concrete projects. Apart from that, of course, we are paying a lot of attention to the development of defense tech. We have Brave One, our defense tech cluster. And today, there are already more than 3,000 developments when it comes to drones, unmanned robotic ground platforms, and many other innovations which are needed for Ukraine right now in order to defend ourselves from Russian aggression. Code UA, the great marketplace that was recently presented by our ministry and the Lviv IT cluster, which helps Ukrainian IT companies to tell about themselves on the world arena. Mriya, the new game changer. So this is our new educational governmental app that aims to change the educational system, to revolutionize it. So we are using AI in order to offer not just personalized learning trajectories or recommendations, but also to make easier to make the work of the teacher easier and give all the needed data analytics so teacher could focus more specifically on communicating with the scholar. Right now, this product is piloted in 40 schools in Ukraine, 100,000 users, scholars, teachers, and parents, and we plan to scale this application like really soon, starting from this year. We are also very proud that in December 2024, the Global Government Technology Center was opened in Kyiv, which is also a part of the Forum network, as you can see. The first one is in Berlin. For us, it's, I would say, it's a great achievement because this is a possibility for Ukraine to tell about our achievements in GovTech, about our great partnerships to all the world. And of course, a lot of things were done within or with support of the Cisco CDA program, and it is really remarkable. Remarkable, I would say everything, our partnership, the work of the team, the Ukrainian team. So special thank you to Guy, special thank you to Volodymyr Orlov, to Sergei Martinchuk, to all the team who is working with us on the daily basis. I would just once again remind you that there is really a big list of projects that was implemented, and now I will focus just on several ones. So this is our e-marriage service, starting from proposal via State Super App, and then basically agreeing on date and time for the procedure, signing a certificate for e-marriage. Then you could go through the full e-marriage procedure online through DIA app, and we are using WebEx technology for that, thanks to CDA program. Of course, it is very important to keep spaces safe, and by spaces, I mean physical spaces as well as cyberspaces as well, especially in education. So thanks to CDA, we're keeping our schools safe in cyberspace. We have the opportunity to use we have a lot of data, and we have an opportunity to use like really top-notch dashboards that help us to understand the situation on different tracks, on education, on regional digital transformation, on telecom, which we are using on a daily basis, and it helps us to make better decisions. Apart from that, we are doing a lot of great work on the reskilling side and promoting digital skills. We have lots of new content which was developed within CDA program on DIA education platform. In 2023, the first immersive multifunctional hub was opened in Ternopil. This is a great place. Ternopil is a relatively small city, I would say, and this hub is located at the basis of university. But the amount of innovation which is coming from there is just fantastic. Here you can see just one example. This is the app for rehabilitation, which helps with the help of VR sets, art therapy, and direct communication with the doctor to fix the progress of the patient during the rehabilitation process. So this is just incredible how technology could really not just change lives, but they could really return back the quality of life. When it comes to CDTO campus, Cisco is a technology partner within the CDA program, and we are very happy that we have an opportunity also to have the top-tier content for our CDTOs and digital leaders. We have lots of plans for digital Ukraine for the next 5 years. Of course, it's the development of AI strategy and basically using AI. To be honest, we are already doing lots of things and piloting them, but I hope that in a year or two, we could really showcase you some great new things which we are doing with AI. We plan to promote and boost innovations in Ukraine. Innovations should become a new national idea for Ukraine, and we are working on that. We are doing a lot of work on the world arena, talking about digital Ukraine, innovative Ukraine, and we are very open and ready to share with the world everything we know in this particular sphere. And of course, when it comes to the continuation of our partnership, we really have some great plans with CDA to strengthen all the results that we have for now and to increase them in GovTech, in cybersecurity, in AI, and in innovations. With that, I would like to thank you one more time to Cisco team and to CDA program for this great opportunity to strengthen our digital transformation and for our partnership. So thank you, Guy, thank you, team, and thank you, dear guests, for having me today.
Thank you, Valeria. Thank you, Valeria. In closing, first of all, again, a huge thank you for coming out and hearing our story. The Ukraine CDA story started the day they were invaded. We sent metabuses to the border, so as women and children were coming over, leaving their husbands and partners back to fight the war, we were able to get them, provide basic medical care, provide basic mental health care, and allow them to make the transition as smoothly as possible. The next thing was Netacad stepping in and training 10,000 Ukrainian women when they realized that it wasn't going to be just a few days, it was going to be a few months, and then maybe a few years. And they needed to get employed, they needed to be trained up. And so we started Start IT, and our Networking Academy friends skilled up 10,000 women in security and networking and started new careers in Poland. There's going to be a point, very soon we hope, where Ukraine is going to transition. They're going to go from a war footing to a peace and rebuilding operation. We're going to be there for them too. We're going to commit to building the safest, most secure, most connected, most digitized country in the world. And I think we can all pray that that happens very soon. Thank you again for joining us.
Welcome back to the Cisco TV broadcast studio, coming to you live from the World of Solutions show floor right here at the RAI in Amsterdam. It's so good to have all of you with us here on the live stream. We have just finished up another great center stage session with Guy Dietrich, Senior VP and Global Innovation Officer at Cisco. So Guy was looking back at a phenomenal decade of the Country Digital Acceleration, or CDA program, and the transformative impact of CDA's strategic investments and partnerships across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Cisco has spent 10 years, it's hard to believe, in collaboration with customers and partners driving innovation, strengthening digital infrastructure, powering communities. And at this very moment, Guy's team is out there hustling him off the stage and out of his microphone so he can come over here and join us in the studio, where I will get the chance to dive a little bit deeper with Guy and give all of you an exclusive behind-the-scenes interview with Guy and a special guest. So stay with us here on the stream. While he is making his way to us, we're going to go out to Rob, who is in the WAS at the CDA booth. Hey there, Rob.
Hey, so Steve, hang on for a second. I want to banter with you again for a moment. Cool. So you recognize how nice this car is, right? There's a Maserati, and there's a story behind it. We're going to hear the story in just a minute. Okay. But look at all the incredible technology that's on it. There's probably a lot that we can't see, but it's a beautiful Maserati, which drives like no other vehicle, right? I can't afford it, but I never thought about the fact that they probably wouldn't even want me driving it. So I am particularly excited about the autonomous driving, because that may be the only way I get to experience a vehicle like this.
I still wouldn't let you behind the wheel, Rob.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But hey, let me introduce you to Fabio. Steve, thank you so much. I'm going to walk over here, and he's going to be talking to Guy Dietrich, I believe, in just a moment. Yes. But Fabio, you have been part of CDA for Italy for the entire last 10 years, and really have been a great exemplar of the program. So I wonder if you could set this up for us and tell us what's important about the celebration. Congratulations, by the way. And what's good for us to understand. Welcome.
Yeah, CDA is built to help customers to accelerate digitization. Of course, digitization is not only technology, it's also organization that changes, processes that changes. So we help customers in the process of digitization to accelerate. For example, with education in collaboration with Networking Academy, in very critical area like critical infrastructure, transportation, public sector, of course, but also in the private sector like industry, or for example, for healthcare that is very critical to digitize. So we help them since the beginning to build new projects, and of course, we are at the edge of the innovation. That is very important. To do this, we work in ecosystem in collaboration with others, because a customer doesn't expect only Cisco technology, but also to build a solution. So we work in collaboration with startups, with centers of research, universities, to create an overall project with the higher value to help them to digitize. And here we have an example, for example.
Yeah, tell me, I love the sexiness of this example. Hands down, you guys nailed it. This car is so beautiful. Yeah. And we have the university, we have the
Polytechnic of Milan. Yeah, Polytechnic of Milan is an excellence because it's an engineering university, one of the best in Europe. 30% of students come from abroad, not only Italian, for example. Yeah. And we start to collaborate with them because they are an excellence for autonomous driving. They know very well, for example, how to create new laws, because every country, there is not a European law. Every country has a different law for autonomous driving. So we are in a process to help also the public sector and the Ministry of Transportation to create the laws to speed up the autonomous driving projects. So we started to work with them with this car. Yeah. This car has run in the Mille Miglia historical race in 2023 in a smaller part, in 2024 in a bigger part, and now in the evolution we are bringing this technology in the cities with a different car. Is a Fiat 500. This is a utility car, for example.
Okay, that makes more sense to me.
Yeah, most used by cities, and not everybody can have a Maserati, for example.
City services.
And so we are running, for example, a new car sharing project for autonomous driving. No? And typically, what's happened that the citizen at his house call, ask for the car service. The car in autonomous driving arrive. Use the car, drive where he has to go in this destination, leave the car, and the car in autonomous driving come back to the center, and if it's an electric car, to recharge, for example, and give also sustainability in the project. So this is pure innovation in collaboration with the Polytechnic of Milan, so university, in collaboration with other company, to build an overall solution with the CDA program.
And I would imagine the students that are working on projects like this have dreams of going to work for a Maserati. I mean, those are coveted engineering positions, I would imagine, just as one small example.
Yes, yes. Of course, student has given a very important support, okay, because we need this kind also of innovation.
I like that interaction because that's where all of my energy comes from, is usually the youth.
Yes, yes. And of course, they are part of the project and they give us a big contribution. For this reason also, we are using Networking Academy to help them to understand how technology, Cisco technology, could help them to build a project. Because in this car, there is a lot of technology. Let me say that 30% is Cisco, but 70% is part of other company.
Which is a fantastic point to bring up in terms of what you do. I joked earlier calling you a matchmaker, and that's probably a gloriously unhelpful term in terms of all that you do, but you're responsible for promoting ideas and helping expose people to the benefits of digitization, but then bringing in all the necessary parties that ultimately are required when we talk about big societal change or things that are going to benefit the community at large.
Yes.
Taking those big next steps are not going to be about us selling routers and switches to the latest enterprise organization, right?
Absolutely. This is the reason, for example, when we start the CDA program, we start to work with the government, with the Prime Minister, because we need...
So you establish that first?
Yes, first. Yeah. Typically first, Chuck or Guy Diedrich go to the country and have an agreement with the Prime Minister, because we need also that the government will drive all the project and will help us to use this project, because the government has a strategic role to build new laws, to build new processes, and this is fundamental.
But they don't do it on their own.
No, they need our help.
And we don't do it on our own.
No, they need our help, and we need their help, of course, because they have the power to drive new rules, new laws, for example.
Yeah.
And so it's a very interesting and funny project, and we are very proud because we help to drive new evolution, new services for the citizen, and with sustainability, with new technologies, and
I think that's fascinating. Appreciate you taking the time to join us today. So thank you. I think we're going to go back and continue to dive a little bit deeper with Steve back in the studio.
We are indeed. Thank you so much, Robin. Thank you, Fabio, for walking us around that. That Maserati is just exquisite. All right, as promised, we've got the man and woman of the hour, Guy Dietrich, Senior VP of Global Innovation Officer here at Cisco. Guy, first of all, congratulations on a great center stage session a few minutes ago, and thank you for running straight over here to be with us.
My pleasure. Thank you for having us.
Truly appreciated. And then, in this particular moment, we get to get very, very personal with all of this, which I really appreciate. So, Valeria Yonan, so glad to have you with us here, Deputy Minister of Foreign Euro Integration for the government of Ukraine. Nice personal part of this story, so we're really an honor to have you with us, Valeria. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's start kind of at the foundation. Let's talk about the collaboration between Cisco CDA and governments and really dive into that and put the two pieces together. So Guy, let's start with you for a moment. Valeria, I want your input too. Let's talk about what the CDA program is at its core and how it works on a daily basis.
Yeah, thank you. CDA was started 10 years ago. This is actually our 10th anniversary. And it was started as a result of digitization becoming a critical part of governments and their strategies. They had come out with these national digital agendas. And they really weren't sure what to do with them because they had paid a consulting firm an awful lot of money to develop it, and they got a PowerPoint.
Never heard that before.
Yeah, well, they got a PowerPoint, and Cisco stepped in and said, listen, we're going to turn it into a national digital architecture for your country, individual projects, budgets, and execution plans, and we would be first money in. We would fund pilots and proofs of concept to help them mitigate the risk and really experience the power of digitization. Well, that was 10 years ago. Now we're in 50 countries around the world. 50 world leaders have chosen Cisco to help them make some of the most important decisions they'll make as a country for their citizens over the next 20 years. We've done over 1,600 individual projects. It's just a remarkable program, and of course, Ukraine has been such an important part of our success.
Incredible. We talk so often about Cisco trying to make a positive impact on the world beyond the technology that we build and the partnerships that we're able to create. And in this particular case, this is boots on the ground work. This is exactly what it's all about. So Valeria, you've been not only a driver behind all of this, but a beneficiary of all of this as well. What has your experience with CDA been?
Well, I would say that they are not just trying, but they succeed with CDA program. Ukraine is a very extraordinary case. So in our case, the Ministry of Digital Transformation was created in 2019, so we were the newest ministry in the Ukrainian government, and we really work to build the most convenient digital state in the world. So we have some great results, but of course it won't be possible with a great partnership with private sector partners and with such projects as Country Digital Acceleration Program, which really helps with expertise, with support all the way. So for these 3 years that we are working together since the signing of MOU, we have implemented really a huge number of projects and products which really change lives and help to change lives of citizens.
And I love that aspect of the story. We don't talk about it enough. We love to dive deep into the data. We love to dive deep into the technical capabilities. What we tend to sort of gloss over is what is the real experience in terms of outcomes for human beings. So I'm so glad that you touched on that.
So first of all, let's start with the education. When it comes to building the most convenient digital state in the world, you need that people have at least basic level of digital literacy. So we are doing lots of great things on upskilling for digital skills and for reskilling. So preparing citizens and making them future ready for the professions of the new world. Another great thing is CDTO Campus, where we are preparing the next generation of digital leaders for public sector, and it's really important. If we want to build a safer and digital world, we need, talented but also skilled ministers, deputy ministers, teams all over the world. So we are starting with Ukraine right now, and we already have taught more than 450 students all over Ukraine. That's huge.
That's huge.
You would see, if you would count its digital teams as well. So this is something that we can see real impact then in policies, in some concrete products, and basically, in the end, it has an impact on citizens' lives as well. Then I can't but mention our state super app, DIA, which is used by 22 million of Ukrainians. And one of the best services that was featured last year in Time Best Inventions of the Year is e-marriage. So this is a possibility to have a marriage fully online. This is a full cycle from proposal to actually receiving a marriage certificate via DIA. So this is, lots of great examples. I believe Guy could also add to that with great projects on the energy side as well.
That's right. One of the things that we've been trying to do is to support all of the needs that we possibly could in Ukraine. And you can imagine from the actual outbreak of war, from the full-scale invasion, from that moment to today, there's just been an evolution of requirements and needs. And we've been able to pivot very quickly. So as the energy grid is attacked, we're able to keep it up and running together with Mikhaila Fedorov and others in Ukraine. We're also able to provide connectivity so that people can stay in touch with each other, even in the midst of what is really a war-torn region right now. And we're able to skill people up because, I'll give you a quick example. When the invasion first happened, you saw a massive exodus of women and children. They had to leave, and most of their partners' husbands turned around and went back to fight the war. Well, when they realized it wasn't just going to be 2 or 3 days, that it was going to be weeks and months and now years, they realized they needed to get skilled up and they needed to get jobs and they needed to provide for their families away from Ukraine. And so we were able to train up 10,000 Ukrainian women using the Networking Academy, providing skills around cybersecurity, networking, programming, so that they could be employed and provide for their families. We are just there for them as their needs transition, as their needs evolve. We do the very best we can to meet those needs.
This is just an incredible, incredible story, and it's one of those stories that really puts dimension on everything that Cisco is and Cisco does. Guy, thank you for the incredible work that you've done, not only over the past 10 years, specifically in the case of Ukraine. Valeria, thank you for bringing this story to us. It's a story that we don't get to hear all that often, so we're really grateful for your presence here at the show and for helping to share that story with us. Both of you, congratulations.
Thank you.
And well done, CDA. Just keep on going, rocking it out. Really good to have you here with us. We are going to take a very quick break. Where am I? Back over here? Back over here? Back over here? Yeah, sure, why not? So we're going to take a very, very quick station break for a moment. But while we do that station break, we're going to have a little hacking fun. Don't go away. Enjoy the video. I'll see you back here in just over 1 minute. Here we go.
A hacker doesn't always look like a hacker. A hacker's at home, everywhere. A hacker comes in many forms. He's interested in everything. He can work alone. But with a crew, so much better. A hacker is free.
With Cisco, protecting your business from cyber attackers is simple. If it's connected, you're protected.
Oh, man, do I love that video. That's one of my favorites. I've seen that a few times. Just makes me smile and laugh every single time. Welcome back to the live stream coming to you from the RAI here in Amsterdam. It is so good to have you with us, attending Cisco Live 2025 Amsterdam from wherever you happen to be tuning in from all over the world. A quick reminder, do not forget social media. If you see something that you like, that inspires you, that excites you, if you want to grab a screenshot, if there's a quote that you want to share out, please do that on your social media platform of choice. Just make sure that you use hashtag Cisco Live EMEA or at Cisco Live EMEA so our social media team out here can see it, respond back to you, and make you a part of the event. But again, grateful to have you with us. Cedric is here in studio with Enrico Mercadante, Managing Director of EMEA Networking. Cedric, I'm going to send it over to you.
Thank you so much, Steve. This is actually a session I'm really excited about because Enrico is actually my boss in real life. But Enrico, ciao. How are you today?
Ciao, good morning. Very good.
How have you been experiencing Cisco Live so far? I know you've been very busy when I looked at your calendar earlier.
It has been hectic, but super energizing. There is a lot of vibe in terms of innovation with customers and partners, so it's fantastic.
Great. I know that you're really interested about quantum technologies, and there have been quite a lot of sessions here at Cisco Live. For those who don't understand quantum technologies, can you tell us a little bit more about what it is?
Okay, so first of all, who can tell you that he understands really quantum mechanics? He is lying. So it's quite a complex, let's say, technology. However, the results are amazing. So if you have quantum computers versus traditional computers, the quantum computers can solve certain problems in a much faster way. So traditional computers could take hundreds of billions of years to solve certain problems. Quantum computer can do it in minutes, certain specific problem.
Okay, so it's all about timing. It's all about doing it quicker and faster. You're our MD of networking in EMEA. How does networking come into the game around quantum computing?
So it's pretty exciting because quantum computing, as I said, is a trend on how you solve some complex problem, and it has a lot of application in terms of an impact in terms of, for instance, healthcare or a simulation of very, very complex environments like ecosystems, so it will help with sustainability. It has a lot of ramification and implication in the real life in the next 5-10 years. However, it has also a dark side, which is the cybersecurity part of it. So with the quantum computer, you could break some of the algorithms of encryption and key negotiation we are using today. So there is a whole trend around post-quantum cryptography, so having a cryptography that is resistant to quantum computer attacks. And so this is one of the key aspects we are, let's say, looking at in Cisco and in the industry, so post-quantum cryptography. However, in the near future, you would like also to have quantum computers speaking to each other in a native quantum way. So instead of exchanging bits, they would exchange qubits, which are photons that are encoded in a quantum way, if you want. So in this aspect, you would need to build a quantum internet. And so this is a super exciting theme for the future.
I mean, I'm listening and I'm like trying to digest it because this is becoming quite hardcore for me. You tapped on one part that I think is crucial, which we talked about a lot during the show as well today, like this week, and that's security, right? Like we mentioned that like the network is the backbone of all the infrastructure that's going on, and like the network is required for the infrastructure to work. Why are secure networks so important right now, right? We had people in from BT that talked about the critical infrastructure and that emergency services are running on that. But like, why is it important? Like, what are you hearing from our customers? Like, why is it so important to have secure networks, and how do we do it at Cisco?
So we don't have to state about the importance of cybersecurity. I mean, today, the digital supply chain is vital for the business, for the life, for the globe. And so in order to achieve that business resilience that we want to achieve in a digital world, you don't have only to have a secure network. You have to have a network that participates in the security posture and improve the cybersecurity posture of the companies, of government organizations. So it's an active role of the network in terms of detecting and mitigating cybersecurity attack. And I think this is the real shift that is happening now. The network is really becoming the center where you implement the cybersecurity. And we at Cisco, we are super well positioned for that.
Yeah, because we talked about networking quite a bit as well this week. We were over at the showcase earlier. We talked about Wi-Fi 7. We will talk about that a little bit more. What are you seeing that is going to happen in the next few years as innovations around that kind of networking topic because now it's becoming more and more the center of attention, like again?
Yeah. So if I look at the next couple of years, it's definitely the convergence of cybersecurity and networking. That's a key innovation. For instance, SASE is, it was, let's say, a vision, architectural vision a couple of years ago. Now it's really, really happening. And Gartner says that 65% of the customer in the next 3 years will require SASE. as one solution from a single vendor, and we are here to provide that
We're
solution.
uniquely positioned for that.
Absolutely. And so that's one thing. The other thing is to automate and simplify the networks. Once the network are reaching every corner, let's say, of the earth in terms of IoT and connecting everything, so the vision that we had 10 years ago of Internet of Everything is happening right now. And by the way, it's also happening in the space now, because we are also beyond the earth and connecting things. So once this is being developed, it's becoming very, very complex to manage and secure this network. So automation and AI operation on top of the automation is critical. Also because the skill is really a problem for our companies. And we cannot have enough people that are really able to understand and run this network. So we need to take the brains of these people and put them to build a fantastic automation and AI operation tool to make it more automatic. And so this is the challenge of the future.
Because let's double click on that AI part if we can, Enrico, right? I know a little bit of networking. I know that we've talked about like self-healing networks and everything around that. How do you think AI is going to impact the future of networking?
So AI will accelerate, let's say, this automation journey, because it will make it much easier to set up and run these networks, but also improve the cybersecurity aspect of it. Just a couple of examples. When you have to do radio planning for a Wi-Fi in such a complex environment, if you use AI, you can do it in a really plug-and-play way. Whereas if you had to do it with a traditional radio frequency planning, it would be much harder. And so this kind of very basic but very important, let's say, items that you can solve with AI are absolutely important. And also, for instance, we have it in showcase here at Cisco Live is the AI assistant, who will help us end-to-end on cybersecurity collaboration networking to solve some operational problems. That's also a very important step.
Yeah, and double-clicking on that AI assistant, Enrico, I think networking used to be a very complex topic, but we're also trying to make it easier for companies so that their engineers can basically like spend most of their time on like building those secure solutions, and that the maintenance around it becomes kind of like more automated, as you said. AI assistant fits into that. It's a very user-friendly UI, etc. Can you tell us a little bit more about how that works and how we bring that portfolio together?
So at Cisco, we are one of the companies where we have much more data than anyone else to train this kind of algorithms, right? So I think it's also our duty to give back to the ops people, the net ops people and the sec ops people, this kind of intelligence, give them back time, basically, and give them back an aid to make things quicker and better. Of course, you need always the human in the middle. I mean, the self-healing and self-configuring networks are definitely a vision, but we are getting there slowly.
So you said that we always need someone in the middle, right? For the years to come, like, what are the skills you think are most important for people in that area of networking to develop, so that they're basically equipped for what's to come? Like, what do you think is like kind of the key skills? Like, it could be technical, it could be soft skills. I'm really interested in that kind of learning part.
Absolutely. So a basic set of skill will never disappear. So if you are in networking, you have to understand networking, you have to understand cybersecurity. However, on top of it, you have to understand the whole new world of AI, so LLM, and in the future also the model, how you model the world. So not only the language, but how you model the physical world, because this is very important with IoT. So an aspect of understanding really the AI and how it's done, for sure. And then also some soft skills like more broad vision and collaborating with other people. This will be very important because the networking is, let's say, is becoming very multidimensional, right? So it's in all aspects of our life. Okay, so digital is really spread around, and so the collaboration skills are critical for the future.
Great, and I think at Cisco also with our Networking Academy, we're trying to tap into these skills, into kind of building them out and kind of setting up the network engineer of the future.
Yeah.
To close us off, Enrico, what is something that you thought that really caught your eye here at Cisco Live? Because we have many that dial in or that kind of watch the live broadcast, and I always say they have to come next year. So why do you think somebody needs to come here to Cisco Live next year?
So next year is all about more innovation, is more about more collaboration, and is all about more AI into the network and into digital.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much, Enrico, for this conversation. I know Steve is going to talk about 40 years Cisco innovation. That is not the case, Steve. Okay, great. I'm still going to try back to you.
I appreciate it, though, Cedric. We are actually headed into our next center stage section, about 45, 50 seconds or so from now. So we're going to end up throwing it across the floor. Kelly Jones, our Senior VP and Chief People Officer at Cisco, is with Jacqueline Carter, Senior Partner and Director of North America for the Potential Project. They are going to talk about the power, the promise, the potential of AI, specifically when we look at leadership. So, what is the AI-enabled leader framework? They're going to walk you through some practical experiences, examples of the way AI leaders can do harder things, but in a much more human way. We'll get tips and strategies to enhance leadership effectiveness with AI. How do we harness AI ethically and responsibly? As always, glad to have you with us. We're going to head out to center stage. We'll see you right back here on the other side. Away we go.
Good morning. It is so nice to see you all. Let me get up my little stool here. I'm Kelly Jones. I'm Cisco's Chief People Officer, and I'm here with Jacqueline Carter. Jacqueline is a researcher. She is an author. She is I kind of call you a leadership expert. Can I say that?
Thank you. That's sweet. Yep.
Yes, I've been working with Jacqueline for years with Cisco on the leadership side, and there's some really interesting research that we're going to get into later that Jacqueline's done around really how to unlock human potential through the use of AI. And so I'm so happy to be here doing this with you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kelly. It's great to be here and really wonderful to be able to see so many people interested in a tech conference, but interested in focusing on human potential and how to be able to leverage AI to support our leadership.
Yeah, and that's actually a great segue. There's been a lot of breakout sessions on AI this week. I'm sure you've heard about a lot of things. We're going to do something a little bit different. We're actually going to talk about how to unlock human leadership potential with AI. And I was just chatting with someone in the audience. I think sometimes when we have the discussion about AI and humans, it goes to a dark place. It can immediately go to catastrophic, end of the world, end of humanity. And we kind of want to flip that narrative a little bit and talk about how to actually use AI to become a more human leader. And the reason that we're focusing on this today, if you think about leadership, over the last 10 years, I would say nothing has changed as much as leadership. The expectations we have of people leaders now, if you look at coming out of the pandemic, changing sentiment from employees that we see, multi-generations in the workforce, now the anxiety that people are feeling from very large, I'm going to call it geopolitical strife. There's a lot of turmoil happening right now in the world, and so people leadership is more important than ever. And I'll actually share something with you unrelated to AI, but I think it's really important, and because you're here, I'm guessing you care about this. Individuals who feel that their leaders actually care about them as a person are 3 times more engaged at work and exponentially higher performance ratings. And I share that with you, that's Cisco data. We look at sentiment data, performance data, everything, and we correlate it. So the time you spend as a leader with the employees on your team pays back exponentially. So leadership is important. I think we'll start there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say I think you're absolutely right, Kelly, and I'm sure many of you would agree. The other thing that we see from a research perspective, and again, you probably don't need data to back this up, but leadership has never been more challenging. And I think it is at this intersection, as Kelly said, in terms of all these geopolitical forces, but not only that, the expectations of employees. One of the things that we see is, and again, many of you probably can appreciate this, is that employees have higher expectations that leaders do more for them, when at the same time, we know that leaders are struggling to be able to meet the basic needs, and the pressure from above just continues to come down. So the key thing, and this was really what we focus on, so I'm Jacqueline with the Potential Project. We're a global research and leadership development organization, and our passion is really being able to support leaders and being able to unlock their potential at work. And it was really interesting when Gen AI came really to the forefront. Of course, AI has been around for a long time. But we're partnering with Harvard Business Review, and they reached out to us and they asked us if we would actually do research on the impact of AI on leadership. And we actually said, we're not AI experts. Are you sure you want us to do this? And they said, no, but you're leadership experts. And they said, what we specifically are interested in is how AI is going to impact leadership. And that's really what we wanted to talk to you about today. And one of the key things that we found in our research is many of us are asking what AI can do for us, which is a great question and really important, but not enough people are asking what AI can do to us. And this is really the intersection that we want to get into today.
Yeah, sounds great. And so I think we have two kind of key takeaways that we'd love to leave you with. One is how AI can enhance your leadership abilities. And Jacqueline's going to share a model with us that actually I've been using. I find very useful to be able to kind of integrate into my daily life. I've actually been using it for work and personally, so hopefully others find it valuable. And then we're going to give you some concrete things you can do today and take with you out of this session that will actually help you enhance your leadership skills with AI. So I think maybe we turn it over to you. Maybe you can walk us through the model and we'll go from there. Oh, actually, one other thing. Cisco Live style, we're going to do a demo. So we're going to actually not tell you about it the whole time. We're actually going to do it. And so maybe you can walk us through the model a bit and then we can get into the demo.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so what I want to walk you through, and this is based on our research, we've interviewed over 350 senior suite executives. We've also done a ton of data collection looking at employees as well as their leaders, how they're embracing AI, and specifically really looking at how AI can enhance the way leaders lead. And based on that, we came up with this model, which we call the AI Augmented Leader model, and I want to walk you through it. Starting out with one of the key things, and our focus is specifically on the mind of the leader. So if we want to look at how AI is going to impact us as leaders, the first thing that we need to think about is what is the operating model of the mind? And very simply, there's three things that we do from a neurological perspective. The first thing we perceive, the next thing we do is we discern, and the next thing that we do is we respond. When we look at that from a leadership perspective, we boil those down into three key essential leadership qualities. Awareness, so being aware of what's going on inside as well as aware of what's going on around us. The next thing in terms of the discerning capability of mind is that wisdom, that ability to discern, to be able to make good decisions, make good judgments. And then compassion, and we define compassion as the ability to do hard things, but do it in a human way. So compassion isn't about being soft, it's not about being nice, it's really about, as leaders, stepping into the challenges that you face every day, but being able to do it in a human way that helps people to be able to hear the messages you deliver and keeps people, builds trust as opposed to destroys it. And now essentially then we look at, okay, so what does that mean in the context of AI? And we really look at this as both and. It's not an either or. We really see AI can really help us to be able to enhance our leadership. From an awareness perspective, human beings are amazing at providing context. AI doesn't know where you are or who you are. It doesn't have the context in terms of your team, your organization, but it is amazing at being able to provide content. So the marriage of both is the power of the both and of AI and human. From a wisdom perspective, human beings are amazing at being curious, at asking out-of-the-box questions, at thinking of things that, again, AI in its limited data-based mechanism won't necessarily have. And again, AI is amazing at providing answers. On the compassion side, human beings, fundamentally, we can care. We have our heart, our connection, our ability to create purpose and meaning for our people. AI has amazing algorithms that help us to be able to support us in being able to do those hard things in a human way. And this is really, bringing this all together is the AI Augmented Human Leader. And again, as Kelly said, but we don't want to just talk about it. We want to actually do a demo. And as with any demo, this may or may not work. So the tech team back there, I just want to say my hat's off to them because they have been amazing at being able to help us do this. But we are going to go live to ChatGPT, and what we're going to do is we're actually going to walk through a real scenario and just show kind of how this model works and to hopefully to be able to inspire you to be able to see how you can use it. Kelly, are you ready for this? Because, it might not work. Are you ready?
I'm a chief people officer. I'm ready for things that don't work all the time.
Okay, that is great. That is great. All right, so I'm just going into ChatGPT, and we're also testing the Wi-Fi here. But I'll just start out with saying, hi there, are you ready? We're going to do a demo. We're here at Cisco Live. Are you ready to help us to be able to enhance our leadership with your knowledge and skills?
Hi there. Absolutely. I'm ready to help. Let's enhance your leadership skills together.
Is the sound quality okay? Can you guys hear it? All right, good stuff. All right, so I'm here with Kelly. She's going to provide you with a scenario, and then what we're looking for is to be able to have some really key insights in terms of being able to support her with her leadership challenge. You ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready. Looking forward to hearing Kelly's scenario. Let's dive in.
All right. All right, so the first step in the model is context. So Kelly, are you ready to provide some context?
Sure. I'll give him a scenario.
Yeah. You go.
Are we on?
You're on.
Hello.
Great.
So, hi. So I have an employee who is not meeting an expectation that I have, but this employee has been dealing with some personal issues and has had some personal leave and has only recently come back. And I'm not sure their frame of mind to hear this feedback, and I don't want them to think this feedback is because they've been out on leave. I want to make sure I'm clear. How would you recommend that I have this conversation?
It's important to approach this with empathy and clarity. Start by acknowledging their personal challenges and expressing support. Then focus on the specific work expectations and provide constructive feedback. Make sure to separate their performance issues from their time off and emphasize that you're there to support their success.
So Kelly, what did you think?
I thought it was okay. The empathy and compassion starting with, I would have given that same feedback if I was talking with someone about how to do it.
Yeah.
The bifurcating the on leave piece, I would love to hear a little more about that. Because if I think about, I've actually coached leaders on this real life scenario. You know, it's one thing to just say, this has nothing to do with the fact that you've been out for 3 months.
Right.
It sounds like it's because you've been out for 3 months.
Right.
And so I would love to get a little more, I'd love to click into that a little more because I didn't find that as useful.
Yeah, all right, go ahead.
Still listening?
It's still listening, yeah.
So thank you for that feedback. Can you say more about how to separate the leave from the performance? I'm a little bit worried that this is not clear.
Certainly. You can clarify this by explicitly stating that your feedback is about work performance and not related to their time off. You might say something like, I want to discuss your performance based on our usual expectations, and this isn't connected to your recent leave. This way, you're directly addressing the concern and reinforcing that your focus is on their work moving forward.
Yeah.
I liked something about that because he said usual expectations. You know, I want to talk about this in the context of the usual expectations. And I think if I were doing this, I would do that, and I would maybe remind what those are.
Yeah. Well, maybe let's move into the wisdom piece of it. So I think that that's really the context, getting content. But what we want to do then is start to really drill in and see if we can actually ask maybe some tough questions, like what would be a bad way to do this? Or it could be like putting it, I know Cisco has some amazing leadership principles. Maybe there's a way to be able to integrate it into specifically how you have that conversation, tying it to Cisco's leadership principles. What do you think in terms of some good questions to be able to unpack this a little further?
Yeah, I love the how could this go badly.
Yeah.
I actually use AI for that a lot, where I give it an idea and say, tell me why this won't work, and it's brilliant at that.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's give it a shot.
Yeah.
We're still in the same conversation?
Yeah.
So give me an example of how this conversation could go badly, and how might I prepare myself for it?
If the conversation starts with a critical tone or focuses too much on what went wrong, the employee might feel defensive or misunderstood. To prepare, emphasize a supportive approach and ensure you acknowledge their efforts and challenges. This helps build trust and opens a constructive dialogue.
What do you think?
I like that, and I think the more trust you have already, the easier that's going to be. And the wisdom piece of this is, you know, and I've used this before, you know your employees better than the machine does.
Yeah.
And so he agrees. So the wisdom piece is a little bit about, if it gives you something that says, nope, this is not going to work with this person, I know them really well, that's where you come in and edit, I think.
Well, maybe it's good to actually move into the final step, which is really that heart-centered aspect, right? So, and I think you're already going there. It's like how to be able to make sure the person feels valued, make sure the person feels seen. Is there something specific that you might want to ask again to really tease this out a little bit more?
Yeah. Let's give it a shot.
Okay.
So thank you for that. How might I do this in a way that ensures that the employee in the conversation with me comes away knowing that I do care about them as a human, and that this feedback is in the spirit of helping them improve, and it's intended to be positive.
Start by expressing appreciation for their efforts and contributions. Then, frame the feedback as a way to support their growth and success. Emphasize that you're there to help them and that you believe in their potential. This way, they know your feedback comes from a place of genuine care.
What do you think?
I mean, I think it's good.
Yeah? Do you want to maybe give it a try with another scenario to see? Like, I think we've kind of unpacked that one.
Yeah. Let's do something really tough. I think sometimes the human side of leadership, because we deal with whole human beings. We don't deal with the work version of Kelly and the home version of Kelly. Kelly's a complete human. We sometimes get things that have nothing to do with work. So maybe I do a really tough one that has nothing to do with work.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I could use your advice about something.
Of course. Feel free to share the scenario, and I'll do my best to help.
So I have an employee who has a partner who is suffering from terminal cancer, and I'm trying to support them in this scenario and ensure that both myself and the company are there for them in the way that they need us to be. I'm not exactly sure how comfortable they are sharing details of their scenario, but I want to make sure that we're as supportive as we can be. What should I do?
Start by expressing your concern and letting them know you're there to support them. You can offer flexible work arrangements or resources like counseling services. It's also helpful to check in periodically to see if there's anything they need without pushing for details. This approach shows you care while respecting their privacy.
So I like that. The thing I would add to that is, and I think this is going to be important for all of our companies, the resource piece. Where what are the resources? Yeah. What I find is sometimes people aren't aware, what's there. So when you think about the evolution of these systems and the closed systems versus the open, wouldn't it be great to be able to say, well, tell me at Cisco, what do you have? How can I support my employee? What can I share with them? Yeah. What did you think?
Yeah. I think it's still a little bit generic. And I think that's one of the things, one of the rules that we have around AI is whatever AI we are using right now is already the worst AI that you will ever use. And I think we can really see that. Like for those of you, probably like maybe raise your hands, how many of you have been playing around with different AI tools? I'm sure I'm in the right audience to say that, right?
Audience.
And so I would say, like in my experience, and Kelly, you've been playing around with a long time too, is that it's still quite generic. It always says, start by showing empathy, start by showing that you care, which is a good thing. But what we found actually in our research is the more, like every time we do a demo, I'm actually surprised we can already see it's adding more detail, it's asking more provoking questions. And I think the real, opportunity here is to be able to, continue to press it to dig a little deeper. And ideally, and one of the things, and Kelly, is one of the things that we talked about, like we can also share, here are some of my biases. Like, this scenario that you're talking about, like, I don't know, maybe, and you could just do it for the demo purposes, but maybe you can say that I'm concerned about really becoming emotional myself. Yeah. Are there tips, are there strategies that you have? And to really be able to see if you can tease out a little bit more insights. What do you think?
Yeah, we should do that. Can I ask you a related question first, though?
Yeah.
I'm intrigued about this topic of empathy.
Yeah.
Because, when we think about the model, AI is not empathetic.
Yeah.
Can it be designed to be empathetic?
Yes.
Are we entering in an era where, so for humans who, we want to have empathetic leaders at Cisco who can connect with their teams, but that's hard to train.
Yeah.
It's hard to train people to be empathetic. I don't know if you can.
Yeah. I will say, first of all, you can train people to be empathetic. That is something that is really important. I will also say, and this is something really interesting, is that the AI systems, and many of you may have already experienced this, are getting better and better and better at imitating human emotions to the extent where people are actually saying in certain scenarios they find the AI more empathetic than most human beings. And these are, I think this is really interesting for all of us, right? And if you've ever had the experience, like with a chatbot, like it'll pause and it'll say, oh, I'm really sorry you're feeling that way. Whereas sometimes, a hurried employee or a hurried leader may not take that time to pause. And they have unlimited time. The AI doesn't have another meeting that they need to rush off to. So one of the things we're seeing, especially around empathy, is these systems are getting really, really, really good at being empathetic. The key thing based on our research, what we found, is that human beings at the end of the day do not want to be managed by AI. They want all of the positive feedback, like work efficiencies, all of those things. But when it comes to the messiness of the interaction and the dynamics of employees and their leaders in the workplace, employees actually prefer a messy but authentic human being than a perfect, empathetic, pretending, like it's not actually empathetic, but an empathetic tool. So I think that that's a really good thing, and that's one of the key things. We do not believe that leaders will be replaced by AI, but what we're seeing in terms of the advancement of these tools, and again, maybe this little demo is inspiring, or maybe you're going, oh, that's not so helpful, but stay tuned because it's continuing to advance. What we believe is that leaders who do not use AI to enhance their leadership will get replaced. So the key thing is really use it, play with it, just like we're doing here.
Yeah.
So again, I don't know, do you want to give it one more try in terms of how it might ask that, or?
I will give it one more try, but I want to add one thing to what you just said. So the conversation we're having at Cisco about leadership in this is, you can't replace many of the leader elements, but what you can replace is some of the tactical management things you do as a leader.
Yeah.
So, part of our role in HR and in IT, I share this with Fletcher, our CIO, is to reduce the friction, and reduce the drudgery from daily work. So if you can figure out how to use it for some of the more operational management things, then it actually allows our leaders to lead with more of the human skills.
And this is exactly it. I mean, human beings have had amazing history of introducing tools that have great promises. I mean, how many of you remember, I'm trying to just look at the age of this group, how many of you remember that email was supposed to save us so much time? Yes, yeah. How is that working out for you? Not so good, right? So AI is another one of those tools that we could absolutely look at and say, oh, it's going to be great, it's going to save us time. The key thing though, and this is one of the reason why we love these kind of conversations, is because we need to make sure that we get on top of it. So Kelly, exactly to your point, we need to make sure, okay, yes, it can save us time, but what are we going to do with that time? Are we going to, get on another meeting, get on another email, get on whatever it is? Or are we actually going to use that time saved to be able to have real human conversations, real human connections? And I think this is really that critical moment that we're seeing, because AI, as you said, I mean, it could actually make us, and this is our research, what we're finding, it could make our world more mechanistic, more bureaucratic, more driven based on systems and data, as opposed to being able to create a more human world of work. If we want to actually use this tool as a force for good, we need to get on top of it. We need to make sure that we're in control and really injecting the human element of our amazing AI systems.
Yeah, I would agree. We're at a bit of an inflection point.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, thank you for answering that. And I've lost the thread on what we were asking.
I think, well, maybe what I'll do is, hopefully, did you get a sense of the demo? Can we put that aside? Yeah, you get the idea? Then maybe what I'll just share is a couple of other things that we're seeing from a research perspective. And specifically, so this idea, as I said, is really constantly this kind of toggling back and forth, just like we did in the demo, really using AI as kind of your pocket companion to be able to support you in your daily leadership. And the key thing that we want to just put on the table is that we recognize that human beings have amazing strengths and amazing limitations. AI has amazing strengths and also some limitations. And the key thing about being able to get the best of both is so we understand, human beings, we have our intuition, we have our care, we have our curiosity, but we can be emotional, we can be biased. AI has that data and analysis, that algorithm strengths. At the same time, it can be mechanical, and also it can be biased based on the data sets that it's trained on, or actually who it is that programmed it. So the idea of this is really to get the best of both. And one of the things, and Kelly, you and I have had conversations about this, one of the things that we've seen in our research is we are here promoting using AI to enhance your leadership. So that's the bottom line. At the same time, though, we are seeing some serious risks. And just to be able to throw out a couple of those, for example, what we're seeing already from a data perspective, heavy users of AI start to actually get cognitively lazy. Just to give you an example of that, how many of you have asked AI a question like, write a communication for me, and it comes back and it's in perfect English, it's actually so much better than I would have written it, and you just want to hit the easy button and just say send. But people will know that's not you. People will not feel that that's authentic, even though it's a perfectly crafted communication. But you need to make sure, and this is one of the things we're seeing, and that's just a simple example, how to make sure you take advantage of that time saving that it's created a draft for you, but you need to make sure you add that human element. And what we're seeing again is that the risks are that we could become cognitively lazy, we can actually be more disconnected because we're not having enough human interaction. We can actually use the tool to hide from being able to bring our emotional intelligence to the table. And you talked about empathy. Again, the tool is amazing at being able to imitate empathy, but leaders need that human connection to be able to connect with empathy and lead with compassion. So those are just a couple of other reflections. And maybe I'll just share. I don't know, actually, Kelly, did you want to share any reflections? Because we've had lots of conversations about this.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I have to say, in a company our size that has as many leaders as we have some really great leaders. And then we have others who maybe it's not naturally and intuitive to them. So I'm really happy to hear the we can program it to be empathetic, because I often feel that when a leader is in a critical conversation and maybe it doesn't go well, it's never because they are misintended. You know, it's usually that they don't have the capabilities to do it. So to the extent that we can program empathy and help enhance it and just give something to think about. You know, I actually love the how could this conversation go wrong question. It'll give you some really great stuff when you ask that. But,
yeah. And the other thing that you can do, and again, maybe some of you have tried that, you can actually ask it to role play the conversation. You be the employee, and I'd love to role play this conversation with you. Or you can switch things around. You say, I want to be the employee, you be the leader, and let's again role play the conversation. So all kinds of ways. Or you can actually say, you know, that example that you had, Kelly, I've been told I'm not very empathetic. What are 5 things that I could do to really help me enhance my ability to be able to genuinely show up and show people that I care? So just in terms of what we are seeing, in terms of where to from here, a real development journey, the key thing for us is in the age of AI, we need to play with the tools, as we've done, as we've talked about, but we need to double down on our human qualities so that we can make sure that we're able to leverage the potential and overcome some of the risks that I talked about. And for us, it's really 3 key steps. The first one is we really need to become masters of context, really being able to see things from multiple different perspectives, to be able to ask those questions, to be able to look at going from perception to perspective, to really make sure that we can see through to be able to use the tool well. We also need to double down on our wisdom. We need to master questions. We need to have that critical thinking, that judgment, because again, it's too easy to just say yes to AI and not make sure we're asking the critical questions. And finally, we need to double down on our empathy. We need to double down on our compassion. We need to double down on our heart. This will be the core thing that enables us to be able to support our people in these challenging times, is to be able to help create that sense of connection. And again, AI can help.
I think that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
So I think the model is really useful. I hope you took a picture. If you didn't, I think that there's a deeper way to go on this topic. If you'd like to explore it more, Jacqueline actually has a book out about this. We have a conversation going on LinkedIn about this. I will tell you, those people that do the work that I do, it's a fascinating topic. When we think about the future of work, you know, you really can only look at this stuff in the horizon of about 12 months because the technology is moving so fast. You know, anyone that tells you this is where we'll be in 5 years, it's impossible to know that. So a couple things I would just like to leave you with. If you've not, I know everyone in this room is probably very familiar with this, but I don't know if you've used it in your leadership. So play around with some of the prompts. You know, get in there, share this with your teams. If you have a team of leaders, there are all types of things that you can do to actually enhance your leadership. The navigating tough conversations one is powerful. Now, I will say, if you're someone who has a difficult time navigating hard conversations, it will allow you to role play it enough so that you're so comfortable when you get in the room to do it, it creates a better experience for both you and the person that you have to give the message to, which is really what you're trying to do. But I would start with just play around with some of the prompts. Utilize the technology kind of in service of being a better leader. And the last thing I would leave you with is each company has some guiding principles around this. And you mentioned Cisco's guiding principles earlier. So we have certain things we expect of a leader. So training our internal model on our principles will then help if we go in and ask these questions. Give me feedback in the spirit of the Cisco leadership principles. So it will make it even more relevant. Whatever your company principles are around this, make sure you're using them or you're training the model to understand them. And they will help you in these coaching pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And in terms of, I think, other practical tips, just to double down on what Kelly said, really, you know, play around with it. And at the same time, like, really start to notice the ways that, you know, it can actually help you get insights into yourself. Like, that's, I think, one of the key things is many people, and again, I know many people at the conference here, are looking at different ways that we can use the technology in terms of being able to enhance our decision making. But for specifically, and I think that's really what we're promoting, is what do you know about yourself as a leader? What are your challenges? What are your limitations? How can AI, really leveraging the algorithmic potential that it has, help you be able to gain and really uplift your leadership? Because I think at the end of the day, we really need all of you to be amazing leaders. You're already great leaders, and we believe that with AI, you can actually enhance your leadership and really level up to be able to support the challenges that we're all facing today.
Yeah, that is very well said. Thank you for spending time on this topic. The fact that you showed up for this session means you care about your leadership, so I appreciate you investing in yourself. And thank you, Jacqueline, for the engaging conversation. And if you want to keep the conversation going, maybe go forward. This is the book I mentioned earlier, More Human. Jacqueline and her coworker Rasmus have put this together. And if you'd like to continue the conversation on LinkedIn, there's a big conversation going on around this. Feel free to join us on LinkedIn for that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the broadcast studio. As always, we are so delighted to have all of you with us here on the live stream, coming to you in real time from the RAI in Amsterdam. We have just wrapped up another fantastic center stage session. Kelly Jones, our Senior VP and Chief People Officer, was joined by Jacqueline Carter, Senior Partner and Director of North America Potential Project. They were talking about unlocking human-centered leadership with AI. There is so much power and promise and potential around AI. And that means that leaders have this phenomenal opportunity to leverage AI as a tool to enhance the way that they lead. But what leaders really need to know is, how do we do the hard things in a more human way? AI can help with that. How do we harness the power of AI ethically, responsibly? Well, that's the job of a leader to figure out for their organization. In just a few minutes, we're going to have Kelly and Jacqueline right here in the studio, sitting right over there with our own Alpa Tankaria. They'll do a follow-up conversation and give you a little behind-the-scenes insight. Before we get to that, though, we are going to send it out to Cedric and our RF team, who are out at the Purpose Pavilion. Hey there, Cedric.
Hey, Steve. How's it going? I'm really excited to be here at the Purpose Pavilion, as you said. I would say giving back to the community is a very big part of our Cisco DNA. I don't know that much about it, although I do volunteer every year. But DC, who is with me right now, she is a senior communications manager, and she is our expert of purpose, right? So DC, how's it going?
Hi there, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. It's been quite a couple of steps for me today already, but
Nice.
it's good to stand in one place for now. What's happening behind us here? We have 40 years of Cisco innovation, but how does that link to our purpose?
Exactly. So we're celebrating Cisco's 40th anniversary, which is huge, but that also means we're celebrating Cisco's 40 years of impact. As you've seen in the sessions throughout the whole week, we use our technology to bridge gaps, positively impact communities, drive sustainability, and so much more. And this is all building up to and supporting our overall corporate purpose to power an inclusive future for all.
So what's happening behind us? This is a theater, and I've seen loads of people here earlier this week. It was really popular, but what kind of sessions are being hosted over here?
Yeah, we're covering a lot of different topics. So we're here in the Purpose Pavilion in the World of Solutions. We have a theater showcasing a bunch of speakers and subject matter experts across a variety of topics: sustainability, digital resiliency, social impact, public policy, and they all intersect with our technology and then also with our purpose.
Okay, that's one side of the Purpose Pavilion. There is another side as well, which is very interesting. Right, I think it has
to walk you through this
Let's do
area.
that. Let's do that.
So, in addition to the theater that we have behind us, we also have a give back activity for attendees to participate and get really hands-on. This is an incredible local organization called Shelter Suit, and what they're doing is we can help build and manufacture these products that give immediate shelter to those experiencing homelessness. So, it's similar to maybe a sewing class that you took earlier, and you cut out the fabrics and help them manufacture it.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much for that, DC. As you can see, I did a magic trick, like going around the camera people to meet you on the other side once more. What is also really exciting, and that's behind me, is our Cisco Crisis Response team. It's actually like a team that basically, when something happens, like let's say an earthquake or anything like that, like they go in there the first there to kind of help us get everything connected again. And I have a good friend of mine, Matt, with me. Matt, how are you doing today?
Doing great, thank you.
Great. You are responsible for that crisis response unit team, basically. Can you tell us a little bit more, because there is a lot of like interesting equipment behind us. But first, let's get started with like a really good explanation of what that is, because I think maybe mine was not as complete as yours.
No problem. So again, Cisco Crisis Response, we're a small team within Cisco that focuses on disaster and emergency response, external facing to Cisco. So there's about 12 of us that do this full time, and then we have about 800 volunteers who are other Cisco employees who will help out. And we help out in a lot of different ways. We help with technology, we help with people with technology expertise, as well as cash and product grant funding to nonprofits. So we'll go all over the world and help out. Typically it's going to be government, critical infrastructure, first responders, and nonprofits. And everything the team does is pro bono. So we have some of our solutions here we can take a look at. We have these different kit-based solutions that we can take all over the world. Sometimes we'll send them out and folks can set them up themselves if they have the expertise. We can also send a team. When I say I'm responsible for anything with blinky lights, boots on the ground, or wheels that turn. So in the US, we also have some trucks, the Nerve trucks, that will go out and provide connectivity.
So Matt, how does it work when something happens? Like, how do you guys get like activated? Like, how does it come to you, and then how do you get everyone there? Because I would assume if it's kind of like a disaster, like an emergency, like, it might be hard to get there as well. So like, how does that work?
Great question. So we're always looking at the news, monitoring current events, and the way we work is we do everything through partners and at the request of some of those kind of agencies that I talked about before. So when we see something happening, ideally we already have a relationship built and we can reach out and say, hey, we know you know about us, but here's a reminder of what we can do to help. If we don't have those relationships, the Cisco sales teams will help us with that outreach. And then we always try to have a conversation to say, what problem are you trying to solve? Because it's not just send me a truck, send me a kit. We say, hey, what connectivity do you need? How many users? What are they doing? And then we'll bring the right tools for the job. When it comes to actually going downrange, we have a lot of support from Cisco through our travel teams, a lot of back-end support, also security, making sure that our teams are safe out in the fields.
And I love that. Like, I work at Cisco, some of you might know this. I just love it that we do that for the community, and that it's like the company is so supportive of bringing everybody together and basically trying to solve those disasters as quickly as possible. This is a lot of equipment behind us and so on, Matt, but I would like to hear a story of like a memory of what you have been involved in yourself, and how our Cisco technology was able to show that impact and to basically get the world up and running again.
Man, there's so many of them. I've been on this team for 15 years because I absolutely love what I do. We'll talk about some of the more recent ones. So the wildfires in Los Angeles. So Hurricane Helene was a big one in the U.S. Lots of communications impact. We actually sent 3 different teams downrange. My favorite part about that, so I'm the manager of the part of the team now. My favorite part about that is just seeing everybody in action, seeing how the team comes together and really works to solve problems. And we did it. I'm just so proud of the team and the amazing job bringing all the technology, establishing connectivity very quickly, being responsive to the needs. Hey, we need help over here, we need help over there, and we track all the sites. Where is it up? Where is it down? How do we bring what we need to do the right job?
And what's next, Matt, for this? Because I feel that you keep, 40 years of Cisco innovation. That means this kind of team, this kind of program has evolved as well.
Yes.
What's going to be the next thing that you're about to do, in terms of the next step?
I'd separate that out maybe into kind of 2 categories. So there's always the tech side of it, keeping basically abreast of current technology. Wi-Fi gets faster, 4G, 5G, 6G, low Earth orbit satellites, so being able to provide faster service and to more people. So that's kind of the second piece of it, which is expanding our impact. So when we're not going to disasters, we work on what we call capacity building. So we do a lot of training with other organizations, nonprofits, government, in how to do what we do. So basically expanding our impact. And there's nothing special about it from a networking perspective. It's just kind of the passion of the people behind the scenes that make it all come together.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much, Matt, for this. Also, on behalf of everyone at Cisco, our leadership teams, and everyone that you've touched, basically, thank you so much for what you're doing for the community.
I couldn't imagine doing anything else.
Awesome. We're so glad to hear that. A real hero. Thank you so much, Matt. Now, with that, we're going to go back over to the studio to Steve. Steve?
Fantastic. Cedric, thank you very much. Great job out there, as always. Thank you to DC in the Purpose Pavilion, and a special thank you to Matt with the Cisco Crisis Prevention Team. It's, as always, one of the most intriguing and hands-on and inspirational technical spots that we've got here at any one of our Cisco Lives, putting literal boots on the ground when and where they are needed most, showing exactly what Cisco is all about and the way that we protect communities at any time and at any point in the world. I love, love, love their story. So, as promised, our hosts from the last Center Stage session are now here with us in studio. We've got Kelly Jones, our Senior VP and Chief People Officer, along with Jacqueline Carter, Senior Partner and Director of North America Potential Project, with our own Alpa Tankaria. Alpa, I'm going to send it right over to you on the other side of the studio.
Thank you, Steve. I'm so excited to be joined here by you both, Kelly and Jacqueline. Very warm welcome to you. How are you both?
Thank you. Great. It's been a great week.
Yeah, I'm great. It's so inspiring to be able to see in such a tech conference that we get to focus on being human.
Absolutely. And let's dive more into that. So we've been talking a lot about AI, right? So I'm really curious to know AI and leadership, and more specifically, get your views, Jacqueline, on what are some initial steps or best practices for integrating AI into our leadership approach?
Yeah, I think the first thing is just to recognize that so many people are looking at AI from a technical perspective, but not many people are looking at it from how it can enhance our leadership. And I think that's the first kind of pivot, is to start asking those questions. And the opportunity would be like, well, how can I be a better leader? What are some of my weaknesses? What are some of my limitations? And can AI actually help me as a companion to be able to support me, like whether it's being more effective in my communication, having a difficult conversation. So the key thing, I think, is really to look at it and be curious, and then to start playing.
I love that. It's curiosity and exploring and knowing and untapping that potential.
Yeah.
And Kelly, I'd love to come to you next. What are a few personal ways that you use AI and this structure?
You know, it's interesting. I've actually been using the technology for a very long time. And I was having a conversation with someone the other week, and I think they were surprised, saying, you're a chief people officer, don't you know all of the stuff about leadership? And the reality is, I feel like, we talked about this on stage, self-awareness is so important. It's such an important part of this. And so I use it as a tool all the time, because we can also have our own biases, you know, so being aware of those biases. And when you're able to ask it a question, I will sometimes use it to role play a scenario. You know, like if it's something I'm coming into a difficult conversation and I want to role play the conversation, I will actually use it for that and have it kind of speak back to me and help me think through things I might not have originally thought of. Particularly when delivering tough messages. You know, when you're delivering a hard message, it's the how do you deliver the hard message in a very human way. And sometimes I think in our desire to get the message across, we skip through that. And so if you start with that in the prompt, like I'm trying to deliver this message in a very human-centered way, you know, what are the things I should avoid? What should I not do in this conversation? It can be really helpful.
Oh, I love that. I wouldn't have actually thought of that. So thank you. That's also a great tip. Yes, do you want to add to that?
I can add to that, because the other thing that you can do with AI is really leveraging its ability to know more than any human being, right? So in terms of like to build on Kelly's scenario, you can say things like, okay, I have a diverse team. I have people from these different cultures. I have people who have this neurodiversity. I have people that, you know, have in the past have this history. And again, like it can take all of those complexities that again are overwhelming for us as mere human beings and use that algorithmic potential to be able to say, okay, here's some things that you might not have thought about. And again, it's really not about whether you're an amazing experienced leader like Kelly, obviously, or a first-time leader that's, you know, just really new to the role. What we see is that across the board, there's always, I mean, leadership is tough, right? Yeah. There's always complexities. And AI, we can really use it. But at the same time, This is not about over-relying on AI.
Yes.
We need to make sure humans always need to be in the driver's seat.
It's the right balance. And actually, what you've just said has just made me reflect. AI is actually opening up us to be more inclusive and accessible to everyone's unique needs.
That's exactly it, if we use it properly.
Yes.
Because I think that's what Kelly shared, is that on the other side of it, if we just let AI run the show, we could actually be in for a very dark, dismal, disconnected future. So I love what you said, and that's exactly it. It's the potential to help us to be able to be more inclusive, to be able to respond to diverse needs, things that, again, we as human beings would not be able to process, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Good. Okay, so a final question for you both. Could you provide some examples of how AI has successfully been used by leaders to improve team dynamics and address common workplace challenges? So I'll come to you first, Ken.
I can give a couple I've seen, and maybe I can pass it over. Some of the things that we are dealing with now with trying to connect these very globally diverse teams, I've seen leaders use it to come up with ideas of my favorite, I think, is like difficult deadlines where you have teams spread out all over the world, and how do I create this sense of community? You know, we're still very much hybrid. You know, we're in office sometimes, we're not in office all the time. And so this ability of creating community, it will generate ideas for that, which has been pretty powerful. I've seen leaders use it for ways to navigate conversations with people they don't know very well. You know, where they're trying to kind of get that rapport, and have actually asked the system to like, tell me, how do I build rapport with someone that is new and I'm trying to build trust and relevancy with this person? But I'd love to see what you...
I've seen so many examples. We could spend a lot of time on it, but I mean, exactly like you say, like basic team building things. You know, one leader said, create a game for my team to be able to help us to be able to enhance our ability to get to know each other better. Like, I wouldn't have thought of that.
Yeah.
Or, you know, a simple example would be, like I shared in terms of team dynamics, like having actually every member of the team, if they're comfortable, to be able to share, you know, their personality type. Like if organizations use a standard kind of personality test, whether it's, you know, Myers-Briggs or different things, and then we can actually say, okay, now wait a minute. I know you're an introvert and I'm an extrovert. How does that change the dynamics of our conversation? And that could actually be, okay, so if we're having a conflict, based on what you know about me, is there a way that maybe, you know, maybe this is just my introverted self, and it can help to be able to say, maybe when you have that conversation, you can have it in a different way based on, again, these standardized understanding of different personality types.
I love this. This is so inspiring. You're really giving some great tips, and to our viewers at home. This is brilliant. Thank you. And a closing thought from each of you. Is there anything that you'd like to leave our viewers with, perhaps?
Oh, I think the biggest thing for me is the future of leadership is deeply human leaders. So it's a little bit of a build on what you said earlier, but like I want to just emphasize it is incredibly important that we bring the humanity around these systems.
Yeah.
You know, we cannot let that fall. We're at a little bit of an inflection point where we need to make sure we keep the humanness in leadership.
Yeah. I will double click on that, and I'll add that so many people are looking at what AI can do for you. Not enough are looking at what AI can do to you. And Kelly and I have talked a lot about how the positive potential of AI, but AI is an active agent that is learning and it's listening, and it also has many risks. And I think that's why, again, we need to bring out the best in our humanity so we can leverage its potential and overcome some of the risks.
And go beyond.
And go beyond.
Go beyond.
Exactly. That's exactly it. Yeah.
Thank you both so much. It's been an honor to speak to you both. And thank you so much for your insights to myself and to our viewers. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And on that note, Steve, I'm going to hand over back to you.
Thank you so much, Alpa, and go beyond. So grateful to Kelly and to Jacqueline for stopping by the studio, sharing this inspirational story with us. Truly appreciated. Keep up the humanness between leadership. Man, couldn't have put it better. Congratulations to both of you on a fantastic center stage session. Right now, we are going to hear from a few of the 18,000 customers and partners who are here with us this week in Amsterdam. When we come back to the studio in just about 60 seconds, Alpa is going to be sitting down with Sarah Walker for a great conversation. Don't go away. Great to have you on the live stream. Away we go.
Cisco Live is amazing. Cisco Live is very knowledgeable. Cisco Live is awesome.
Cisco Live is inspiring.
Cisco Live is fun.
Cisco Live is connection.
Creativity.
Massive.
Innovation.
Amazing.
Speezy.
Is wonderful.
Excitement. Energy. Cisco Live is tasty.
Cisco Live is partnerships.
Cisco Live is learning about new technologies.
Cisco Live is the perfect occasion to talk about tech.
And it's a crazy future of the world that we are living every day.
Something for everybody. different people, old friends. It's been great, learned a lot from different sessions.
Highly recommend this event. It's the best community that we can get in our IT world. Cheers.
Welcome back, and I've got so many amazing guests. And talking about amazing guests, Sarah, welcome. I'm joined here by Sarah Walker, our Vice President UK and Ireland. How are you, Sarah? It's great to catch up with you again. We spoke earlier in the week, so welcome back. How are you?
Thank you very much. Yeah, really, really good.
Good.
What a fantastic week.
Amazing, and loads of great announcements as well. Yes. So are there any particular announcements you think our customers should be particularly excited about?
All of them. All of them. What's not to be excited about? But I think thinking about our UKI market and some of the things that have been really important to our customers when they're looking at what do they need from Cisco and what innovations are they hoping that we come to the market with. Two key standouts for me. The first is our next generation switches. So with programmable DPUs and Hypershield integrated, that is an absolute game changer in terms of that network and security integration. And I think it speaks of the harmonization that we're trying to create now within our portfolio development. So that's really, really cool. And the other is our AI servers. So creating that easy kind of adoption point and making AI and that compute capacity more accessible for our customers, and then managing that in a more modular and scalable way, I think will be a game changer for us.
Amazing, totally agree. And as you've been, making your way through the exhibition and speaking and meeting with customers, what are their reactions to this? Are there any key themes coming out of the conversations you're having with them?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, overwhelmingly positive, and I think this is probably the best Cisco Live we've had, certainly in my time at Cisco. And I think there's a few things. There's the simplicity of the way that we're taking our messaging now to the market. The harmonization of our portfolio, that development now all through G2 and his leadership team.
Yes.
Our customers and our partners can see how thoughtful and how considerate we are about how we bring that integration together, so that harmonization across security, network and data center, our consideration of how AI becomes integral to what we're doing in terms of product development, just the difference it will make for our customers when we're thinking about how they scale. So we're creating those, as I say, kind of easier adoption points.
Yeah.
But yeah, really, really positive. And I think it's great to see this time around the investment in the network again. So, we are still a networking business at the core, and while we've had loads of great announcements over the last year around security, to see networking back at the heart of what we're doing, and just how much innovation we've seen in the first 6 months of this year has been, really, really, really good.
Absolutely, and G2 mentioned Cisco networking as a platform, as the core. It's where it all started 40 years ago, right? So maybe let's go back to 40 years ago, and I'm going to ask you, Sarah, have you had a chance to check out the 40th exhibit?
I have.
Yeah.
I have a trip down memory lane. So I've been in the tech industry for 3/4 of that, which makes me feel incredibly old. And as my daughter always reminds me now, I'm older than the internet, which is a beautiful point of conversation. But it was really interesting. So kind of doing the walkthrough, I started in the tech industry in 1997. And the month after I started in BT, actually, Cisco launched the IP 7940 series phone. And we were one of the first contact centers to use it and adopt it. So seeing that in the cabinet and reflecting back to almost 30 years ago, when that was absolutely revolutionary at the time and a complete game changer for the way that we operated within the contact center where I started. So, and it's incredible when you think of just how far we've come in that long time, and the size of the servers and the racks that we've got on display there versus the optics that G2 holds that's this big on stage, and what we've created over that time. So it's been great to see the heritage. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for sharing that, Sarah. And I mean, another great 40 years ahead of us and more. So thank you for joining us, and I'm now going to head over back to Steve.
Thank you so much, Alpa. Great to have Sarah back with us. We got to talk to Sarah at the beginning of the week here at Cisco Live 2025 Amsterdam, and to get her back in the studio, I don't know how she does it, because she's in demand, getting pulled in every different direction. Another quick reminder to keep reaching out to us on social media using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA and at Cisco Live EMEA. When you hear a quote, something exciting, you see a great technology that sparks an interest for you, something that you want to comment on, our social media team would love to hear from you and make you part of the event here in Amsterdam this week. Right now, we're going to go out to the world of solutions, where Cedric is catching up in the sustainability zone. Hello, Cedric.
Hey, Steve. I would say I'm in the land of green. It's not the latest Wicked movie, but it is indeed the sustainability zone. We've been here a couple of times already, but I now have a good friend with me, Allison, who is a sustainability strategy manager at Cisco. Allison, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm great, thank you. Having a wonderful week.
Awesome. What's your highlight for Cisco Live so far?
Oh, just all of the partner and customer conversations, hearing what everyone's doing and what they're interested in. It's just so much fun.
Awesome, great. But we're here, as I said, in the sustainability zone. We're highlighting, we have a huge footprint this year, once again. Why are we highlighting sustainability so much at Cisco Live right now?
Yeah, I think quite simply because our customers are asking for it. Our customers want to reduce their energy usage and their energy costs. They want to utilize their physical space as efficiently as they can, and they want to reduce e-waste. And also because Cisco cares about it. You know, we see sustainability as a way we can add business value whilst also reducing our impact on the environment. We've actually been focused on sustainability for 20 years at Cisco, and we want to help our customers and partners and suppliers do the same.
So we're talking about customers are kind of showing a lot of interest, Allison. We have many great solutions. How are we helping them getting to their sustainability goals?
Yeah, I think it starts with how we design our products. So looking at how we design more energy efficient products, how we help our customers modernize their data centers with those more energy efficient products and utilize their spaces more efficiently. I think it's how we help our customers future-proof their workplaces by using things like IoT solutions to bring together energy, networking, and data to monitor things like lighting, heating, cooling in a more efficient manner. We're also helping our customers with the way that they purchase. So how do they purchase more sustainably? An example of that is Cisco Refresh, which is our remanufactured product line. So it's products that have already been in circulation. We'll responsibly take them back at no cost to our customers, free of charge. We will then responsibly remanufacture them, reuse them, or recycle them to make sure they don't end up in landfill. And our customers can make those purchasing decisions up front by purchasing Cisco Refresh. That line comes with the same warranty, the same services as a brand new product. So our customers can feel safe and secure that they're making great purchasing decisions with that same great warranty. And also, I just want to touch back on, I mentioned that take back and reuse program that we have. We will take any product back from a customer worldwide. I think it's like a best kept secret, and we really want to encourage all of our customers and partners to utilize that program.
It's not a secret anymore right now, Alison, because I think it's behind me and we'll visit it later today, so that's going to be awesome. But it's really great to hear that we have an end-to-end story about sustainability at Cisco. I've worked with some of our customers as well in like kind of the smart buildings and so on, so it's great that we show all of this technology here live for them while they can attend the conference. We've talked about our clients and customers right now, but what are we doing internally at Cisco to reach our own sustainability goals? Because I think that's kind of where it all starts most likely.
Yeah, and I think one of the more visible sustainability goals we have is that we want to be net zero by 2040 across our entire value chain. So that's a really visible way that we're working towards our environmental sustainability plan, but we actually have a bunch of actions that we're taking. So we have a larger environmental sustainability plan called the Plan for Possible.
Okay.
We launched it a couple of years ago, and it's really what the whole company can rally behind when we think about the choices that we're making internally. That environmental plan, the Plan for Possible, has 3 focus areas. So the first is that we're focused on helping to support the transition to clean energy. So an example of that is what we're doing in our own operations, how we use more renewable energy in our own operations, and how we encourage our customers, our partners, our suppliers to do the same. Another example in that space is our industrial IoT solutions, how our products can be used by infrastructure grid providers to help modernize the grid, to help bring more renewable energy sources onto the utility grid. So that's the first priority.
Okay.
The second is around evolving to circular models. So we spoke a little bit around how do we design products to be reused, remanufactured, kept in life longer. Exactly. It's how we evolve our business models to work in this circular way. So that's that second priority area. And then the third priority area is around how we regenerate the ecosystem. So we're looking at how do we think of the complex relationship between humans and nature and the earth, and how do we invest in solutions, how do we invest in startups, how do we invest in technology that looks at how we use resources better, how we invest in clean energy and those circular models. So there are some exciting kind of investment opportunities there for Cisco as well.
Yeah, so these three priorities, it seems a lot like we have a huge team at Cisco that focuses on this. But I believe when we spoke before this, we're not doing this alone, Alison, right? Like, how does it work? Like, how does this interlock with our partners, with our customers, like maybe with government? Like, how does that all work?
Yeah, I think that's one of the, in my opinion, amazing things about sustainability is that we can't do it alone. You know, Cisco can't operate in a vacuum, so we really need to work with our customers. Our scopes of emissions are their scopes of emissions, so we need to work together to get to things like net zero. We need to work with governments to help inform policy. You know, we're a big company with, you know, a bit of clout, so we can work with those providers to inform policy. We can work with other ecosystem partners from across the industry to really pull together and create solutions that no one player could make alone. So it's really a group effort when you think about the sustainability space, and we're really hearing that from our customers, from our partners, and from our ecosystem.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much, Alison. I know this was your first Cisco TV interview, so good, like, well done. She survived my deep stare, as people tell me, right? We'll be back at the Sustainability Zone later. We'll check it out, a few more of these booths, and we'll have some more sustainability talk as well in the studio later on. But now we're going to go back to Steve.
Thank you so much, Cedric. Great job. Sustainability, such a core aspect and driver of everything that we do here at Cisco, positively impacting the world. Thanks for bringing that to us. And Alison, great job for your first time out. Well done. It is time for our next center stage session. This time, we're going to talk green tech. So how do we drive growth while we also solve environmental challenges? We've got Mary Dewasaki on deck with us. Mary is Senior VP Chief Sustainability Officer here at Cisco. She is being joined by John Copland, Senior Director of Cisco Investments, very important, and Patrick Muller, CEO of Core Power Ocean, one of our fantastic partners. So you're going to meet some technologists who are driving innovations that can spur economic growth. You will also take a look at how we address global environmental challenges, including climate change. You'll hear how companies exactly like yours can help to accelerate innovations through funding, to investments, knowledge sharing, ecosystem relationships. This session is for those of us who are interested both in technology and also sustainability. They're not separate. If we do it correctly, technology can play a role in powering an inclusive and sustainable future for every single one of us. Out to center stage we go.
Thank you all for joining us today. I'm so excited to have this conversation. I mean, many of you know Cisco as a worldwide global technology leader, but we also are really focused on how we create and power an inclusive future for all. So when I think about it from the environmental sustainability aspect of it, it's all about our strategy, which we call the Plan for Possible, because we know it's possible. This means how do we accelerate the use, the adoption of cleaner energy, further embed circularity, invest in resilient ecosystems. But when you actually have and think about the climate future or that inclusive future, you have to imagine what life will be like in 2030, 2040, 2050. What will the technology look like? How do we invest today in the technology? So I'm super excited to talk to a number of leading thinkers in this space. Why don't you introduce yourselves, John?
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. My name's John Copeland. I lead our corporate development and Cisco investments team in the EMEA region. So I'm based in London, been with Cisco for 8 years. And in addition to that, I also am the global lead for our sustainability investments. So I have the pleasure of working with you, Mary, and you, Patrick, and some of our other portfolio companies in the space.
Great. And Patrick.
Great to be here. I'm Patrick Muller. I'm co-founder and CEO of Core Power Ocean. So we are a leading wave energy technology company who is enabling clean energy from ocean waves.
Fantastic. So John, let me start with you. So you talked about, like, you do corporate investments, and in fact, we work together. I'd love to understand a little bit more about the how, the what, the why.
Well, let's start with the why, right? I think you were a really important part of this process as you helped develop the Plan for Possible, right? Because that was really what galvanized our desire to get into this investment space. Just as background, the Plan for Possible, as Mary mentioned, has 3 main pillars. One is transforming to clean energy. The second one is evolving the business to circular. And the third is investing in resilient ecosystems. And so there was a lot of desire within the company, within Cisco, our product and engineering teams, to start innovating in those spaces, right? How do we change Cisco to hit our net zero goals? And what we thought about in our investment thesis was, how can we use investment dollars to help accelerate that? How can we bring some of that external innovation from great entrepreneurs and potential portfolio companies into the Cisco ecosystem and combine that together with the power of Cisco to help create these opportunities? And so that's really what got us started in that space. And we've been building on that since. So we've now got 2 investments that we've announced, one in Core Power and another in Desk Cycle.
Excellent. So Patrick, I'd love to learn a little bit more about what you do. I'd love to understand the why, the how, and also kind of bring it to life for everyone that's watching.
Absolutely, we'll give it a try. So yeah, we're doing wave energy converters. So this is, you see a picture here, a big composite hull, which is oscillating up and down and side by side, and we take the energy from the swell in the oceans and turn that into clean electricity. And I guess the big challenges in wave energy that we have addressed that now makes it work commercially is that we have made technology that can survive the biggest storms while producing a large amount of power compared to the size and the cost of the equipment. And I guess these 2 things has historically been the thing that have held back wave energy adoption. So now we have commercial scale machines powering the grid in Portugal, and the first commercial farms are being developed in Ireland by ESB, the utility there, and another commercial farm in Portugal together with IKEA and other off-takers.
Yeah. So technology requires electricity. And John, you mentioned net zero. So Cisco has a goal to achieve net zero, or 90% absolute reduction by 2040. So when I think about that, and our biggest responsibility in terms of our carbon footprint actually is the electricity our customers use. So the question is, like, how do we actually navigate, have as much energy, as much clean energy as possible? But something else happened over the last 18 months or 24, which was this whole concept of generative AI. And there's often conversations that it's going to require more energy. We don't know all the shifts and changes and what benefits it's going to achieve. I think it's going to create lots of opportunity, but we also know it's going to require more energy. So how does your solution, how does Core Power Ocean help us navigate that?
Absolutely, and it's a huge amount of energy needed, that's for sure. What we also need is energy in every hour of the year, right? Also when it's not windy and sunny, and this is where wave energy comes in. So if you look at the typical weekly profile that we see here on the screen, you can see the daily pattern of solar PV. It goes up and down with the sun, as we know, and then wind is a bit more stochastic. And you can see 2 days on this example week from California, you didn't have that much wind. It's the light blue, the 26th and the 27th of October. But then you see the wave profile in blue, the swell just keeps pumping in all the time. And that's the value of wave energy. So when you add wave energy to a mix of wind and solar, you can create clean, firm power mix at the lowest cost. And that's really what we're enabling.
Can you talk a little bit more about that lowest cost? Because I think some people would be surprised to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, wave energy, we're not necessarily competing on being the cheapest form of energy per megawatt hour on just LCOE versus wind and solar. What we're competing on and what we're enabling is to have the lowest system cost of 24/7. And what you do when you add that wave profile together with wind and solar is you reduce the amount of installed capacity that you need in generation, you typically half it. You half then the amount of grid that you need, and you reduce the amount of storage between 20 and 50% compared to if you're trying to find a 24/7 mix with only wind and solar and storage.
And you mentioned the grid. I think this is one of the things that I always am thinking about, right? Because if you think about the opportunity that AI can afford, you think it's going to require energy, right? And then my head goes to it needs power. which then I think about the grid, and depending upon where you live, is that grid smart, modern, secure? That's another, to me, critical area that we all should be looking within our communities or where we live, work, and create to make sure that happens. John, I'd love to touch a little bit upon, because you mentioned Core Power Ocean is one investment. What are some of the other ones that you've done or you're looking at?
Sure. So Core Power really obviously fits into that first bucket of the plan for possible, which is transforming to clean energy. The second one is a company called Decycle out of the UK, and they fit into that evolving the company to the circular pillar that we talked about. Really interesting. That is in the e-waste space. So they're recycling e-waste. E-waste is a huge problem. I don't think people realize the technology industry is creating 82 million tons of e-waste every year, and 3/4 of that goes to landfill. It's really sad. But that e-waste is actually really valuable. It's full of very precious metals like gold, silver, platinum, copper. It's also full of rare earth metals, which are in the news these days, obviously, as everyone can see. So it's very important, and it's a really easy source of that material. So mining requires a lot of energy, a lot of water, a lot of transportation. So whereas this e-waste is like this ready source of stuff that you can mine. So what Decycle does, the DES in Decycle actually stands for Deep Eutectic Solvents. That's a little bit of a mouthful, but that is the technology that they've developed, which is really safe, it's non-toxic, and it's biodegradable. And it replaces a technology that today is the state of the art, which is smelting. Smelting is effectively like a big furnace. You take all this e-waste, you take it and burn it up, and you pull out all these precious metals. And the challenge with smelting is that it's not very, it's very energy intensive. It's not very high yield or not very good quality yield compared to other opportunities. And it also requires huge economies of scale. So you have to basically transport all of this material to only a few places in the world, which requires a lot of carbon emissions itself. The solution that Decycle's created is really interesting because it solves all of those problems. Number one, it's much lower energy because it's almost, it's almost room temperature type of environment, so much less energy. The yields are much higher, and what we've seen so far is that it's much higher quality also, so potentially you could even take this and put it back into your supply chain and reuse it directly. And then the third is because it doesn't need such high energy input, the economy of scale is not so critical and it can be done locally, which means it requires a lot less transportation. So very interesting technology. The company's building their first commercial plant as we speak. So we're very excited to see how that works, and we'll see whether we can do something with them in the future in more detail. So I think that's one area that we've obviously already invested into, and then there's a couple spaces that we're actively looking at. One of the obvious places that we're spending a lot of time these days is in carbon removal. As you know, we can't, we have so much carbon emissions that we are going to have to start doing something more than just reducing. We have to actually start eliminating as well. And so that's one of the areas that we're looking at. There's a couple different options out there. One is just planting trees, but it turns out when you do the research that planting all the trees that have ever been lost on the planet won't get us all the way there. So we actually have to go further and engineer solutions to the problem. And so there's an entire space of engineered carbon removal. I think that's an area that we'll be looking at in a lot more depth going forward as well.
You know, we do some investing through our Cisco Foundation, and one is an organization called Carbon Reform. So imagine it's a building, and you've got your HVAC system, and it goes to this device, and the device purifies the air, make it clean. It also captures some carbon. And it ultimately lowers your cost of ownership because you are not pulling in fresh air. You're able to recycle it. So this space, this carbon capture, huge opportunity, I think, for technologists to grapple with. But John, I'd love to know a little bit more of how do you think about the business impact to Cisco? So as you're pitching these investments, How do you think about why it's good for Cisco or good for private sector organizations to make these kinds of investments?
Well, I think there's two parts of it. I mean, one is just about general innovation, right? Bringing innovation in. But a lot of it is also about looking at how to be responsible and successful with your customer base at the end of the day. So for us, there's a bunch of parts to that. One is obviously people make buying decisions all the time. Given the choices between two similar opportunities, one that is renewable or recyclable and one that is not, it's almost always the customer's going to go with the green solution. So that's an ethical choice, of course, but it's beyond that, because I think we're now in a position, and you talked about lower cost of energy green business is now good business, right? It's not just about ethics, it's actually about dollars and cents, and it's about the bottom line. And so for us and for our customers, what we're ultimately trying to do is bring solutions that are lower cost and last longer, perform better, and this is all down to the bottom line. This is about bringing prices down, profits up, and bringing the pace of innovation faster.
I don't think everyone recognizes that it's a very dynamic regulatory environment. Often private sector companies need to provide information about their sustainability presence, their footprint, and so forth. But quite frankly, when I look at our top 50 hardware customers, in our contract is the commitment around sustainability goals, because we all need to make movement. I'd love, Patrick, for you to help us understand why it's helpful for, let's say, a Cisco or a private sector company to make an investment, to be a partner of yours.
I mean, definitely having a brand like Cisco and a company that is doing networking gear with almost all the big data centers, for us has a huge value. That kind of interactions and doing those commitments with each other that you mentioned, of course, we want to make sure that as many people as possible, data centers in this case, can hear about the opportunities with wave energy and what we can do about reducing the cost and bringing carbon to zero all the time. Right? Yeah.
I think when I look across the room and I think about people that are watching us, they're technologists. So I'd love to just give them a little bit of an inside look on, well, how does investing work? So did you have an idea in the lab, or how did it first start, and how did you move from that concept to that prototype to now in practice?
Yeah, it's been quite a journey in our case. So we started in 2012. So we're 12 years into it now, and we have 4 generations of machines, of prototypes demonstrated before we got to now a commercial scale machine. And it's it's very fundamental science that we are attacking, right? Really first principle type of engineering, looking at how could you shape a machine to take advantage of the forces and the energy that the waves on the big oceans provide you with, without then getting destroyed by them when it's very stormy. So that has been, a lot of people, I think, over the years have been standing there on the beach, looking out, thinking, wow, could we just find a way to capture this power? But it has turned out to be really hard to do. And it has been that combination, finding a way not to get destroyed by the biggest storms. The device we have in Portugal has seen 18-meter waves so far. That has just been completely submerged in and just kept operating. And at the same time, not becoming too heavy, too expensive compared to the amount of power that you could produce, of course, to make it commercially viable. So we've been able to do about 5 times as much power now compared to the amount of materials that you need, the tons of equipment that you need to install in the ocean. And that's really moving the needle in structural efficiency and thereby cost efficiency in volume in that. But that has taken quite, what I say, iterative engineering, very structured systems engineering, and involving a lot of different scientific fields, from like hydrodynamics to material science, mechanical design, electrical design, a lot of control technology. We have a small AI model as well, which is trying to predict the next 15 seconds into the future of how the waves is going to be moving, which is then optimizing how we move in the waves. So very multidisciplinary journey, I would say.
I think that's one of the promises we're seeing with some interesting AI models, is the ability to really forecast weather or severe weather earlier. I think that's going to be so important for our, those communities that we live and work in to be able to get more and more information. John, help me understand a little bit, because like you have your own set of language sometimes. Like what is the difference between a seed or a schedule? And so as you look at these investment opportunities, I'd love to get a little bit more of like, what are some of the criteria that you grapple with, and where do you think, let's say, a Cisco plays best?
Yeah, so I think the big question is around at what stage of maturity in the technology do we generally invest, because as Patrick mentioned, you start out with an idea effectively, and then you go all the way through to execution commercially, right? We tend to try to come in at the point where the business has something that it can show that is demonstrable and at a reasonable scale, so like almost commercial ready scale. So that, and the reason we want to come in there is because that's the point at which we can start helping to scale them up with it through the Cisco relationships and networks that we've built over the years with our customers and with the ecosystem. So we got very excited because I think we were not aware of how mature wave power was. When I first talked to Patrick back then, and you had said, yeah, we just have this 18-meter tall machine that's lasted through these enormous waves in Portugal, that was really exciting because it was clear to us, okay, this is now ready. Yeah. This is ready to go. And it was similar with Death Cycle, where we actually saw, okay, this is not just at lab scale, but now it's actually proving to work at like ton scale, that kind of thing. And so it's really, you sort of, once you get to a certain point, you can see that this is not just like a lab idea, it's not just the scientists anymore, there's actually a full scaled business platform that's being built, and then we can help it from there.
I think this is where I think private sector can play a really important role. When you imagine what we want the world to look like in 2030, 2040, 2050, you got to actually think about what technologies would be the most valuable or achieve the impact that you're looking for. But there is a need early on, and I think different organizations can play different roles, but sometimes I use the word like patient capital, like who can be that funder early on? Sometimes it is from the lab into the beach. I'll give you an example from our Cisco Foundation. We have a partner called Vesta, and it's this mineral, ovoline, that in the lab, if it was weathered, it could absorb gigaton of carbon. The question is, though, when you actually put that in the field, are there any unintended consequences? So investing in that research to say, all right, was there any enhanced acidity to the ocean? What about biodiversity? Did it in fact absorb the carbon? So I think that there's a big role for private sector, for companies, for your companies, to think about the technologies we need and help them kind of graduate, sometimes from education, those university systems, into really testing and ultimately a first customer. Patrick, I'd love for you to explain a little bit about all of those players and how you feel we all can play a bigger role in kind of creating this future of cleaner energy.
Absolutely. And I do think, like, what we've seen in the world, the remarkable growth of renewables and the cost reduction that we've been seeing in solar and wind is just fantastic. And that is taking us to, let's say, 50–60% of the hours of the year is easily now provided by wind and solar in most places of the world. The challenge when we're now looking ahead to the next decades is how do you then go to 70 to 80 to 90 all the way to net zero? And then you need a mix of technologies that can provide power at all times, as I mentioned before. So there, I guess I'm seeing wave energy, tidal energy, geothermal. We might at some point see real progress on fusion and other things like that as well. Maybe not in the next 10 ones. Well, we asked the fusion guys to say it soon, but we'll see. But I guess we are a technology, one of the ones that are ready to scale now, actually. We are happy to take, wave energy can take about 10% of the global electricity need in the countries where you have a significant coastline, maybe 30-40% in places. So, yeah.
I always think about, how do we deliver, right, that business outcome in the way that's the most secure and most sustainable? And it really does start with how you design the product up front. So those circular design principles, making it more modular, energy efficient, designing out waste, really thinking about the materials, how recyclable those materials are. But then it gets into how do you actually define it in the field. I think that's another area that I don't know that everyone recognizes is often, as we think about AI and the fact that we know it's going to have an impact in the data center, we're seeing a significant reduction in the physical footprint. So there's opportunities of savings and efficiencies there, but then it's about how do you manage it in real time. But to me, one of the most important parts is ultimately, but where, right? Where is that data center located? What is the emission factor of that country, that community? Where is the energy coming from? So as technologists, I think kind of following that logic chain all the way through really ends up delivering, I think, the best outcomes across the board. John, I'd love to ask you one of these things, because as we think about all of those folks that are listening and watching, what would you love for them to take back to their teams? Is this something of saying for someone who maybe manages a data center that they find a John in their office and talk about investments here? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that whether it's internal innovation or external innovation, it's really important for companies to be looking at this internally in some way, right? Whether or not you're a venture capitalist and you're actually putting equity funding into it or not is, maybe it's not the most important thing. I think the most important thing is to look at how you can adopt the technology inside, right? And so ultimately, this is a question of how do I adapt my organization to be able to consume this new technology or to be ready for this technological change. One way that you can do that is, by creating a venture investment arm that looks at this, but you can also do that just through engineering efforts. So I would say that, for the folks that are out there that are in jobs like mine, what I would say to them is definitely think about the sustainability space. This is an area that's going to become ever more important over the next few decades, both from a customer perspective, from a relationship with your suppliers and your customers and your employees. So definitely something that I would look at strongly.
Patrick, is there anything that you would love these technology leaders, these individuals that are making choices every day, what would you like them to think about?
I mean, clearly from my side, I want everybody who's managing the power purchase to data centers or designing the energy system for that to think about how do we take it 24/7 and what technologies could give the lowest cost, the most resilient, the most secure system for doing there. And keep in mind, the ocean is now here as a new tool in the toolbox for that.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you leave with the fact that we can power an inclusive future for all, that we can adopt new forms of energy, new clean energy, but quite frankly, it's also really important in great business. So thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your ideas, as well as your actions that are going to create the future that we're all looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to be here.
And you are back in the Cisco TV broadcast studio. Great to have you with us here on the live stream. I hope you're having an amazing final day of Cisco Live 2025 Amsterdam here with us. I'm Steve Moulter, and we have just wrapped another fantastic center stage session. This time we've been talking about green tech. How do we drive innovation and solve environmental challenges as we continue to move forward with technology, building our businesses, and moving into the AI future-proof era. Mary Desaki, John Copland, Patrick Muller, CEO of Core Power Ocean, a great partner. They are all on their way over from center stage to the studio right now. And in just a few minutes, they are going to sit down with Alpa Tankaria right here in the studio for an exclusive behind-the-scenes conversation for every single one of you. Before we get to that, though, let's go back out to the world of solutions and back out to the sustainability zone and our own Cedric DeValder. Hello, Cedric.
I love that introduction, our own Cedric DeValder, Steve. It's great to be back here in the land of green. I'm going to keep referring to the sustainability zone that way. But it's really cool to learn something more about the circular economy. And again, I'm no expert, but I have one with me. I have Tasha with me, who is our sustainability engagement and partnerships leads here at Cisco. Tasha, how are you doing today?
Great to be with you, Cedric.
Awesome, great. Well, so why don't we start off with like, what does circular economy really mean? Because I'm not too familiar.
Yeah, I want everyone to understand exactly what the circular economy is. So we've come from a traditional linear model where you think about take, make, dispose. And we want to help transition to a circular one where you're designing, using the product, and then reuse or remanufacture, recycle. You're putting all the material back in a circular model. So it's really important that we're supporting this transition.
So we just heard John, Mary and John at center stage just now talking about like Cisco and how we basically are investing in climate solutions.
Yes.
Like how does that relate to the sustainability in general, but also to like the circular economy?
Yeah, you've probably heard about Core Power Ocean and some of our climate investments. We're also investing in circularity. So one recent early stage investment we did was Death Cycle. So this is a company that is helping with a new technology to help extract key metals out of e-waste. So for those of you that might not know this, e-waste is a significant and growing problem. We are expecting 82 million tons of e-waste by 2030. And so if you think about the value in there, there's precious metals, there's things that we can reuse, billions of dollars in value. So this company is helping figure out how to extract it in a less polluting, more environmentally friendly way. And this is just critical as we think about different technology solutions that are going to help us meet climate goals as well as circularity.
Okay, and like if we put this in practice right now for our customers, many of them are tuning into the broadcast.
Yeah.
How does this kind of business model work for Cisco's customers, like circular economy in general?
Sure. So I think a couple of things. We're trying to extend the lifespan of the products. So by focusing on design and thinking about smart computing in the use phase, and then again, reusing, remanufacturing, there's not as much in terms of GHG emissions, there's not as much virgin material use. You're really able to drive savings from having less in the production, mining, transportation phase as you're reusing. So there's all sorts of cost savings, greenhouse gas emission savings that are important to our customers. Customers have climate reduction goals, they have circularity goals as well. So we can partner with them to really be part of that process and help all of us meet the goals that we've set and the ambition we have for circular economy and net zero.
Cool, that's great, Tasha. Thank you so much for that. I would love to learn a little bit more about what circular economy means at Cisco. I've heard that there are some design principles.
Yeah, so within circular, we focus on circular design, circular offerings. So you might know Cisco Refresh, our remanufactured products. Cisco GreenPay is offering a payment solution. And design's critical to this all. It all starts with design. So I think for you, perhaps you want to take a walk and meet Tom Jackson.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go and do that. Let's have a quick walk. I don't walk enough on these conferences, to be honest. Hey, Tom, how's it going?
Fantastic.
You are Senior Director and Executive Sponsor of Circular Design here at Cisco. And I'm going to make sure that Steve can capture it on the camera. I would like to know a little bit more about which design principles we're following at Cisco related to circular economy.
So our circular design program at Cisco has 5 key pillars. We started off with intelligent material use. designing materials that are using recycled material or easily recycled materials, making decisions around surface finishes, things like paint that are bad for the environment. Standardization and modularization is all about making things easy to disassemble, easy to upgrade and field replaceable, helping the longevity of the device. Packaging accessories is all about materials and packaging, again, eliminating the use of foam, making things easy to recyclable, or making choices around regenerative materials like fiber-based boxes and cardboard. Smart energy consumption is all about reducing the amount of energy every product uses, creating intelligent energy use software like deep sleep modes. And then finally, disassembly, repair, and reuse is all about making a device that's easy to break apart at a take-back center like this and break down into its core materials that we can reuse again in the future value chain of that recycled material.
So Tom, we only have a couple of minutes left, and I know that you have some really cool stuff behind you. So can you just show us, like, in like a couple of seconds, what actually, like how we at Cisco incorporate this into our product?
Sure. So some of our products really exemplify some of those principles I just talked about. This UCS server has lots of easily replaceable and modular parts, like this fan module that can be removed just with a human hand, or a boot drive that is easily replaced if you need to upgrade in the field. This industrial switch shows intelligent material usage by eliminating paint and moving to black anodization. Okay. They also limited the use of the old foam that we used to use a lot at Cisco, which is garbage, and replaced it with 100% recycled thermoform end caps that are made from recycled laundry detergent bottles.
Oh, awesome. That's awesome. Great. Thank you so much, Tom, for this. This is really great. I absolutely love the stand that we take on sustainability and on circular economy. Thank you so much, Tom, for this interview. We're throwing it back to you, Steve.
Appreciate that, Cedric. Thank you so much. I love that you've been able to spend this much time in Sustainability Zone. Thanks to Tom. Thanks to Tasha as well for helping to walk us through that. We are celebrating another excellent center stage session here at Cisco Live 2025 Amsterdam. And we've got the hosts of that session that focus on green tech here with us in the studio with Alpa. We've got Mary, John, and Patrick just over to our left. Alpa, I'll send it over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Steve. Honestly, I'm having the best morning meeting all these inspiring guests. So very warm welcome, Mary, John, Patrick. How are you all?
Oh, fantastic. Thanks for having us.
Oh, thank you for being here. Great center stage session as well. So thank you. How are you doing, Patrick?
Good to be here.
Good. Well, I've got lots of questions. So as you can tell, I'm really excited to get stuck into them for you. I'm going to come to you first, Mary. Okay, so sustainability is really important for Cisco. What is your vision for how investing in kind of green tech supports Cisco's environmental sustainability strategy?
You know, we call our sustainability strategy the plan for possible because we know it is achievable and possible. And there's really three key pillars. One is, how do we accelerate the adoption, the use of clean energy? We know our products and solutions can really help make this happen. And we ourselves at Cisco has adopted a lot of clean energy. The second is all about circularity. How do we further embed circularity into our system? How do we make our products more modular, more easily disassembled and assembled, better energy efficiency all the time? But the last one is all about investing in resilient ecosystem. But one of the key things when you think about powering an inclusive future for all, you've got to imagine, well, what does 2030, 2040, 2050 look like? And one of the key things is imagining and actually making the technology that we're going to need available when we need it. And that's why investing is critical. To be able to imagine the new technology, imagine how we're going to power our products around the world, and ultimately create that inclusive future.
And keep a step ahead.
Yes.
Constantly thinking.
Yes.
I love that, Mary. Thank you. So, John, I'm going to come over to you. When you look at innovation in this space, what are some of the key constraints that you face?
So certainly one of the issues is the power grid itself. It's still in many cases an old technology. It's a machine from the 19th century in some cases, and we're trying to bring it to the 21st century. Right. And so having a steady, reliable power system that's renewable is a huge challenge, and that's something that I think, Patrick, you're working to solve. There's a second thing, though, which is around the actual funding environment for these companies. So it's not, most of these companies are not software companies. They're hardware, deep tech companies. They're big machines that are trying to change the future. And that requires a lot of CapEx. it requires investors who really understand those spaces and those technologies and are willing to also provide patient capital. These are changes that are going to take longer than just a simple software change. And so that's one area where we're starting to see like definitely a blossoming of a new set of investors that are backing this space, but that's taken some time to create. And then I think the last thing is around adoption of the technologies. What we need in some cases is for governments or industry bodies to provide some kind of either subsidy or rule changes that promote these technologies. And without that, there can be some kind of constraints. So those are the areas that I see that are the hardest to overcome.
Are we seeing that emerging now, more kind of local support to enable that?
Absolutely. There's a lot of, well, let's take the solar power revolution, right? That's a great example of how government and industry can work together to create a massive adoption of a new technology.
Amazing. Thank you so much, John. Patrick, I'm really, really curious to know more from you because your solution is to harness energy from ocean waves. I mean, how beautiful Mother Nature is, right? To be able to give us the way to do that. How could this benefit Cisco and our customers?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at renewable energy, it's fantastic to see how the cost of wind and solar has been coming down and how the volumes are now scaling. It can really provide a big part of our energy needs. The challenge now, though, going forward, is to take it from maybe half of the hours of the year getting covered by wind and solar to find the additional solutions that can take you all the way to covering 24/7 clean electricity. And many of the data centers have pledged to do that, some of them by 2030, some of them by 2040. And we do see that ocean energy and wave energy in our case can play a major role in adding a complementary and consistent power profile that can be used to fill the gaps of wind and solar and hence create a fully sustainable clean energy mix that can power, for instance, data centers all around the year.
Absolutely fascinating, isn't it, when you think about this concept and how much it can change the world and change how we operate personally, socially, and of course in our business environment. So I'm curious to know from each of you, is there anything, one key thing that you could tell our viewers today that are listening that's top of mind for you and that they could think about and take away with them? What would that be?
I think we've all been living through these last couple of months or years and think about the opportunity that generative AI can provide, whether in solving some of the biggest health issues or really providing more and more great information to support severe weather. The way we're going to achieve that opportunity is really thinking through how we invest and encourage this clean energy. So it's possible, and now's the time to start investing.
Lovely. Thank you, Mary. And yourself, John?
What I would say is that the answers are out there somewhere. They may be in a university, in a lab. They may be with a small company, but they're going to be huge someday. And so it's really about finding the answers, finding where they've already been solved, and scaling them up.
Lovely. And finally to you, Patrick, please. A key takeaway that you'd like our viewers to know.
I mean, with the generative AI, as we talked about, the amount of energy that data center is going to be needing is just enormous. And having that ability to do it all around the year is the big challenge for the world. So I do see new energy technologies coming in here, maybe geothermal, might be tidal energy, might be wave energy, and those kind of solutions. It is a very exciting time to be part of that, I would say.
It is indeed. And on that note, I want to thank you all so much for your expertise and insights. And we're going to head over back to Steve now.
Thank you so much, Alpa. Again, great insights there and inspirations for all of us to take away. Congratulations to Mary, to John, to Patrick on a fantastic session. And once again, our thanks to Core Power Ocean for their exceptional partnership with us here at Cisco. We truly do appreciate that. We're going to go straight out to the Cisco Showcase. Out in the world of solutions, Rob Boyd is talking data center. Rob's saying, give it to me, baby, give it to me. It's all yours, my friend. Go for it.
Yes, sir. We are here in the data center switching area, specifically about the need for speed, because I wanted to see recent announcements that we have made with the 800 gig Nexus switch, but then we're going to talk about the smart switch that was announced this week as well in just a moment. But Jay, you are responsible for this bad boy here. not to assign it a gender, but this is a powerful beast. It really represents a new approach to how we're doing the hardware for AI, correct?
That's correct. Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Jay Tai, Engineering Product Manager for the Data Center Networking. So with today's exponential growth in AI, the data center requirements are completely being reshaped. Customers are really demanding a more secure, more scalable, more programmable ability to program their network. So this here is Cisco's first Nexus 51.2T 800 gig switch built on Silicon 1G G200 technology and innovation. It's meant to address all those requirements. Now, it is ideally suited for next generation leaf and spine cloud architecture for high performance compute and as well as the large scale AI ML workload.
Yeah, this is incredible, the speeds that we're picking up here, and there's a lot of, that's just one of the storylines with Nexus. Jay, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and move over quickly to talk about the smart switch here. Asha, welcome. Am I making you nervous? I don't want to make you nervous. This is fun stuff. Tell us what makes this unique, because you got a couple of things we've never done before. Tell us what makes this.
Thank you. So this is the first of the N9300 series smart switches. So this is a 24-port 100 gig switch with 800 gig of a service throughput. Like we have the network processing unit here, and we have the DPUs, AMD DPUs that enable you to accelerate the services. So this is essentially like integrating network and security into a compact single 1RU form factor. So this enables you to like essentially like build a very efficient and very low TCO kind of a data center operations. Like this essentially like also ensures that like every network port in your switch also becomes a security enforcement point.
Which is all the more important now with AI and the fact that these workloads are moving faster than we've ever had them to before. So incorporating additional services in here is really where this makes a difference. And I believe this also has Silicon One, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. This has Silicon One E100 ASIC that we also announced earlier this week at Cisco Live.
Incredible stuff. Asha, thank you so much, and I want to thank Jay as well. But with that, we'll go throw it back to you in the studio.
Bob, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Our thanks go out to Jay and to Asha as well. Please keep heading back over there to Data Center. The Future-Proof Data Center and the AI-First Data Center have been enormous talks throughout the course of the week here at Cisco Live 2025 Amsterdam. We've been touching on Data Center again and again and again. And as you were talking switching, I had an opportunity to talk with Oliver Tuzik a few minutes ago. And so much of this is about how do we power these networks. We also heard that in the last session during Alpa's interview. The demand in order to power these AI-ready capabilities is going to be enormous. It's so far beyond what we've even conceptualized so far. A lot of that starts with those switches. It drives into the data center. So Rob, we want to keep coming back out to you as many times as we can across the world of solutions, but specifically in data center where we get these kinds of stories, and maybe we'll get an opportunity to expand even a little bit more with Jay and with Asha as well. What we're going to do at this point is go into a replay of one of our most popular center stage sessions of the week on transforming data center security, innovations, partnerships, real-world solutions. We knew you'd want to see it. We're going to roll that center stage right now.
Hi, everybody. Probably the last session. I'm between you and dinner. My name is Murli Gandluru. And I'm really excited to be talking about how we at Cisco are transforming data center security. You probably heard today Jeetu talk about, at his keynote, talk about our new smart switches, the Cisco N9300 smart switches, and how did that come about? Today we will talk to a partner of ours, an esteemed partner of ours, AMD, and also a customer. Our partner is AMD with Yusuf Khan, who's a very familiar person with Cisco as well. And he's joining us from AMD. Along with that, we have Mehmet Durmuz from Turkcell. And Mehmet will talk about some of the use cases where the smart switch is going to be relevant in his environment, in their environment. But first, just start taking a step back, talking about why we embarked on this journey and where we are headed with this. What many of our customers, and both enterprises and providers alike, are telling us that in this current world that they are having to deal with, their asset bases are spread across multiple private cloud environments, public cloud environments, and other kinds of edge environments as well. And being able to manage security and network at scale for their data center and pods and locations is actually a challenge, and it's only increasing. So when this complexity increases, it's important to drive modernity into that infrastructure. If you can do it with policy at scale, that brings a lot of efficiency into that infrastructure. Being able to cater to business growth demands, as you will hear from Turkcell as well today, is also important. They want to be able to manage the same infrastructure with the same resources, but at a massively hyper-distributed scale. Finally, being able to apply security at scale will mean that it's not only has to be centrally defined but distributed and enforced, but it has to be accelerated at the edges. And that's why what we announced earlier today was security fused into the data center fabric. This is a completely new approach to building out data centers, data center networks reaching out into the public or private cloud environments, because fundamentally now we are bringing two key elements of Cisco's strategy. One is, of course, the Nexus portfolio, which is the broadest portfolio in the data center network environments, supports all kinds of architectures. Being able to bring those Cisco N9300 smart switches with your familiar Nexus OS, along with the Nexus dashboard, and then aligning that with Cisco Hypershield. So one of the key things that these smart switches bring to you is that ability to not only forward packets that you're familiar with any switch. You now have the ability to intelligently redirect traffic when a particular flow requires it to a data processing unit or a DPU. And that's where a data processing unit that is Ultra Ethernet ready. In fact, the whole switch and the capabilities in that are Ultra Ethernet consortium ready. We have two form factors that you see here. One is a gateway use switch, which is the 24-port 100 gig switch that you see on the left. That's going to be first targeted to be available. And that is supported for a variety of use cases that are listed there. And we'll get into it more when we talk about this in the fireside chat. The second one is a top-of-rack use case that allows for that distributed scale and allows for greater segmentation, including very granular approach to it. And we'll touch upon that as well later. So we're really excited to be introducing these smart switches in this environment. And so, as I said, the second part of the pillar there is security cloud control. Security cloud control from Hypershield is what allows you to define the policies, those policies that you can push down to the network. Cisco Hypershield already supports the same for VM, container, and bare metal environments, now extending that to the network. With that, you're able to support autonomous segmentation, be able to do zone-based firewall capabilities, layer 3 and layer 4 capabilities, distributed vulnerability protection, and many other services as we look forward. Telemetry and NAT capabilities and so on. So we'll touch upon that a bit. Fundamentally, that picture tells you that now, if you have a centralized way of approach to putting policy and distribute enforcing them, how you'll be able to address that. So with that, the key thing that you notice there is the fact that we are not doing this as a bolt-on approach. This is actually being built, as the word says, infused into the architecture. So security has been built in from day one, providing you a simple, efficient, and extensible approach to building out networks. One of the other things we are hearing from some of our customers, and especially in the regulated industry, is about compliance and governance at scale. So these are some of the reasons why I'm so excited to bring on stage Yusuf Khan from AMD and Mehmet Durmaz. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Thank you, Yusuf. So one of the key things that you see here is that we've decided to go with we have a customer, a partner, and Cisco here. So that's reflected in the product as well. As you can see there, you have Cisco Silicon One providing intelligent traffic rerouting capabilities and all the unique capabilities that Cisco Silicon One brings to the table. And then along with that, AMD. And this is such an innovative approach, right?
Absolutely. Look, first of all, congratulations to you, Murli, and Cisco for being the driving true innovation into the market, right? So this is, from my perspective, and also a lot of customers that we talk to, is a new breed of the networking devices, right? So it is a new class of devices that Cisco is bringing to the market, and it is driving true innovation because, as you described, not a bolt-on innovation. It is not something that we are shipping those flows out to somewhere else and getting analyzed and then bringing them back, but this is inline, at scale, driving performance, right, and then fulfilling a lot of use cases. And I think the use cases that we're going to talk about are just scratching the surface because the potential is truly there. And given the fact that we are using programmable DPU from AMD as part of this innovation, I mean, the options are limitless, right? Because again, we can deliver the feature, we can deliver the capability with the scale and performance of hardware, but at the speed of the software, right?
Absolutely. And being able to put that jigsaw puzzle on the board, and then in that small form factor that you saw, right? You saw those pizza box type form factors. You can scale up as you need and also scale out for different use cases as well. So yeah, absolutely. So with that, I wanted to just sort of get talk to you, Mehmet, about one of the key things. Do you mind telling us a little bit about Turkcell, your infrastructure and the business priorities that are driving certain decisions in your environment?
Okay, first of all, many thanks for inviting me to here and sharing our insight and business priorities.
Thank you.
First of all, let me give some introduction about Turkcell. Turkcell is a digital operator headquartered in Turkey, serving its customer with unique portfolio of digital services, along with voice messaging data and IP TV services in both fixed and mobile networks, managing by more than 38 million mobile and 3 million fixed customers. Turkcell has also the largest data center environment in Turkey, with 4 main data center locations. So in this regard, Turkcell is the leader in the market, data center market, as it is leader in the mobile business in Turkey. Actually, digital transformation and demands are shaping the needs for the high reliable and secure data center infrastructure. For that reason, while we are extending our data center capacity, we are also focusing on how can we increase our scalability, how can we increase our network security, and how can we increase our automation capabilities end-to-end. At this point, with NSO and ACI integration, which we implemented in the first time in the world, our data center solution has strong automation and orchestration capabilities.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, we are working on some new transformations in data center business. We are working on multi-site DC, we are working on remote live solutions, and we are working on VMM integration for our cloud customers. And we are working also on layer 3 fabric integration for our ICT services. So actually, we have already built a huge base data center infrastructure, but on the table, there are many new transformation and topics to work and to proceed. So this is the small.
Absolutely.
What's our transformation?
And Turkcell being the biggest service provider there, you probably have a wide range of enterprises as well as end users, all accessing it from different places, and the users moving about, being mobile as well. So security is a very important part.
Yes.
Tell us a bit about what aspect of security, especially on the data center side, you think will play an important role in your environment.
Actually, first of all, I want to say something how things happening in the technology. So today we are talking about the 5G, 6G, IoT, edge computing, AI. So we are talking about the many new technologies, new capabilities, new services. But for all these, we need a connectivity. We need network connectivity. If there is a connectivity, so there is AI, ML, 5G, 6G, 7G even. So connectivity is the key to get all these technologies and new transformation. But what are the challenges on the connectivity? First of all, we should provide a secure connectivity, then high reliable connectivity. While we are extending our network, at the same time, we should focus on how can we secure our network better. At this point, actually, on our Turkcell data center, IT data center, we are providing the data center service for Turkey's most important and critical enterprise customers, public and private organizations, such as finance, e-commerce, trade, etc. For that reason, ensuring the security is one of our top priority in Turkcell. Ensuring the security also top priority for our consumers as well, because we are leading the biggest mobile network in Turkey. When we look at the data center point of view, in our data center, as Turkcell, we present internet, layer 2 and layer 3 VPN services for our colocation and cloud customers. To provide the security for these enterprise customers in our data center network, we are using standalone firewall inside the data center fabric, inside ACI fabric, and we are using some DMZ firewalls just between the security connection between the internet and data center. So, of course, these these standalone firewalls are creating some problems, such as single point of failure, huge investment cost, and operational complexity. On the other hand, we also use some ACI capabilities inside the security to provide stateful segmentation between our customers, such as segmentation, micro-segmentation. When we look at our mobile and fixed network, of course, we are using some GI firewall functions, IPsec functions, and we have some DDoS functions just for the volumetric attacks from the internet, as all operators use. This is our story about security.
Yusuf, so as you hear Mehmet talk about those security use cases, right? With the being one of the leading DPU vendors, being the leading DPU vendor out there, how does AMD view those use cases, and what kind of role can the DPUs help in bridging some of the things that we couldn't do potentially in the prior world, even with the existing fabrics that we used to have?
No, you're absolutely right, Murli. I know that, you're very well aware that DPUs have become the de facto standards within the data center now, right? If you look at all the major cloud providers and hyperscalers in the world, right? We can start from the top: AWS, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, IBM Cloud, OCI, Meta. They are all using DPU technology in their data center environment, right, to provide offload services. What type of services we offload? We do SDN offload services, we do security offload services, as well as storage acceleration. So these are three big buckets of use cases which DPU provide. And there's no such thing as a cloud provider who doesn't use DPU technology in different form factors, right?
Correct.
When I say different form factors, SmartNIC is one form factor, appliance is another form factor, and then Smart Switch is an emerging use case that the customers are looking to deploy. And why are they using it? Because security solutions today exist, and they have been existing for a very long time. But to provide a solution that can be deployed at scale, give you performance, and also deliver TCO advantages is the key. And that's where DPUs come in, because it can give you the scale of the hardware, it can give you the performance of a hardware, as well as inline, right? Yeah. It's not a kludgy solution, as well as deliver TCO of hundreds of millions of dollars. To give an example, right? When OCI deployed DPU-based infrastructure in their OCI workloads, they saw 5x improvement for both SDN as well as storage services. When IBM deployed, immediately they saw from their pre-existing solution 2x performance advantage. And Microsoft Azure saw 100x improvement for connections per second and acceleration of the connections as well as the scale. These are very, very tangible benefits. I mean, Microsoft, and given that AMD DPUs is very unique in the sense that they use P4 programmable technology and you can deliver new features along the way. I mean, we are discovering new use cases, these cloud providers on a daily basis. I mean, there is a cloud provider who is like looking to deploy server load balancer use case on those DPUs, and the preliminary study that they did is that they can save 22 cores by offloading a single server load balancer from a virtual appliance into a DPU.
And when you put those DPUs in the network, now you can probably save also the number of, if you were putting the DPUs in each of the servers, instead of that, if you put it on the network, now network sees everything, and being able to put those services there probably helps, like in the case of Turkcell.
Right. So everything becomes inline, right? And those 22 cores is not just because you are like able to dedicate 22 cores more for computing power, but also you are managing so many less software licenses, right? So again, I know that our teams have done that calculation. It's hundreds of millions of dollars in TCO saving, and that's a very, very tangible use case, right?
Now, I think one of the things that you also just said was about how you're able to add more and more services as we go forward. I mean, server load balancing is certainly one more that I didn't even think about, but that is another great example.
Security is a predominant use case. You talked about it. That is very, very applicable to enterprise customers also, because from a any data-intensive industry that is there, whether it's financial industry, whether it is telecommunication industry like Turkcell, there is a federal regulatory compliance, financial compliance.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? So that is putting a lot of mandate on these infrastructure providers to do that inspection. Micro-segmentation is a use case that is coming from all the large financial customers, right? And they're coming and they are like scrambling to update their infrastructure so that they can provide that micro-segmentation use case for their general purpose traffic, right, also.
So Mehmet, when you hear what Yusuf was saying, right, we talked about DPU switches, we talked about the fundamental paradigm shift that's happening there. How do you see these security switches, smart switches, potentially integrating into your environment to drive your business and innovation needs?
Okay. As I mentioned before, as a Turkcell, we are providing the data center service for the most critical and enterprise customers and public and private organizations. Of course, our main aim to increase our enhance our experience for our customers from the security point of view and from the high reliability point of view. And at the same time, we need to decrease our investments and we need to make our network more simple. Simplicity is one of the most topic in Cisco Live, as you know. At this point, what we are doing today, in our data, when I look to all these fantastic features, we can implement some of these features on our data center network and also our mobile and fixed networks.
Right.
Actually, I have an example from two examples from data center and two examples from the telco side. The first one, in our current situation, in our IT data centers, we are using standalone local firewall in each data center rooms, just to provide layer 3 and layer 4 segmentation, stateful segmentation in our ACI fabric. So, of course, these firewalls are creating a single point of failure, and they are creating some complexity from the operation point of view, and also they are creating huge investment. At this point, we can locate these new Cisco products just inside our data center to make our service topology better, and we can remove the single point of failure. And we are also using DMZ firewalls in case of, especially between the public and private clouds connectivity. If we put these new products instead of DMZ, we can remove the DMZ cost and single point of failure again. Actually, as a Turkcell, we have working on the hyperscaler integration, hyperscaler collaboration. So in next step, probably we will need to make integration between the hyperscalers and Turkcell Cloud. So in this
and you saw what Yusuf said, right?
Yes,
the hyperscalers have adopted this approach.
in this
Yeah,
configuration, in this business configuration, I think these Cisco smart switches will help us to provide these needs with the lower cost and better performance. We can provide better scalability. On the other hand, as you know, data centers are becoming much more critical to support the 5G, ORAN, edge computing, NFV technologies. At this point, we need to extend your data center capabilities to the edge point, right? So when you extend your data center capabilities to the edge point, you also need to move your security functions to the edge. So it will create some cost and it will create some operational complexity again and single point of failure. At this scenario, I think we can again implement this product to have a better scalar edge cloud topologies, I believe. On the other hand, in our actually as Turkcell, we have already virtualized all our packet core and GI LAN services on top of the telco cloud. We have really big telco cloud infrastructure, and in our telco cloud network, we also use the Cisco equipments as well. So, especially for the service chaining in GI LAN services between the P gateway, CG NAT, GI firewall, etc. So traffic is going through the many different services through the network. So we can locate these smart switches in our telco cloud network to decrease the east-west traffic, especially between the services. And we can make our telco cloud infrastructure, network infrastructure simpler and more scalar. As a result, by using this kind of integrated solutions, I mean networking and security functions are locating together in the same device, we can not only remove single point of failure, operational complexity, or we can cancel some
power cooling
investment costs. We can also provide better scale, better secure connectivity for our customers and services.
Absolutely.
And by using this kind of solution, as a Turkcell, we can keep our leadership in the market, and we can provide a competitive advantage on this crazy transformation, technology transformation, I think.
Got it. If you all thought that I would get through a presentation without using the word AI, sorry, you're wrong. I almost got to the end, but we're going to go there. So Yusuf, AI and security are both very important themes here at Cisco Live and in general. As you see the DPUs evolving, the data processing units evolving, where do you see the intersection of these two over the next 3-5 years? What kind of things that you see coming down the pipe?
Good question, right? So Murali, I think in the context of the AI systems, right? I mean, DPUs are extremely important, right? I mean, you know that an AI system connects to a front-end network for user access as well as for storage access. On the back end, it connects to the back-end network so that we can do cluster-to-cluster communication. That is typically an RDMA network, right? And then also there is a network within the cluster also, which is called the scale-up network. So networking is present very much within the AI systems, front-end network, back-end network, and with the scale-up network, right? So typically the role the DPUs play is on the front-end network, because this is where the users are coming in, and we need to make sure we provide segmentation for the users. And also, I mean, this is where we are feeding the data to the AI systems, so storage access is required. So storage acceleration needs to happen in that area also. But at the same time, I mean, on the back-end side, I mean, if there is any need for encryption, then that DPUs come into the picture also. It is not a very common use case, but we have customers who want to use some offload services on the back-end network as well also. But predominantly, all the front-end networks require some acceleration or offload services with the DPUs coming in. So our strategy at AMD has been, I mean, two things. One is big bet on Ethernet, and as you mentioned that UEC is one example of our commitment to the open standards, right? And this is where we came together with Cisco, formed UEC. Today we are 97 members strong, and then we are basically helping Ethernet evolve to the next phase so that it can provide the framework for the performance that is needed for the AI networks, right? So And I think 2025 is a big year for Ethernet because this is the first year it is going to surpass from a spend perspective against InfiniBand. And if you look at the 4-year forward, I mean, Ethernet is growing at 37% CAGR, and in 4 years, it's going to be a $13 billion market. So this is a very important cutoff year for Ethernet, where on the back-end side, it is growing. So first bet is big bet on Ethernet and helping evolve Ethernet so that it can be the transport for the back-end networks. And the other big bet that we are making is on the P4 programmability, because we truly believe that as the UEC standard is evolving, I mean, the first revision of the standard is supposed to come in a couple of months, right? I mean, we were expecting March, or if not March, but April. So, and it is going to continue to evolve. So instead of like putting the burden on the consumer, where they have to qualify new hardware every time, we want to make sure that we have a programmable device where we can encode new features, and as the standard is evolving, we can encode the standard into the hardware device. So customer has to certify only once, right? So from a DPU perspective, I mean, bringing it back to your question, we are already on our 3rd and 4th generation of the DPU devices. I mean, you know that you guys are using 200 gig devices. We are already working on the 400 gig devices that Cisco is going to use in future, and similarly, the design is in process for 800 gig. So while the front-end networks today are predominantly 200 gig, and moving on to the 400 gig, the back-end devices are already on 800 gig. So we are continuing on all spectrums of innovation. We innovate on CPU, innovate on GPU, and networking, which is very critical and foundational to the AI systems, right?
Absolutely. So, you know, one of the things, especially from a telecom provider perspective, Ethernet, IP, and being able to provide that in a consistent manner is going to be, I'm glad to hear that as we see the demand for Ethernet outstripping even in AI workload environments as well.
Right.
So it's great. It's perfect for the use cases as well that you talked about, Mehmet. One of the things you mentioned also was simplicity. Yes. By having a democratization of your infrastructure across all of the use cases on Ethernet, you bring simplicity. And then, of course, it would be a mistake not to remind everybody that the switches themselves, the smart switches, are going to be managed by Nexus Dashboard. So it's the same Nexus Dashboard across. So I would say that it's a great set of exciting use cases upcoming for us. And the thing that you mentioned about, you know, the various interconnects across the cloud provider and your environment, being able to provide encrypted services are going to be key as well. Yes. So whether those are MACsec encrypted services, whether those are offload IPsec services on the DPU, and maybe in the future other kinds of services as well.
So Murli, I mean, and if I have to ask you a question, right? What are the 3 top use cases that you will advise the customers, right, to focus on for the smart switches, right?
Absolutely, thank you. The first use case I would say is what we are calling the cloud edge use case. So like in many of our enterprise environments and also in the telecom environments as well, you have co-location devices, locations. And those co-location pods,
especially.
Yeah, exactly. And so in those environments, being able to encrypt your workloads as they communicate either onto public cloud or other private cloud environments is one of those. And that you can do right off the bat with the 24-port 100 gig switch that we showed on the left-hand side. The second use case, I would say, is the zone-based segmentation. So if you look at a data center and inside the data center, being able to do zone-based segmentation at layer 3, layer 4, being able to do it in a micro-granular manner with the power of the DPU and the programmability that it brings, coupled with the policy that you can drive and enforce from Hypershield is going to be key. So those are that's the second one. And the final one I would say.
The world of solutions reception has now started.
And the last use case, but not the least, I would say is the top of rack, which is probably the biggest and most widely used use case.
No, that's excellent. No, thank you, because this is an excellent replacement for the zone firewalls, right? I mean,
yes, absolutely. So with that, I think we're getting the Oscar message there. So thank you, everyone. Really, really appreciate your time. And I would like to thank you for coming all the way and explaining about your use case, Mehmet. And thank you. Great partnership, Yusuf.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Really appreciate it.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you. Thank you, everybody, for listening to it.
welcome back. You may have been expecting to see Steve, but I thought it was time I took over the deck. So welcome back, everybody. And also, I haven't spoken to Rob in a while. I think Rob is out there somewhere on the showcase demo. Rob, are you there? Hello.
Yes, I am. Hey, great to hear your voice on here. I didn't know what to expect, and I was like, oh, this is exciting. Yeah, are you throwing over to me? Should we do the Talk
Please
Nexus
do.
dashboard? All right, we're going to do that over here, guys. Thanks for joining us. So Vimala, I want to introduce. Vimala and I go a ways back. How long have you been with Cisco?
18 years now, almost. That's a lifetime.
Yeah, and that's more than I was going to guess, and I'm like, that's very substantial. So you've changed a lot in terms of really gaining lots of new responsibility. And when it comes to Nexus Dashboard, however, that's also a technology set that has continued to grow and kind of consume multiple functions with the goal of making things easier on our customers. But I wonder if you could give us an overview of Nexus Dashboard and what's important to remember in today's environment.
Sure, absolutely. So, hey everyone, thanks for tuning in. I wanted to give you guys a quick overview of Nexus Dashboard. And Nexus Dashboard is Cisco's all-in-one platform to make managing data center fabrics as easy as possible. So just like Rob said, we're always wearing our customer hats, customer focused to make sure that we fix the challenges that you guys have in your day-to-day operations. We understand that managing data center fabrics is complex, especially when they are distributed 1x, 2x, 3x. So we want to make sure that Cisco Nexus Dashboard brings it all together, whether it is your LAN, your storage area networks, your third-party fabrics. We bring it all together to make it the easiest way to manage, automate, and operate your data center fabrics.
Excellent. You have something to show us as well, I believe. Yeah?
I have an exciting demo prepared for you guys. So with that, I'd like to get started. Welcome to Nexus Dashboard. This is the home page. As soon as you log in, you get a global view of all of your data center fabrics, whether they're single site or multi-site, whether they are ACI fabrics or VXLAN EVPN fabrics. You get a quick overview and a quick health check of your fabrics. So now if I take a look at one of my fabrics, I want to be able to, again, see all of the relevant information that a network operator would need to know right off of the bat. So Nexus Dashboard uses AI-driven insights to give you real-time telemetry, anomaly detection, as well as anomaly correlation, and I'll explain what that actually means. And the best part is based off of all of our great wealth of knowledge, we give you the root cause and how to fix it as fast as possible. So with that, I'd like to show you, if I click on the anomalies, I can show you that I have several critical anomalies. First one is an interface down anomaly that I want to take a look at. So you can see here that interface Ethernet 1/40 is down, and you'll be able to see that I have a root cause flagged, which is a great point to make here. So what it does is that it understands what anomaly is coming in, correlates all of the other ones to make sure that it tells you what the impact is. So what's wrong? What's triggered? What is the impact? Exactly, it's not a touch screen, we'll get there. But what's important is that one downfall can actually impact many different things in your network, and at times we need to know what all of that means to us. And so this really nicely tells you all of the impacted interfaces, and most importantly, it tells you what you need to do to get the issue fixed. Okay. So moving on, another very common challenge that our network operators tell us is, I get a trouble ticket that's open and then says, I have congestion on an interface. So, I mean, this is the most common troubleshooting ticket that we hear. Well, Nexus Dashboard is here to solve and help you identify where that problem is. It can spot the packet drops, the latency, and again, tell you the root cause fix. So here, if I take a look, this is my AI/ML-driven fabric. I see that through a congestion anomaly, I see a network congestion indication happening here. We actually can monitor real time on an interface the congestion that's happening. So if we see here, network interface 1/10 is actually experiencing congestion. And yes, for AI/ML workloads, they are very sensitive to congestion, and that is something that we need to avoid. So here it says here we need to actually enable the template. Nexus Dashboard has a really nice prescribed QoS template to optimize AI/ML workloads for you. All you have to do is click it, and it optimizes, it fine-tunes it, takes out all the guesswork, and does the job for you. So beyond troubleshooting, Nexus Dashboard actually makes it very simple to onboard any kind of fabric that you're looking for. So here, if I take a look at create a new fabric, I want to show you the sheer number of options that you have. Whether they're campus networks, whether they're a classic spanning tree VPC network, we can bring all of those type of fabrics and manage it under a Nexus Dashboard. Really easy, and the way that the templates are done is automated, so again, we implement the best practices to bring up the fabrics as best as possible. Now, my last point which is a very important point, is security. Security is driven within the data center fabric portfolio from the inside out, from the ASICs to the software. And what we've done now with VXLAN EVPN, with the latest version of Nexus Dashboard, is we've implemented and given customers the flexibility to have increased amount of security to be able to cover macro to micro segmentation. And also with the latest release, we can now have policy and between two different heterogeneous fabrics and be able to enforce policy, really giving our customers a true one fabric experience between ACI and VXLAN EVPN fabrics. Thank you.
That was incredible. Thank you so much. I know we're tight on time, so I'm going to throw back to the studio. Alpa, loved this.
Amazing, right? Thank you so much for the detailed demonstration, Vimala and Rob, to you both. Thank you so much. We're going to dig a bit deeper now into this, and I'm delighted to be joined in the studio with Russell Rice, who's our Director of Product Management Hyperfabric here at Cisco, and he's going to be in conversation with Christoph Franke, a Senior Solution Architect at NTT. Hi, Russell. Handing over to you.
Hey. I'm excited, by the way. First, let me just say, Hyperfabric, we just announced orderability this week, Monday, and personally, as the product manager responsible for this stuff, I'm really excited that people can now start ordering this stuff. In a month from now, on March 10th, anybody in the world can go to hyperfabric.cisco.com and to start designing your own fabrics for free. So have at it, and that's a challenge. But we've been actually running a beta program for about 3 months right now, and I was really excited to run into Christoph, who's one of our big participants in this. Christoph, as he mentioned, works at NTT, and I just love kind of why you got involved and what do you think about this system so far from what you've seen?
All right, hi Russell. My role in NTT is Senior Solution Architect, so mainly doing pre-sales, but I'm also responsible for the demo and the demo lab and testing out new stuff. So if we want to sell or we want to try to see if a product is capable to be sold in our country, I'm testing it.
So basically, if it's good enough, you say yes. If it's bad, you say no.
Yeah, in general, yes. It's not only me. It's in team that we decide these things, but I'm part of it. Yes, indeed.
First impressions of a Hyperfabric. You've been kicking tires for a couple of months now, I think.
Yeah, indeed.
What kind of attracts you to it? What do you think about it?
The easiness. The product is very easy to work. It's you can find the stuff quite easy where you want to do certain things, and it also makes, or it looks that everything is very easy. It doesn't let you, it doesn't matter. You don't need to know all this difficult stuff like VXLAN, like EVPN, and so on. It's all behind the scenes.
It's all behind the scenes. In fact, that's one of the big points we tried to make is we tried to make all of the fabric technologies hidden. So all you kind of do is have a service layer that you expose. In the way that you've been interacting with it, in that notion of kind of separation between what's in the bubble and what's out of the bubble, you've mentioned easy. How does that affect you from a day-to-day operational thing? If you're a customer or you're kind of using this, what does that mean is off your plate or still on your plate?
It's in the beginning. It's you need to adapt to the new way of working, because in the past you had the CLI, you had a lot of capabilities to do stuff.
Yep.
Now it's all in a GUI or by API to automate stuff, and that's a different way of working. So that's something that you learn, and that it's the new habit.
Right.
So that's the biggest challenge in the beginning of if you set up. Then
because you're used to a certain way and this is just different than that?
Indeed. And so that you start first with a blueprint that you create or you design your fabric. You can do all the interconnects of your backbone connections between the spines and the leaves or between different leaves. And then you start connecting everything, putting the systems in the switches in the cloud, so they are managed, and then you go on. Or even you can design your full network before you have the hardware. And I think you will have a shorter time to market because, or for the clients then, that you can already install or configure everything, and as soon as the switches are there, you can install it, you can get off, and I think that's a really big advantage of it.
No, that's interesting. One of the things when we first were doing work and trying to assess where we should start, one of the things we had or learned early on was that, fabrics don't start from when I'm provisioning the fabric. They start from like, what's the design I want? What's the cabling plane need to look like? And who do I need to work with? I think you're kind of reinforcing that it has a different start point, so it's different, but it makes some sense and it may smooth out the whole process. Is that kind of where you're going with that statement?
Indeed, that's true. So you said it, the cabling plan. And sometimes it's really a struggle because the engineers that are designing the fabric or configuring the fabric is not always the same people that are installing it. And then sometimes you have the cables are not connected correctly or something like that. But now you can print out the cabling scheme up front, and you can give it to the people, or you send it digital. And I think there will be less mistakes by miscabling it, because you can already send all the information up front, and then they only need to read what to connect.
Perfect. We used to have a joke inside that I think one of the most used tools, I guess, in IT is probably spreadsheets.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
And so we tried to uplift the spreadsheet into the tool itself. So basically, it's the design, and you spit out the spreadsheet. Like you're calling that out too. Interesting. You know, one of the things that's interesting is that when we were designing it, one of our audiences, we were trying to go after people who got used to cloud and kind of deploying technology in cloud, and they didn't know a lot about how the plumbing works. They just wanted their applications and run it. So we took that, but there's a whole section of people who grew up very differently. You know, been doing, like yourself, you've been doing networking for a long time. You kind of are very used to using CLI and a command structure that we've been using for 20, 30 years with configuration files and all that. This has a different paradigm. Kind of, can you describe your feeling how this feels different than that, and kind of what that means to a guy like you? In a positive way, obviously.
Yeah. So first of all, it's a different way of thinking, because now you are doing it in a queue or by API. So I'm also busy a little bit inside NTT with automation, so Ansible, Terraform, and so on. And then you see the power of the automation, that you can automate certain things. And also, next to that, you can keep your environment compliant with the rules. If you are using Terraform, for example, you have your state file, and then you can quickly check, is my environment still the same as before? And that's the power of the tool. If you are everything doing CLI, you need to do it everything manual, because a CLI is not made for automation. You need to do every switch separately. And you can get 10, if you have 10 switches, you have 10 different configurations. With automation, you will have 10 exactly the same configurations at the end. And that's the most important one.
Perfect. And if you have 5 CCIs, you get 5 different designs too, I guess.
Indeed.
So perfect. So hey, throwing it back to Alba. Thank you very much, Christoph. It was great talking with you.
Done with pleasure.
Thank you so much, Russell and Christoph. I love the knowledge, right, that we're sharing today. Amazing. Thank you so much. So we'd love to hear from you and what you've been experiencing so far, your thoughts on that recent interview. Don't forget to get social. Tell us your thoughts. Tag us at Cisco Live EMEA and use hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. Why not share some of your highlights of the week, given that we're concluding the event? I'd love to hear from you, and so would the team. So don't forget, tag us at Cisco Live EMEA and use hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. I'm really excited for the next session around top IT trends. If we think about how far Cisco has come in the last 40 years, it's so exciting to think what's going to come beyond, right? And what's going to happen in the next 40 years. So think about that. Think about the opportunity. So very shortly, we're going to be heading over to our center stage session to hear from Chintan Patel about building for the future, top IT trends. I cannot wait for this session. Make sure you tell me your comments as well on social. And we're going to head over to the session now. Enjoy.
You're all my favourite people for being here so early. Wonderful to see you. Thank you for making it this early. Really excited to be here. I know I've got the first slot of the day in an action-packed day for all of you. And when I was asked to present this, the team asked me to think about, what are some of the big things that IT leaders, the ones that I certainly talk to, and I know it will probably resonate with all of you, what are some of the big things that are facing us as an industry? What are some of the sort of dimensions of technology that we need to be thinking about? And there's clearly a lot going on. In the last decade, we've just seen an incredible amount of change. We've moved from being tethered to our desks to being completely mobile. We've moved from physical interactions to being digital from the moment we wake up to the moment we go to sleep and everything in between. We've gone from manual operations to automated supply chains and autonomous systems. And and that's just happened in the last decade. So we've seen an incredible amount of change, and you heard it in the keynote yesterday. You've probably seen it in all of the sessions throughout the week so far. So change is with us, and change is a constant. And we as leaders, we as IT professionals have to constantly adapt. We have to help our organizations be ready for whatever comes next. And that coming next is, there's a lot going on. We heard a glimpse of some of the things that are happening from an industry perspective yesterday. No doubt things like AI, et cetera, are hugely important. And I thought, innovation is going to continue, irrespective of what we think. It's going to happen with or without us. And it's going to disrupt our businesses, and we'll choose to either disrupt our own businesses or be disrupted by others who are perhaps harnessing technology in new ways. And so there's a lot going on, but I wanted to look at it from sort of a few dimensions, and namely sort of three areas, which I thought would be interesting. Clearly AI, but I'll look at it from three different dimensions. One around what's happening to cloud as a result of AI and all of the things that you've been hearing about and we hear about and face every day. What it's doing to models, and then what's happening from a perspective of agents. And you heard a lot about that yesterday, but I kind of want to bring some of this to life from a technology perspective and what it means for us as IT leaders as well. You saw some of the stats around IT readiness. IT teams and all of us are facing increased pressure in terms of how we get ready for this. Our stats in our latest AI Readiness Index showed that only 85% of organizations are saying they're this idea that they need to be ready over the next 18 months, otherwise they're going to see negative impacts in their business if they haven't adopted some form of AI technology. And that's going to manifest itself throughout all aspects of operations, whether it's your customer service experience, your employee experience, whether it's your business operations. And one of the questions we asked in the survey was around, what are some of the obstacles? Where's some of this where are some of the challenges from a confidence perspective in terms of readiness? And what we found was there was a lot around scalability of technology. Do we have the right capability to scale to some of the needs that these AI infrastructure needs? Do we have the GPU resources to do some of what we're trying to do? And does our data center actually scale up to do what we need to do as well? And how do we think about that? And what we've seen is, cloud adoption is clearly still on a growth trajectory, and the stats from Gartner and anyone else you talk to will certainly indicate that, and you're probably seeing that as well. But what we are seeing is that growth is being driven by AI technology and AI adoption as one of the primary growth vectors. We're seeing also this bigger focus on distributing the workloads, right? Sharing the love of our AI workloads across different types of mediums for different reasons. And generative AI in particular is seen as one of those that is driving this need to be both in the cloud, be on-premise, be hybrid, and everything in between. And so we're seeing this, probably acceleration of distribution of workloads that we haven't seen before. And we're also seeing this increase in repatriation, especially across Europe, Middle East, and Africa, from a lot of customers around the need to think about these workloads in different ways. And we see lots of research from various organizations talking about this adoption. So whether it's repatriation, whether it's sovereignty, whether it's data residency, control, transit costs, all of these are becoming factors where organizations are saying, well, hold on, we need to rethink what we're doing here and think about what's the most cost-effective and most secure and safe way of harnessing AI in our environment. And actually, the most recent sort of IDC report that's shown here, 80% of organizations that they spoke to said there'll be some sort of repatriation of cloud and storage over the next 12 months. So it's interesting how the dynamics are changing. What we all see is probably the environmental impact of AI is probably the sort of the elephant in the room. AI requires a huge amount of energy. It requires energy to the extent that it starts to affect organizations' carbon footprint. And a lot of organizations have made a lot of commitments around what they're doing in this particular space. Just in 2025, there'll be the amount of energy used by data centers dedicated to AI is expected to match the amount consumed by the Netherlands. So it just gives you a little bit of perspective in terms of the impact that this technology is having. I mean, every time I use ChatGPT, I think about the fact that, you know, if you complete sort of the average session 5 to 20 prompts, then you're using 500 milliliters of water. So, you know, you kind of have to think about why you're using it, right? Am I just using it for a little bit of fun, or actually is it going to have a business impact? And I think the businesses that are able to prioritize energy efficiency, using technology to actually solve some of the problems around AI and circularity, will be ones that actually, you know, are able to accelerate their businesses in interesting ways going forward. And in many ways, AI will perhaps be the technology that gives us some of the answers around energy efficiency going forward. And the reason why some of that is also happening is the way sort of generative AI is sort of developing in organizations and kind of the spectrum of things that are happening. And there are sort of three phases. And what we're seeing is, you know, you're going to be a builder of models, and some organizations will be, and you're effectively looking at the hyperscalers there who are building these large-scale models, and there are infrastructure requirements for them, and we work with many of them around that. Then you get into this notion of actually optimizing the model. You're going to use retrieval augmented generation, you know, using your own data set to validate some of the responses. And then you get to using the model or inference, and you're having pre-trained models. And actually, the technology requirements are different at each stage. And what many organizations will do will differ. Gartner talks about two races. There's the hyperscaler race, and then there's the enterprise race. And they say, choose your race, don't follow the hyperscaler race, because that's on a different trajectory. And so really finding what your business case is and use case is hugely important. And so what we see is most generative AI projects with organizations in public sector and enterprise that we talk to are in this sort of section, right? They're doing some level of training, the majority is around inference, and actually more so starting to go towards inference as a service capability. And actually, the technology requirements for that are very different to what you need for the hyperscalers. But what we've learned is actually all of that training or all of that expertise we've built in building some of the largest environments, scalable environments for that infrastructure, we can take and we can actually shrink down into AI-ready infrastructure, which you heard G2 talk about a little bit yesterday, around providing packaged solutions to accelerate that compute, scalable network fabric to actually help you scale it to the different needs that you have, and then full stack systems, actually bringing network compute and all of the components and the AI workload layer together in an easy-to-use manner so that it allows you as organizations to take what you have and your data and actually deliver it in a way that's more suitable to you. So we're very excited about what's happening there. For many of us, and me included, you know, CLI has been sort of the NetOps staple for decades, right? We, as a techie, you know, I love using the CLI, and many, I'm sure you, I don't know if any of you do, but many of your teams might do as well. You know, we've kind of grown up on that. What we have seen is, you know, it became unwieldy. You know, as the number of devices that got connected into our environments, the number of things that we've had to manage, you kind of get to a scale where, you know, it's no longer efficient to be able to do that from a CLI perspective. And, you know, software-defined networking gave us the rise of DevOps, scripting that automated and assured infrastructure and gave us that kind of opportunity to automate things. We then kind of evolved into AI ops, where you've got sort of AI background engines which are working in our products to fine-tune things, optimize infrastructure, radio resource management in our Wi-Fi products, for example, automatically tuning the RF so that you get the best coverage possible. What we're now seeing is we're moving towards this notion of large language model operations and LLM ops. So let's take a look at a little bit of what's happening there. And this LLM ops for us is really this notion of being enabled by AI assistants. And you've heard a lot about that over the last day or so, and you'll probably hear more about this as we go forward. And it's really for us about three things. One around assisting, using generative AI to make it easier to assist, use simple natural language to engage with the products that you have. So addressing a lot of that skills gap that we see in the industry. It's about augmenting, you know, correlating massive amounts of data which exists in our environments and actually giving us something that we can actually manage our environments at machine scale, right, that we can't do at a human scale level. And how we automate, actually that interaction, giving that sort of day to operations and a pathway to AI network operations, which we know is going to be something that's going to be important for organizations in the future. And the mission really is about, giving each and every one of our teams and each and every one of your teams and you superpowers. Right? If we all had a sidekick that helps us get our work done, that'd be hugely powerful. And so we've been building AI assistants across our product portfolio. And we've been making sure that we've got a unified, consistent UX. You move from one product to the other, it's easy to use. You know where the action and control and the things that you need to do are. And so we've been really meticulously thinking about that across the product portfolio. And we're now integrating the products together. So within the Cisco Security Assistant in our firewall products, you've got the Cisco Support Assistant built right in. So you can raise a support case right there. And actually the beauty of this is it starts to take the data that's already there. So it's pre-filled with all of your details, the context, what the issue was, any cases that you've raised before, what the attack case details are. It's just taking some of that friction out of some of the challenges that we all face often when we're trying to deal with complex systems. What we're now moving towards is this kind of move from more generalist systems to more specialized systems. And compound AI systems is something that you'll hear more about. I think the term sort of agentic AI is probably the one we kind of hear a lot. But the idea is that these different models come together to solve things for us. And these assistants work together on solving some more complex problems that exist within our environments in an autonomous way, but without taking us out of the loop, right? It's still having the human in the loop to make sure we're course correcting and making sure we're making the right decision. And I kind of want to just maybe share a little bit about what that kind of looks like. So if you take Cisco's AI assistant, the way we've thought about it is you've got a set of skills that you have from a variety of our products across the portfolio, and more get added all the time. And then we have data sources from all of the systems that provide telemetry and data across our environments. And the way you can kind of think about this is if you look at the AI assistant in action, so imagine there's a potential ransomware attack that's been detected on a laptop for one of your employees. There's an exfiltration issue that's potentially going to happen. The assistant's going to put a little pop-up, say, look, XDR's detected this. Do you want to review the details of this? Of course. I'm going to review the details. It's already found through XDR that the potential ransomware is an employee laptop connected through our Meraki wireless solution. So it knows what's happening there. It's going to immediately tell us what the next course of action might be. Do you want to block access? Absolutely. I want to block access. I don't want them to go anywhere. I don't want any lateral movement on my environment. So one click to block internet access. You haven't had to jump into different systems. It's taken that. It's going to, do you want to now take the next step and say, well, actually, do you want to raise a trouble ticket around this because we want to follow up, we want to see what's happened here. So it's not just our products, but you then start to integrate the workflow into other agents and other systems that can actually solve this in new and unique ways. So trouble ticket opened in ServiceNow, team can follow up afterwards. And so we're seeing this kind of opportunity to really give superpowers to each and every one of our customers and change the workflow in ways that we perhaps hadn't imagined before. And we're going to start to see this move towards these AI agents, which we've kind of touched on a little bit over the last couple of days. And this year, we think AI won't be just this tool that's used for assistance, but it really will be a collaborator. You'll be collaborating with these tools, and these agents will autonomously learn and continuously learn in your environment of what's happening, get contextual information, and be able to go away and make decisions with little or no human oversight, which will be incredible. And imagine a customer service AI that actually predicts a query before it actually needs to happen and gives you the next best action to make that happen. So I think that's a really exciting area where there's going to be a ton of innovation. But as you move to this environment of AI agents, and you can kind of think of them as your co-workers, we've got to think about what the implications of that environment is going to be. Because actually the interactions, the identities, the new security postures, if you've got these AI agents off doing things on their own, how will we manage the hundreds and thousands of autonomous agents that are running around doing things on our behalf, or as part of our kind of digital workforce? So we've been doing quite a bit of work in this space, and our Outshift team have been working on this notion of we're kind of moving from the internet, or the Internet of Things in many ways, to the Internet of Agents. And what does that need to look like from an architectural perspective? How do these agents communicate? How do we know what agents exist within our enterprise? Do we have a list of what they do? What controls do they have? What guardrails do they have? How do they communicate with each other? And so we're building a whole set of capabilities around that to get us all ready for that, because this is absolutely coming. The second area I wanted to touch on and dimension of technologies was around quantum, and a few areas around here. One around quantum computing, networking for quantum computing, and then a little bit about the security side of it. Given all the noise of AI, we kind of lose sight of this notion of what quantum computing is doing. And I'm sure as technologists, you guys know exactly kind of the implications of quantum. The processing levels as quantum computers come online are phenomenal, versus general purpose computing. And so, when sufficiently large and sufficiently scalable, and if there was a general purpose quantum computer available today, then, in theory, it could break into all of current encryption, right? Any elliptical curve cryptography that we've got today, it could actually hack into and eavesdrop into those types of conversations. So, estimates vary. There's a race between, the good guys and the bad guys in terms of how quickly that will happen. There's always this sort of horizon of when quantum will come and when quantum computers will have sufficiently large capability in terms of qubits to actually make this happen. But we're seeing organizations get ready. Apple announced adoption of PQC, post-quantum cryptography, just in iMessaging last year. You'll hear this term of qubit and a lot more when you talk about quantum technology. And it really gives us a sense of the kind of scale. 127 qubit computer can process in 1 second what a traditional supercomputer could produce and compute in 2,500 years. And these qubits are hugely powerful because it's not just zeros and ones, but it's this idea that they can entangle and be superimposed into other different form factors, and that allows us to do completely different types of problem solving. And so, what does that kind of mean? Well, if you had 4,000 of these qubits, you could break into RSA 2048. If you had 6,600 of them, you could theoretically break AES 256. And just think, IBM released the Condor quantum computer system. It's 1,121 qubits in December 23. So we're already a quarter of the way there. They plan to release a 1,300 plus qubit system this year and a 4,158 qubit system in the year 2026. So there's incredible acceleration happening in this technology that's around us. So we're not waiting and watching while this is going on. Cisco's been investing in quantum partnerships around the world. I've been involved in one with the University of Edinburgh in the UK in particular. We have a quantum lab in Silicon Valley, which is doing some advanced work around our systems in a few areas. One around quantum networking, data center, and security. So we're investing heavily from an R&D perspective to make sure we can protect the infrastructure that's so critical that Oliver talked about on the first day around the mission critical infrastructure that you will run, that we have a privilege to be a part of. Firstly, on the quantum networking side, where the notion there is it's relying on this concept of teleportation and the teleportation principles of quantum, because the idea that actually you can transmit information between two or more quantum computers using that technology. And it takes place by manipulating those qubits in different ways and entangling them so that you can transfer information even when there's no physical connection in that particular place. So it's early days from a quantum networking perspective. We see some pilots and trials happening around the world, and we're doing the same with a quantum data center technology as well. We've just released a deep quantum data center research paper, which is looking at actually how we build some of this technology and the new sort of architecture that we do. And the idea is to really use optical switches to interconnect multiple quantum processors together, facilitating that kind of large-scale quantum infrastructure environment. So huge amount of work that we're doing in that space, and definitely something for all of us to continue to think about. But with quantum, the big sort of the cloud hanging over quantum is around the security piece. And there's a couple of areas which the industry's working in and we're working in. Firstly, around post-quantum cryptography. This has been adopted and will be adopted in browsers, in operating systems, in libraries. People will experiment by integrating this protocol into different tool sets that govern sort of the classic cryptography environment. PQC will also start to trickle down into enterprises, right, to ensure data security within a sort of a post-quantum world. The second aspect of this is around quantum key distribution. And here, really, this is beyond that kind of PQC bit, which is really around QKD's become something that's been used in cloud computing, in data centers, it's been used in smartphones, it's been used in a lot of different environments. And unlike sort of classical key exchanges that happens, QKD capitalizes on this kind of concept of non-cloning, right? The idea that you can't inherently see the properties of something in a quantum state. And something that's encoded in one quantum bit can't be copied. It can't be manipulated, it can't be duplicated. In fact, you can't even monitor it. The mere act of observing something in a quantum state changes it. So really, in practical terms, what that means is, if there is an eavesdropper, they can always be discovered because the state changes. So there's some really interesting opportunity for us to get ahead of potentially what could be a challenging situation in the future. We're also, really thinking the third dimension I kind of wanted to cover off, kind of building on that security piece from a quantum side, is really just what's happening in cybersecurity today. We see new threats, we see new organizations, we see this need to actually augment all of us and give us a kind of an extra dimension of support when it comes to from a security perspective. And we see more and more sophistication from attackers, and you've no doubt heard this from a variety of people throughout your time at Cisco Live. And so what I wanted to do was just kind of look at it from three different dimensions. One around just what's happening from a deep fake perspective, what that means for identity, and then digital twinning. So let's maybe look a little bit at that. We see an increased rise and sophistication of deep fake scams. Not a sort of week or month goes by where an organization isn't sort of in the press around being duped, right? People being tricked with highly sophisticated deepfake technology. Just last year, one global organization was duped out of $25 million by a group of fake callers from China. They had a CFO that looked just like the CFO, sounded just like the CFO. They had the whole team. They did a video call, and they managed to get this person based in the UK to transfer a huge amount of money. And we see that this is happening everywhere, and it can and probably will trick the best of us. And the kind of sophistication is incredible. So I don't know if anyone's seen this, but I'd encourage you to take a look at this. If you know Reid Hoffman, he's founder of LinkedIn, he's industry pundit, investor. He went and created an AI version of himself. And he got the AI version to interview him. And it's a fascinating watch, because you'll have to blink multiple times to work out who is who as he goes through this interview. And really what I wanted to share is this is not that hard to do, because what it took Reid to do, and the technology behind AI Reid, was about $300 a month. With a video avatar by hour one, 11 Labs voice cloning solution, and this persona with this custom GPT solution that he had. It didn't take a lot of technology, and it didn't cost a lot. So those who have a willingness to do this definitely have the means, and they definitely have the technology available. And so we've got to think about, what are we going to do in this environment, which is going to become increasingly sophisticated. And this is why this need to actually validate and verify identity in this world becomes even more important. And the industry's been innovating, we have been as well, through this notion of digital signatures, where actually, even when we were doing video calls in the example that I gave earlier, how do we identify and digitally sign and authenticate a device so that we know it is the person that should be calling is calling, and there isn't some third party in there who's subjugating and trying to deepfake you. So we're seeing a lot of innovation happening in that space. We're also seeing this notion of identity theft And session hijacking is not new. We've seen it for a long, long time, but we're seeing a rise in session hijacking from a different perspective. It's not a new technique, but it's kind of evolved. In the old days, it was sort of snooping your Wi-Fi network, getting your credentials, and if it's an unsecured network, and then taking banking details or credit card details, etc. What we're now seeing is, and it kind of evolved to sort of client-side attacks, etc. Now we're seeing this kind of shift towards session hijacking, where actually the individuals are compromising and getting known credentials by installing malware on people's environments and then logging on as if they're the actual original person, right, with valid credentials. And so really they're able to steal your credentials and then log on from wherever they are on another system with very valid credentials, get access to the things that you had access to. And we're seeing this increase in this particular space. And so, again, as I talked about agents earlier, as I talked about deep fakes, this idea of identity as this new perimeter for organizations is really important. And we introduced something called identity intelligence recently, where we're asking the question now, like hackers, why do they need to hack in when they can just log in when they've got your details, right? So, we've been asking the question, can someone have access to this resource or this system or this network? But actually, we need to change the question so that it's about whether someone should have access to something even after they've authenticated. And that's a different thing, because you now need to think about the dimensions and the way you think about your deployment and what's happening in your environment in a completely different way. And we introduced this concept of this identity graph, because we know that people have many, many identities, many, many logons, many, many things that perhaps don't get deprecated in the way we'd like them to be. And so this idea that actually, I'm Greg here and I'm accessing some of my systems and I'm legitimately doing what I need to do, and I'm accessing the systems that I'm supposed to, but someone with the same session ID is now logging on from a completely different environment. They've logged on. They're Greg. It's fine, right? Valid username and password. They've done everything. But this idea of actually the network and the security system actually being able to identify people, things, places, sessions, etc., in a completely different way to stop lateral movement is something that we're absolutely needing to head to. So this really contextualizes, the identity challenge, and then also what we need to do as organizations going forward. We've also seen this kind of notion of digital twinning, and digital twinning's, something that's been growing. We see it in sports, we see it in cities, we're seeing it in space, even loved ones that perhaps you might want to keep connected with. And it's a technology area that I think is really interesting. And we've been kind of innovating in digital twinning in some interesting ways from a Cisco perspective. You heard about Hypershield, where we've been creating this completely new distributed AI security solution. One of the aspects of that is how we think about both segmentation, how we deploy patching, how do we allow our systems to kind of upgrade themselves. Think of this as like a fabric for your IT environment, and a security fabric as opposed to fences around the edges, where we're putting sort of micro perimeters around workloads, around all aspects of your security environments. But I wanted to talk about the third bit, which was this kind of this update piece, where we've introduced this idea of actually infrastructure upgrading itself, and this digital twin which allows the system to have two data planes where we can run side by side, like CI/CD updates, where we can actually push the latest version of software into a shadow data plane, use that same traffic and use AI to actually check it, test it. Is it running perfectly against my traffic patterns? Is it working perfectly against my feature combinations? Is it working against my policies? And then as and when you're ready, switching it over, and you kind of use this Kubernetes blue-green style system to actually test the results and transfer the traffic over. And when there's a new system, we kind of move it straight over. Now, where do we go next? I think this year we're certainly going to start to see this notion of humanoids coming into the workplace, kind of forcing us to rethink what this environment's going to start to look like. Anything that can be connected to the network has been connected, will be connected, is going to be connected. Whether we like it or not, it is absolutely happening. And you know, we've got to get ready in our environments for these humanoid workers. And it's not just going to be one, you know, it's going to be many. And we're going to see different types of humanoids coming into our factories, into our workplaces, into our environments. And we're going to need to think about all of the things I've shared around identity, around security in this particular environment. So I kind of wanted to just wrap up by saying, you know, as organizations, as IT leaders, all of you are going to have to think about, in this kind of new AI era, you know, how do you connect both people, processes, apps, places, devices, GPUs, models, humanoids, robots, whatever you want to call it. You know, that's going to be our connective tissue that we're all going to need to deliver. But then we're going to need to secure all of that and protect it. We're going to need to protect it from all of the new sophisticated things that kind of I've touched on and you'll continue to hear about. And then, you know, how do we observe this environment? How do we make sure it's doing what it's supposed to be doing? And so everything that we're doing from a Cisco observability perspective with Splunk is around, you know, how do we make sure we continue to deliver those experiences that these systems and these environments that you've set up for your businesses continue to do what they're supposed to be doing. I'm hugely excited by the opportunity. Thank you for making it here today, and I wish you a good rest of the day.
And we are back live in the studio, streaming to you from the world of solutions right here in the RAI. This is the final day of Cisco Live 2025 Amsterdam. Amazing. We have just wrapped up a replay of our center stage thought leadership session on building for the future. So what are those top IT trends? Chintan Patel was with us. He gave us a phenomenal talk, a phenomenal insight into why staying ahead of the curve is so imperative for all of us as IT professionals. So all of these valuable insights that we just got on the impact of emerging technology trends, industry shifts, innovations that are set to transform around AI and cybersecurity and networking and quantum computing. We've been hearing so much about quantum all week long. All of these are going to redefine the nature of the IT landscape over the coming years. The question is, are you ready? And if you're not, as we heard from Oliver Tuzik in the opening keynote back on Tuesday, it's not a matter of whether or not you incorporate AI, it is how rapidly can you do it. That is what will create differentiation for your organization, for your people, for your ability to compete in today's marketplace. I'm Steve Milter. As always, we are so grateful to have all of you with us here on the live stream. Let's take another moment to quickly talk about social media. Hopefully, you've been reaching out to us all week long using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA and at Cisco Live EMEA, like it says right down there right now. Don't stop. We want to hear from all of you. Whatever your comments, your thoughts are here on the broadcast, everything that you're hearing in the center stage sessions, comments back on the opening keynote, the different executive interviews, the thought leadership that you're seeing from out in the technical demos, in the world of solutions, and specifically in the Cisco Showcase. Comment on those. Let us know what you're thinking, what works for you, maybe what you would like to see us do differently. If you're grabbing screenshots of things that excite you, or something really fun that you see, or somebody walking around with a great plate of food here at the show, share it on up to social media. Just use that hashtag or that @ so our social media team knows that you are out there, and that way we can reach back out to all of you. Let's have a bit of fun right now. Let's check out some of the social highlights from this week's Cisco Live. Let's roll.
And guess where I'm at? One of my favorite spots, and I tell you why. 3 good reasons. Number 1, I can check out the Cisco store. I love a bit of shopping, right? Who can resist? So what can you find at the Cisco store? Apparel, accessories, exclusive Cisco Live merchandise, including that with our collaboration partners such as McLaren. Secondly, I love hanging out at the Social Media Central Lounge. It's brilliant because you can request your favorite song to our very special DJ. I've already done mine. And you can meet our Cisco Live social media team, hang out with your colleagues, and just have a chat and soak up the vibe. I'm really loving it. And thirdly, last but not least, is our NetVet Lounge. This celebrates our Cisco Live attendees who have been here for 3 years or more, making 2025 their 4th year at Cisco Live. So what better way to celebrate than to hang out in the NetVet Lounge, right? These were some of my favorite places at Cisco Live, and I really hope you enjoyed experiencing them with me. Don't forget to tell us about your online experience. Tag at Cisco Live EMEA using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA.
How much do you love Alpa Tankaria? She is so much fun. This is her first year joining us here as a host on the Cisco TV broadcast. She has been brilliant from the beginning, incredible energy, just so charming and likable and great at helping to tell the story of Cisco. She's been with Cisco for many, many years. I want to say 15 years here at this point. So a lot of you may already know Alpa, but just great job and great opportunity there for her to bring us the social scene of what's been taking place here at the show. You know, one of the biggest focuses this year at the event, something we've been having such a great time with and we've been excited about, 40 years of innovation. There is a terrific exhibit in the back of the World of Solutions. 40 years ago, Cisco started with this really basic, simple idea. How do we link two disparate networks together? Let them connect to one another, share information. Well, since that very first connection, Cisco has continued to innovate, to pioneer, to set new networking standards, to build the technology that evolves the way the world lives and works and the way we connect with one another. So to commemorate Cisco's 40th anniversary, we are celebrating the partnerships that we have forged, the innovations that we have designed, developed, delivered to the world with a terrific exhibit called 40 Years of Innovation. Now that exhibit, it takes visitors on a journey through 5 eras of technological evolution. And it really shows the fundamental and constantly evolving role of the network in shaping our digital world. So you start in what's called building the basics, right? What took place in the 1970s, the 80s as we got started. Then from the 90s into the early 2000s, you get the internet goes public and wireless. Next stage of the evolution. From there you go to becoming always connected. That goes from about 2004 to about 2010. After that, getting smarter with big data and the cloud. That takes us from 2010 to about 2020 when intelligence everywhere in the AI era kicks off, starting in 2020, leading us to where we are today with the AI-ready future. Such a great exhibit. People have been loving it all week long here at the show. And as always, best way to experience everything Cisco Live has to offer? Join us in person at your regional Cisco Live, wherever that happens to be. Here in Amsterdam, in San Diego this summer in June, in Melbourne this November. We would love to see all of you there. Let's learn a little bit more about 40 years of innovation.
So we have more than 20 iconic products here. We're really taking a step back in time. The Cisco Systems AGS Plus. This brick, this was the cornerstone of the internet in the making. So we should be very proud of having that here and playing such a pivotal role in the growth and even the existence of the internet. Now here we have the Catalyst 5000, and I think we sold millions of those. It was a modular switch, and it was just a fabulous workhorse. There was no top Fortune 500,000, 10,000 company in the world that was not building their internal campus network on the Catalyst 5K. This was a bold move for Cisco, innovating that the network was not just there for transporting data, but also for voice. A next innovative step by introducing telephones that could talk IP, basically. We were brave and we took a bold step in providing our customers with the Cisco CS, an Android-based tablet, also including video, another standard of transport over the internet, so voice, video, and data. You might recognize those big gray PCMCIA cards sticking out of your laptop, but then suddenly you were free. You could walk around. You didn't need a cable. You had wireless internet, which seems now so obvious. Back in the days, that was real magic to me. When we decided to step into the server space with our UCS blades, our UCS rack service over there, it was another market which enabled us to grow. Another major market transition is that we were not just using the internet to connect PCs, computers, but also creating the Internet of Things. This is an example of a ruggedized router that can handle certain temperatures and certain environmental circumstances. We are connecting already billions and billions of things across the internet together with voice, video, data and people. Basically the Internet of Everything.
Like I said, such a fantastic exhibit and such a great example of what we've been able to accomplish over time here at Cisco. 40 years, it seems like an enormous amount of time, and yet it's a blip. The creations that we've been able to come up with, the inspiration that we've gotten from our partners and our customers to develop and deliver for the future, it's just so exciting for all of us. And everybody here at the show has been able to enjoy that exhibit and track right along with us. We're going to turn our attention to learning and certifications here at Cisco. Oliver kicked off the keynote on Tuesday saying Cisco Live is clearly the best place to learn and to get ready for the future. Well, attendees who are here in Amsterdam this week, they are taking advantage of the breakouts and the labs and all of our technical seminars here at Cisco Live 2025 Amsterdam. They are preparing for exams. Associate exams, expert, networking, automation. Let's roll a great video, learn a little bit more about Cisco learning and certifications.
Hi everyone, it's so exciting to be here in the Learning and Certification Zone, and I am absolutely delighted to be joined today by Ryan Rose, our Director of Content Product Management. Hi Ryan,
Hello.
Good to see you.
So good to see you too.
How are you doing? How's the morning started?
I'm super excited. It's the first day of Cisco Live, and it is always super exciting to be here and to be able to meet people and learners from all over the world.
Absolutely, so many people to connect with, right? Yeah. And I mean, it's been busy for you, right? So what's been going on?
It's been crazy busy. So, I mean, obviously it's been busy for Cisco. Like from everything from announcements on AI and security and network modernization. You know, when we hear all of these great things that are coming out from Cisco and our learners hear that, they are coming to us and they're saying, hey, help us build these skills. We know so much that products and solutions drive outcomes, but it's that products plus skills, it's solutions plus skills. It's these experts that are here at this event that really help make the magic of the network happen. And so we get the special pleasure and privilege to be able to help everybody build up those skills.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's so important, and even better that you can have access to these skills. So you were telling me earlier that you can even access free training, right?
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Yeah, so we're here right in front of the giant U for Cisco U, and anyone that is interested can go to u.cisco.com and find not only our certification training for the people that are familiar with like CCNA, CCIE, but all of the skill training that we have. We have a number of really cool things that are now available, whether people are looking for training on AI or AI infrastructure, whether it's from literacy to fluency, trying to figure out what is AI, all the way up to I want to build an AI infrastructure, or I want to design AI infrastructure. I want to create things that can help to use AI either in the network or on the network. And all of that training's on u.cisco.com. What's really cool is because of all of these big changes that have been announced and all of these new products and solutions that are out there, we've actually updated a number of our certification programs, including our CCDE program now with an AI infrastructure component. And so in addition to it being the first opportunity to test for that certification at this event, you can also get free training. We have a AI infrastructure essentials training that's available now until March 24th for anyone in the entire world, whether you're here at this event or you're watching from home, to be able to take that. And all you have to do is sign up at u.cisco.com, and you can start to build those entry to expert skills on AI basics, all the way up to using AI hardware and building an AI infrastructure.
It's amazing, and I love that it's accessible to everyone. So all of you watching, you heard Ryan, you have to go, remind us of the URL again?
Oh yeah, it's u.cisco.com. And
that's it.
When you're looking for training, we know that a lot of people are always trying to figure out how can they get hands-on.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we've done on Cisco U is we're always trying to meet people where they're at. We have those really big courses, the things that'll help build you from zero to hero. But we also know that people are looking for that just-in-time learning. Like you're trying to figure out, how do I use AI defense? How do I use Hypershield? And we've built this brand new thing, tutorials inside of Cisco U. And there are now hundreds and hundreds of tutorials for you to be able to build up your skill. What's really cool at this event is not only have we built new tutorials on AI, we've also integrated with the Capture the Flag platform. So now you can get hands-on fast. You can start to build up those practical skills. And we've taken our most popular tutorial, Understanding AI and LLMs for the network engineer, and we've offered a free badge. So when you go and complete that and the assessment, you also earn a badge.
Oh, I love a badge. And how proud it is, right, to be wearing an official badge.
Exactly.
I love it. I mean, Ryan, you and the team are really going beyond to really bring learning to life for everybody and for all of you tuning in today. The next question I would ask you is, what's the feedback? So what are you hearing from all your learners?
Well, this is a very vocal community, and we love that. We are always at an event like this to not just engage with our learners, but to listen to our learners. When they do surveys of this event afterwards, they always ask, what was the #1 reason why you attended Cisco Live? And the #1 answer is always to learn. Right. I feel that's the same for us too. Yeah. Like, we get an opportunity to hear from our community. We get to hear about things that they're looking for. And the feedback has been outstanding. People love all of this learning. They love the training. They love the changes that we're making to the certification program. We just announced a new security design certification.
Brilliant.
I was just talking about it with someone right around the corner over here. We like that our community embraces this program so strongly, but we're also happy to be servants to that community and be able to help everybody who's trying to learn to be able to help them build those skills and meet those goals.
That's so wonderful. And you've just mentioned the security program that you added. What's new at the U? Is there any other programs that you'd like to highlight?
Oh yeah, so we actually have a bunch of new security training that's available. Yeah. So first, I talked about Hypershield just a moment ago. We have a whole series of tutorials around how to basically build and utilize things like Hypershield. We also have a number of new programs around cybersecurity. In fact, right before this event, we launched a new certificate program called Ethical Hacker. Oh. And this is really cool. So for those people that are out there in the world that are thinking, I need to figure out how I can get into that cybersecurity space, I want to build up those skills, we have connected a bit of free training on Introduction to Ethical Hacking that's available on netacad.com with a brand new certificate that you can earn on Cisco U. And you can actually validate skills as an ethical hacker. So if you're someone out there in the world that wants to become like a pen tester, wants to get red teaming skills, this is a really great program for you. But more than that, we're also aware of those converging skills that are happening between networking and security, the NOC and the SOC. And what we've done is that we've embedded a lot of security training into everything that you're learning. So whether it's wireless or networking, data center, routed optical networking. We've incorporated a lot of security into everything that we do because we know that there's no one that is thinking, you know what, I don't need a secure network. So we know that security skills are inherently important, and so we've just put them horizontally across every single track.
I love that. I'm excited to go and try some of those now. So Ryan, you've told us so much about what's new and what's coming and what's top of mind and what's changed. Is there anything that you'd like to say as a kind of final closing thoughts to our viewers and attendees?
I would just say this. I feel like people everywhere are always thinking, how do I get started? How do I get into this? Or how do I continue to build my skills? Learning is continuous. And I would just say, sign up at Cisco U, u.cisco.com. It is the easiest thing to do. You build an account and you can start learning today. And the more that you're able to build up those skills, the more that wider horizon expands for you. And, you're able to take those next steps into a larger world.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ryan. Yeah. You've been so inspiring. I'm inspired. I hope you're as inspired as I am. Go get learning and go beyond. Enjoy.
Fantastic job, Alpa. As always, we're going to go back out to Alpa in just a few minutes, but before that, I just wanted to touch a little bit more on what's happening in Cisco U. A lot of people who are involved with Cisco, they don't really know what Cisco U and what our learning and certification programs are all about fundamentally. All right, when you think about what you can learn when you're working with Cisco, first of all, how are you going to meet your career goals, right? How do you build your IT know-how? How do you upskill your specific needs, your entire team with Cisco Learning, the Cisco certifications? The fact is, no matter where you happen to be in your journey, Cisco is going to meet you there. We will help you thrive here in the IT world. That's what Cisco U is all about. Our training and certifications, they're world-renowned, recognized. Whatever your next tech role is, we're going to get you prepared. Even more important than that, we help you to stand out from the crowd. So whether you've got years and years of IT experience or you're just taking off right now on your journey, whatever field you happen to work in, getting Cisco certified is such a terrific way to boost your career. Cisco certifications are proof of knowledge. They are about acquiring knowledge. They are lifelong learning mentality. And what is so cool about this, hiring managers, they know this. They look for it. They respect it. They value it. In just a moment, we're going to go back out to the sustainability zone. Alp is out there now. We're going to look at the environmental impact and energy consumption of the different products that Cisco creates, including the different ways that we are helping businesses exactly like yours to save money and optimize energy use and reach your sustainability goals. Sustainability, super valuable and important for us here at Cisco. But I just want to very quickly remind you, keep reaching out on social media. Use hashtag Cisco Live EMEA, at Cisco Live EMEA. Let's head out to the sustainability zone. I see Alpa out there right now. Hello, my friend.
Hello, Steve. What an inspiring morning I had talking about sustainability. So obviously I had to come out and check out the sustainability zone, right? And I'm so glad that I did because I've met Michael. Hi, Michael. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Good. Would you like to introduce yourself and what you do at Cisco?
Yeah, sure. My name is Michael King, and I lead a carbon accounting and analytics team, and I'm part of the Chief Sustainability Office.
Amazing, amazing. So I've got a few questions for you, Michael, because I'm really curious to know more about what happens in sustainability. So in your position, you must get a lot of questions from customers about sustainability. What are the most common things that they're asking you about?
Sure, we get asked a lot of questions, and we've seen, I'd say, exponential growth in customer interest in sustainability. And the questions that they'll ask, they'll range from what are your corporate environmental policies, what are your corporate greenhouse gas emissions, what are your climate goals, your climate targets, how are your products designed more sustainably. One of the biggest questions that we get asked, though, is what are our products' product carbon footprint. And for those of you who don't know, a product carbon footprint is really, it's a way of estimating the greenhouse gas emissions that are associated with the product's entire life cycle. And so that's really looking at the emissions from the raw material extraction through the manufacturing, transportation use, and the end-of-life treatment. And what we've noticed is that our customers are also asking for a variety of reasons. Some of it's driven by regulations, some of it's driven by business opportunities, and then some of it is just because companies are trying to embed sustainability into their practices. And so it's really, it's a challenge to try to answer all those questions as they come in, in lots of different ways.
Well, that's actually what I was going to ask you next. How do you manage all of those inquiries?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is, to understand is that we get questions. They come from across the organization and they come from across the globe. And so the thing that we really care about the most is making sure that we can give the same answer to every customer, and they're not just getting different answers depending on where they're coming from. And so what we've done is we've developed what we call the Sustainability Data Foundation. Okay. And so the goal was to basically to standardize the sustainability data and then use that to support what we call the customer inquiries. And so one of the first things that we did in the Data Foundation was we automated our product carbon footprint calculation. So we moved away from Excel-based spreadsheets to make sure that everybody had access to the latest data and calculations. This also enabled different teams to be able to build dashboards on top of that data, and so they could get that information to the customers a lot quicker.
I imagine you've had a lot of great feedback on that then.
Oh yeah. I think we get a lot of positive feedback. Customers are really interested in learning more about the carbon footprint and just all the sustainability features.
Oh, it's so fantastic to see the impact that we're able to make on the community. That's great, Mike. I've heard a few myths about sustainability, and I know some IT leaders may have some myths or misconceptions about sustainability. What's the biggest one that you've heard that you can share with us and dispel it?
Yeah, I think the one that we hear a lot is, I want to work on sustainability and I need to be on the sustainability team. And we always tell everybody that if we're successful, there is no sustainability team in the
Right.
future, that it's just embedded into the company. And being in IT or being in a different role, you really have an opportunity to kind of like take that on and be a champion for it in your own organization. You know, IT is a great place to be able to gather data, build out your own data foundations, you know, collect information on energy consumption, you know, and then also look at the solutions that you can adopt, whether it be like our smart building solutions or hybrid work solutions, things that can really help your organization become more sustainable.
Yeah, I love that. It needs to become part of the DNA. It needs to become embedded in everything that we do and how we think if we're going to make a change together, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Good. So I'd like to ask you, Michael, what's been your highlight this week so far at Cisco Live?
Oh, by far, I think it's seeing all the people. You
Yeah.
know, you work with people across all the different partners, distributors, customers, and it's great to be in this one place with everybody. You can see everybody and meet people face to face for the first time a lot of times, and you know, it just helps you build those relationships with people.
Absolutely.
And then also just so many of the sessions too that you can attend. You know, there's a lot of sustainability sessions, and then being here in the sustainability zone, just seeing all the different solutions that we're working on with our partners.
Yes, and have you met more customers as well? Have you had even more inquiries?
Oh yeah, yeah. People, you know, not everybody knows that we can provide the product carbon
Mhm.
footprint. So people will come over here and they're like, you have this information, you know, and you're making it easier, and they're really excited. And so it's great to engage with them and build those relationships.
Amazing. And are there any kind of key advice or tips that you'd give to customers thinking about how to start their sustainability journey?
I would say don't be intimidated. You know, I think sometimes people are like, I don't know where to start. You know, how do you
Yes.
begin this? And really,
Yeah.
it's just reaching out to like Cisco and saying like, how did you begin your journey? What did you look at first? How do you go about it? I think it's helpful to look at organizations who've been doing it for a while and learning tips from them. And we talk with partners about that sometimes too. And I know in our partner program, we even have like the partner specialization program that helps people get started on that journey.
Brilliant. Amazing. Thank you so much, Michael. Great conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve, I'm feeling so fulfilled here in the sustainability zone. I'm going to head back over to you though whilst I go find someone else to talk to.
Well, yeah, keep walking around. There are so many inspired and excited people out there talking about sustainability. Thank you, Alpa, for being our eyes and ears out there on the show floor. Before we head into our next center stage session, about 2 minutes and 45 seconds from now, I wanted to briefly touch on our Cisco AI stories because there are so many of them. We heard in the opening keynote that AI is not a distant future thing. The hype is done. We're past that. AI is here right now. It is reshaping industries at a pace that I don't know that any of us ever really could have imagined. Maybe some of you did. I know I certainly didn't. But last month, there was an exclusive group of some of the world's most influential leaders in AI who gathered together across business and academia at the Cisco AI Summit to take a look at the different opportunities, the challenges, the future implications of what AI means for us, this particular transformation. And they came up with these key takeaways and insights, and I want to share with you what the 7 top insights were before we roll out to center stage. The first thing that they discovered is data-driven AI is going to reshape entire industries. It's revolutionizing everyone across the board, and what they said is data is the new oil. I really love that. AI is the engine that the oil is able to supply, driving innovation. So high quality data to enhance AI capabilities, so important. AI's role in human well-being is so much bigger than we think it's going to be. Work-life balance, AI can be used to harness that, to improve our well-being, to integrate mental health and productivity. AI models are evolving beyond human intelligence. We heard about that in the opening keynote. We're seeing it in terms of math, physics, figuring out problems that we thought were only human capable. AI is in there now. It's disrupting capital markets. It is going to be the next generation of robotics. It's going to teach machines how to understand the world. All of these great capabilities, AI-powered customer experiences are going to redefine what brand loyalty means. We've been hearing about that all week. And then the era of AI governance, it is here. It is the new competitive advantage. So exciting and so much to think about. So we're about 50 seconds away from our next center stage presentation. This time, we're going to talk about sustainable data collection. So analysis, management, who, why, how, what it's all about. Here in the EU and in other parts of the world as well, companies have got to publish regular reports on how their activities are impacting people and the environment. Customers, at the same time, they are growing more and more concerned about the potential environmental impact of the products they buy and the companies that they buy them from. So if you're a company that can provide accurate sustainability-related data, that can become critical. and a core differentiator for you and your brand to meet those requirements, keep your customers happy. We're really excited for this center stage session. So glad to have you with us on the broadcast, and we'll meet you right back here when it's done. Here we go.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you all for coming to this session this afternoon. Hope you're having a good Cisco Live so far. The session this afternoon is going to be about sustainability data. And just before we get started, I want to tell you a little anecdote about this last weekend. So on Saturday, I received a text message from my daughter, and maybe many of you received one like this, a long text message. She's just finished her exam.